What's going on, everybody? Good to see everybody showing up tonight. So, how about that amazing new episode of Toy Habits for the first time in months? Bravo, guys. Welcome
Yeah, I
back.
didn't want to barrage the
Thank
sound.
you.
Woohoo!
Oh, no, we need it. We need the barrage of sound. This is a celebration, people. Let's kick it off. You know?
No, it felt really good to be back in the saddle, and it's definitely just like riding a bike. But I think I said it before in the live stream. Like, we do these things to interact with the community and talk about the things that we love, and so really happy to get to do this here. And thank you so much for having us on, Oz. Like, it's a real pleasure and a treat.
Well, it's an honor for me to actually have you guys on because, again, a year ago, I'm just watching you guys. This time last year, I'm watching you, Michael. I'm watching, guys like Jay, from Geek Dad Life, Mega J. I'm watching all these guys. And now everybody has been so welcoming since I've come onto the scene and getting into this community. I just love it. I love all you guys. It's amazing.
Oh,
So,
love you too.
all right.
Yeah,
So,
this community is great.
Toy Sorcerers, you have come in storming, and everybody loves having you around now, which is fantastic. Everybody's, just fully ready to embrace. It's so good to have you with us. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Oz. I'm totally new to the YouTube world. I've been working with Michael, and he's an amazing partner on the toyhabits.com website for well over a year now. We've grown the website incredibly huge, and I'm just so happy to be able to be a part of all of this and get to actually interact with the community and all you guys. And thank you so much for welcoming me, as warmly as everyone has. So I really appreciate it.
Well, it's not like you weren't part of the community before. You were always there because we've discoursed in the chat before I even started doing Ostradamus Toys Live, like in episodes of GDL and, doing, Geek Dad Life and Toy Geeks. It's like, so you've always been around with us and everything. And now it's just.
Guys, I'm nothing special.
Pulling you in. That's right. Well, that's the thing, it's. People for some reason end up like getting this impression. They start looking up to us and stuff like that. And I mean, I feel that because again, I've looked up to many of you. That's the whole inspiration behind why I've started to do this and why I joined into this live experience and talking with everybody. Because again, I was always just around in the chats before talking with everybody. This just gives me a much broader voice. But we're all just the same people, We're just normal collectors like everybody else,
Yeah, I love that. I love that because we're all in this together, and we can all amplify each other's messages and just talk about the stuff that we love. And this is great.
That's right. Giving people a voice to pull up and raise the community.
What's the phrase we were using the other day? Rising tides, right?
That's
Rising tides lifting all ships. And what's the point of having toys if we can't get folks together to, talk about it and geek out about it? So it's been great.
Right. We all had show and tell when we were in kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
That's it right there. It's the passion. This is what we're all passionate about. And you got to embrace those passions. You definitely have to embrace them. I think one of the reasons, we'll get into it a little bit here in just a second. I want to jump in and start saying hey to the chat before it gets away from me because I can already tell that it's just going to start flying. So we've got Eldor, Masterversal Toy Hunter in the house saying, good evening, Oz. Good, sir, to see you again. Always a pleasure, Eldor. Let me know if you're interested, man. We got more room in this party. This is a celebration. Let's party it up. Adam from Radical Toys has joined in saying, I'll say hello now in case I fall asleep. Well, I certainly hope you're starting to feel a little bit better, man. Yeah. I know you've been down and under the weather a bit. So I hope so. All right. Oh, God, I hate it when this jerk's in the chat. Jesus. What's he even doing here all the time? God, man.
That's that guy with the beard, right?
Yeah, it's that guy with the beard, man. Forget that guy. All right. So we got My Buddy's Customs, huge supporter of like everybody that's sitting here today. He's one of the hardest working, most supportive fans out there. Every time I turn around, he's in somebody's chat. And we got a couple of those people, that follow along here. It's like everywhere I go, I'm seeing them. Master Versal Toy Hunter, he's another one. It's like, man, it's great seeing all these people and everywhere. All Music Fan is joining us this evening, saying good evening. We also have Pop Actor in the house, fresh over from your guys' live stream as well.
Yeah, all Music Fan and Pop Actor definitely remember you from, previous streams and, love interacting with you both. So really appreciate
They have
it.
some great, like, hilarious comments. Just keep it
Yes.
coming, guys. Like, your sense of humor is just out there, man. I love it. I love it.
These guys are hilarious all the time. I'm so glad I've gotten to know them more over time. Because again, it just started with chatting with these guys in various toy chats. All right, we've got Jordell Fresh Breeze, who is new to my channel as far as I know. Good to have you here. Thank you for showing up tonight. Let's scroll down here. Pop Actor saying that, my intro is really 80s looking. Well, it certainly was inspired by that. So thank you. And you guys are getting the shout outs. Hey, Toy Habits. We got
Toy Hobbits?
No. Toy Hobbits. Oh, I'm always down for some more Toy Hobbits.
Toy Hobbits.
Yes.
Love it.
That's a new channel that you guys don't know about yet.
Oh, great.
It's like
now we're spilling the beans.
subline.
There you go. It's a
Start our
subline.
own action figures.
There it is.
Yeah.
Toy Hobbits. I like it. You
It's
guys
Michael
all heard
dressed
it.
in like a little cloak with like a staff or something.
Little furred feet and everything.
Yep.
Oh, man, it's perfect. Payne's Toy Samples is here with us. Good to see you, Payne's. And Mike Fee in the house as well. Emerald Knight Photos. And the sweet and lovely Dawn Roberts. Good to see you here, baby. Thank you for joining us tonight. And let's see, we're going to keep scrolling down here and fighting. We've got the wonderful Duchess of Darkness joining in with us.
Love it.
Duchess.
Absolutely. Always good to have her here. For a horror narrator, she is all over the toy community as well. Thank you, Duchess, for being here. And guys, go check out her channel. Ray Black in the house saying, hi, Oz, Toy Habits times 2 and Brick Something. Listening, trying to multitask, so I won't be chatting, just listening.
Hey, Ray.
Well, we know you'll join in when you can. And continuing to scroll down, because as I said, the chat has completely already gotten away from me. Hillian Dread in the house as well. And new channel of the market, the Collector Sector with Cushy Mama saying evening. And you know what, Cushy Mama, let me know if you want in on the chat. If you want in on this live stream, come on in and introduce yourself. Have some fun with a couple of others here tonight, okay? All right, we've got Speaking Moistly in the house. God, always kind of cringy to say the name, but at the same point in time, it's fantastic for that exact reason. I love it. And still going down. We've got a Giraffe in the house. Who let this Giraffe in here? Good to have you back, brother. Good
Giraffe is great.
Again, absolutely hilarious everywhere he goes.
Hilarious.
And one of the best co-hosts in the world here, we've got Bobby Vintage Motu joining us this evening. Bobby, if you want to jump on and say, hey, come on. All right. And let's see. Eternian Ellipse, also a young channel as well, just getting his start. Debuted this past week, as a matter of fact. And he's starting to come on strong. He's got more streams coming up tomorrow. And let's see, at Toy Habits, Toy Sorceress, very proud you're back. Welcome back, and thank you for everything you do and bring to the collecting community. Hashtag collecting family. Spread it around, folks. That's what we are, big family here. Thanos Copter in the house again. Speaking of somebody who appears in everybody's chat across ToyTube, you can always find Thanos Copter in the house. And Emerald Knight Photos, remind everybody, smash that like button. It's always talking shit. Go smack it across the face. Thank you, Sir Khan. Well, absolutely. We know the Collector Sector is a new segment that Cushy Mama has been starting off of IG on YouTube, where she's bringing in different guests and just talking about what we're talking about here tonight. So Kevin Herbert in the house with a big thumbs up as well. And I think I finally caught up. Amazing. Oh, wait. Special shout out to Black Phoenix 77 as well. Again, always making the rounds, making everybody feel the love and support. Appreciate it. And Pop Actor again mentioning that his name wasn't mentioned in the introduction.
I think that's something Pop Actor would say. right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. He wants to get on my credits, and there's a couple ways to do it. You got to become a channel friend. As a matter of fact, uh, jokingly, we've started to mention about having, All Music Fan, having Pop Actor, having Black Phoenix come on for an episode. We're all just hanging out, just shooting the shit like usual. And it's definitely going to happen, absolutely. And look, see, the chat still loves you, Pop Actor. The chat still loves you. All right, guys. So again, welcome back. This is so good to have you guys coming back. I mean, it's great checking out the website, but it's just a more personal thing when we actually get to interact with you through the live streams and going through that. It's always fantastic. So we are grateful that you're back.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's the one thing that I've missed. Just taking this very long and I'm sure excruciating break, for for a lot of people, and I think that's the one thing when we do live streams is, we can hear, people can listen to each other talk, but we love to talk with the community, like folks like the usual suspects like Black Phoenix and Giraffe and Pop Actor and All Music Fan. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. Like, we love talking with you and we love talking about the stuff that we love. And very happy to do this with the Toy Sorceress moving forward. So super excited about that.
Thank you, Michael. I am very blessed for the opportunity to be able to be getting to do this with you. It's been an amazing journey thus far, taking the website from what it was into what it's become, and making all of our wonderful ideas into a reality on the site has been incredible. And now to be able to work with you on the YouTube channel is just such a fun journey, because now I get to actually interact with everybody else in the chat, which is really cool. And all of these names are all people I recognize. So it's really amazing to actually get to talk to them and like face to face, I guess, if you want to call it that. So I'm super excited about what the future holds, and it's just going to be so much fun, getting to move forward on the channel with you. So thank you for that.
And I think it's also awesome too, just getting to know you, Oz, and also Brick something. Like you've also been a very long time, viewer and commenter in the channel. Mm-hmm. And this is actually the first time that we're actually getting talking to face to face. We actually live really close to each other. And so I think, it's only a matter of time before we show up together at a toy show or just go out and just grab a bite or something.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a California night, folks.
There we go.
Yeah, no, for real. Like, right, during lockdown is when I, like a lot of us were just sort of like watching things, and right around the time of the announcement of mass, that Revelation was coming out and that they were doing new figures, I was watching you guys and sort of like watching you break down like what might be coming in Masterverse, and just looking at customs and talk. I loved it, and it just totally took me down this rabbit hole of just, man, I think I want to get back into toys. Obviously I have toys. This is sort of, to use a Dan Larson term, I did my 2.0 action figure collection largely after just sort of watching you and getting all hyped up about Masterverse. And so if it weren't for your channel and all the sort of great videos getting me excited, joining in that sort of frenzy, I probably wouldn't have jumped back into the game. And here I am. So, and this guy heard Toy Hobbits, sorry, and he got all excited, but I got to break it to him. It's actually Toy Habits. Sorry, buddy. So,
love it.
Yeah, can put him away there for a second.
So Oz, I want to thank you especially for having us on your live stream and welcoming us and helping, I guess, celebrate the relaunch and the return of the channel. You are an incredible host, so thank you for that opportunity as well. And it's fun to kind of continue the celebration as it is now with your channel. It's kind of like the after party, right, where we all get to relax and chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what Michael called it. He called it an after party, and I was like, that's the perfect theme for this whole thing. It's like have the big serious talk with the relaunch and everything like that, and then get all that out of the way. So now we can all just chill and talk about what has recently been coined this past week, the toy renaissance that we're all living in. And I gotta say, it is certainly an honor to have you guys here on the channel, just chill and talk. And speaking of honors, we're all about to be honored by yet another special familiar face to the channel here. We have Eldor coming in all the way from Eternia.
From the source itself.
That's right.
Greetings all. Sorry, I'm late to the party there.
It's absolutely all right. You're coming in.
The party started without me. Help me. Sorry about that. Just getting connected there.
And boom.
Eldor.
There we go.
Eldor, it's great to have you here tonight. Thank you for joining in on the party.
Oh, thank you for inviting me there, sir. Indeed.
Yes. Also great to meet you face to face, Eldor.
Michael, sir. Good evening.
Very good to meet you.
Sorceress there. Good to meet you too.
Very nice meeting you.
There is big something up there. Hello there, sir. Good
What's
seeing
up,
you again.
Eldor?
Indeed. And also, good to see you, sir.
Always a pleasure, Eldor. Happy to have you here every time. Speaking of happy to have people, Nolan's in the house finally joining. I was wondering what was taking him so long to pop up in the chat. Again, another one that just seems to be everywhere all at once. I don't know how they do it.
I don't either. There's only 24 hours in the day. So they seem to make it like there's 72 hours in the day and they're everywhere. It's like their visa. They're everywhere you want to be.
I agree. And I try to do it when two people I want to watch are going live at the same time. I try to bounce back and forth the best I can. And yet I'll see like Nolan and Thanos Copter and Masterversal as well right here, Eldor. But I understand how he does it. He's got all that magic, so he can be in almost two places at once. But
would you like another guest there, also?
Oh, absolutely. I'm always happy to have more guests.
I also have with me today, Mint on Card Gandalf.
Ooh.
He's with me today also.
Mint on Card Gandalf. Well, welcome to the channel, Mint on Card Gandalf.
Again, it's toy habits. Toy habits.
It's good to be on the channel indeed. A bit of a fellowship there, I see.
I love it.
We will continue to expand this fellowship, I feel, as the night goes on. Because we're all just happy to be here and celebrating what an amazing time it is to be a collector, because that's really what it's all about right now.
It really is. Yeah, no, we were talking the other night on Ken's stream on Toy Connections about this toy renaissance, and part of that conversation is just that, the big two have the Hasbro, Mattel have all sorts of great things going on, and then at the same time, there's all sorts of new smaller companies coming up with great toys. So, just to be a fan, it's fascinating. But then on the other end, there's us, right? There's folks like you who've been doing a channel for such a long time, and to know that you're sort of back with this new sort of energy, it's exciting. So I'm kind of curious, like what you're thinking might be happening, in the future now that you're sort of back. Are you thinking it's, today you're saying we'll come and recap the news. Is there anything you're like thinking about doing to kind of switch things up a little on the channel, or are you sticking to that for now? Just what you got? What are you guys thinking about?
Yeah, I think, it got increasingly more difficult to just create content week after week on YouTube with jobs and family and things like that. So I think we're going to be starting it off, keeping it simple, doing a weekly live stream, trying not to get burnt out doing this, because that's what, kind of made me want to take a break just in the beginning of January, and it was a really nice break, but I missed the community. And so, trying to figure out how we can blend the two, the website and the YouTube channel together. And I think, we're going to be experimenting, with that format, just kind of doing a weekly live stream going forward, and we'll see where it goes.
Awesome.
I'm excited for it, and I'll be there for every episode.
Oh. Thanks. But it's great to it's really nice to have the Toy Sorceress on board, because she has such deep knowledge of not only the usual suspects of toys, but she collects a whole bunch of toys that I don't collect, and so it's like we complement each other. Like she got me into the rabbit hole of Star Wars, and there's and also Thundercats too. I was like this whole Thundercats,
your whole shelf.
Oh my gosh. I think I've spent so much money knowing her than I would have otherwise. But it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Rick and I seem to have that effect on just about everybody.
On each other.
Yes, we are a bad influence.
See, Toy Sorcerers, you'll have to come along with Brick and I. Was just saying that he and I seem to have this effect on everybody that we talk to, especially when we start talking about some of these indie toy companies. Next thing you know, everybody's picking up a new line, and it's just like, sorry, not sorry, guys.
Well, it's good to be well-rounded and explore, right? It's only ever just one that you're checking out anyway, so it's fine.
But I think
it's a big journey indeed.
Yeah. I think one also the other differences too, I think with the channel moving forward is, I would love to have more, kind of more conversations like this, and folks from the community joining our show. And it's like, I think just with schedules and, kind of what we were doing previously on the channel, it didn't really lend itself to that, but I would love to start doing that moving forward. So yeah, I'm just getting deeper into also not only the folks that are on YouTube, but the folks that are also in the chat too.
Yeah.
Yes, because that's where it's really all about. I mean, as great as it is for all of us to get together and talk, the community is more than just us on screen.
Yeah.
One of the greatest things that I've learned is diving into this chat, which is why I still have Rolando Flores sitting up here, because I want to give him a shout out for jumping in tonight. And speaking of legends and, content creators, we've got another legend in the house with Sergeant Slaughter's Slaughterhouse. Zazel, if you want in on this action and you want to join the party, holler at me on IG real quick. I'll throw you the link too. I mean, I'll open the floor for anybody tonight who wants to jump in.
Come on down.
Yes, more the merrier, indeed.
The water's warm.
That's right. And it's only going to get warmer the more everybody drinks and starts peeing in it. Oh,
warmer and moisture.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Thanoscopter's bringing up. Have you guys seen the new indie Fury Toys Donatello? Because they did the Samurai Leo not too long ago, and now they've just started posting pictures of this Donatello. Man, these not Ninja Turtles are just incredible.
I gotta look these up.
Oh my God, yeah. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, pull them up.
Here we go. Hang on.
Yeah, and it's not just Donnie. It's Donnie and Splinter is what they're showing, and Splinter's been one that I've been looking at for a while. They're a different take for sure, but Oz and I have this thing with animals, so
not a creepy thing. Folks.
Well,
I mean, I guess it's a little.
I keep a few in Castle Grayskull there also. Mostly down the dungeon though.
I mean, who doesn't love a rat in a sensei robe? I mean, come on.
Right. Okay, hold on a second here. Still bringing everything.
While we're waiting for him to bring that up, Michael and Toy Source, do you follow much of sort of the like these sort of like third party companies? This company is actually sort of a third party company that just kind of dropped out of nowhere, seemingly, with their Leonardo Fury Toys. Is just that something that you really follow, or where you all at with that?
I don't know if we get too deep into all of the third party, toy companies. Some of them that kind of break through in the community more like like Formo Toys working on the Legends of Dragonor. Those are really cool. And also looking at Ramen Toys with their relaunch of the mask collection as well, things like that. It's really hard to keep up with so much stuff because and part of the thing is it's only me and Michael and I, right? So we both have full-time jobs, so we're trying to cover as much toy news as possible, and we've been slowly kind of expanding like the main lines that we're covering on the website, because we only started out with Motu and GI Joe, and that was a lot for us, and now we've got a whole bunch of other stuff we're covering on there, and Thundercats, DC, Star Wars, WWE, and it keeps expanding. And then when the cool stuff comes out, like I was like, ooh, retro Indiana Jones figures. So I covered that. So something cool that pops up and interests our fancy, then we kind of go down this rabbit hole and start expanding the lines. But with all these third party companies, it's so hard to keep up because there's just so much stuff out there, right?
Yeah, actually, to that, I want to touch upon just like the things that we cover on the channel or the website. There's so much toys and toy news and toy companies to cover. It is so much. And so what we do is, if there's something that piques our fancy, like the tour sorcerer said, like the Machina line from Ramen Toys, like Mask is probably one of my top toy lines that I remember as a kid. I have every single one of them still, and I love them so much. And the fact that to get to see these remade, by Ramen Toy was amazing. And so, and also too, like he's not just remaking the toys, he's also filling a gap. Like they never made the shark, or it's like he's remaking it. It's like, oh my gosh. So it's stuff like that. And also the Sectars line, the Nasil Toy Company has put out a couple new Sectars figures for pre-order, and like again that tugs at my heartstrings, and I was like, I need these toys. And so there are some toy companies that will definitely write about, and it's not, we're not trying to snub anyone. We're not writing about them. It's just those particular companies kind of tugged at our interests and felt really compelled to write about them.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is just so much, speaking to earlier, that the sort of toy renaissance, like, again, this is one of those things that just popped out of nowhere and caught a lot of people's attention. And this is just one of many things that have popped out, particularly on this site at 5K Toys. Not to mention, like the domestic indies. So for sure, so cool. It's hard to cover a bunch. Plus, the heart wants what the heart wants. We cover what we can and want to sort of see.
Yeah,
that's right. But I mean, just looking at these guys, so they're like a little bit smaller scale than what we're seeing from NECA and Super 7 right now. They're a little on the shorter side, but the amount of detail that's here, I mean, this is insane and intense. Like, this is the turtle toy I want. It's a new take on an old favorite. And that's what I like, because these things have to grow, in order for us to really keep moving forward with new stuff. I mean, it's really, really important that we get that. So this is just the Donatello, and then here is the Master. Now look at this. Look at this disheveled rat.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I love he comes with like all these little accessories, like a scroll. He's got some handcuffs going on here. I mean, this is a Splinter that's seen some shit.
Indeed.
He's been through the ringer hanging out in that sewer. And I mean, the articulation, the posability, the detail, it's outstanding. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see more of these coming out. But Brick and I have like kind of been planning more and more to get to a talk where we're all going to talk just like indies for like 7 hours or something like that, because that's how long my streams go. As has been so pointed out this past week's Toy Frenzy. And then to, just go ahead and prove everybody wrong, I decided after that I was going to go ahead and jump online and go live with, Ken and Brick and Adam. Hey, Bobby, what's going on, man? It's good to see the return of the scroll.
Bobby, wake
behind
up.
you.
Oh, you put me in. I was going to put myself in. I didn't know you already put me in.
Wake up, Bobby.
All right. Jesus.
Yes, welcome to the fellowship there, Bobby.
Thanks.
sir.
I-
Oz, if I may, there's a wizard that needs managing at Isengard, you see. So I must be off. Cheerio, everybody, and have fun with the party there. Sorry I could not bring any whiz-bangers, but maybe next time, indeed.
All right. Absolutely there, Mint on Card.
There is off, sir. Carry on.
Good to see you. I also want to welcome to this grouping here, very important part of the community, My Buddy's Customs as well tonight. Join us in faceless, but showing us the amazing workspace that he does, all of his amazing work.
I don't want him to say a word because he makes us say all that crap during our show.
Bobby, did you write him a script?
Not yet. I don't know if you want to read that one.
You heard that?
Well, I'll get working on it right now.
All right.
Golly gee, Jilliker, guys, this is going to be such a.
You son of a bitch.
So, My Buddy's Customs and Bobby, very nice to meet you.
Dance, my little monkey, dance.
Hi, My Buddy's Customs. I see you on the chat all the time, so
Hi.
and we've interacted on DM. So very nice to meet you finally, or at least part of your hands.
Awesome. Yeah, my hands.
Good having you in, indeed.
I'm not feeling very, pretty today, so you get the hands and the cool figures. That
You're a hand model. That's all you need to say. We're good.
As long as you have figures on the screen, that's all we need. You know? We're good.
That's right. That's what we're all here for.
Yeah, all right.
See, and this happens every time Bobby jumps on live with us here. Look at Bobby.
I don't
There's
know
a hi,
why.
Bud. Bobby. I want to, you know what? After just repeating that so many times, I want to see the spin-off show, Bobby and Buddy.
Yep,
Oh,
Bobby and Buddy.
It'll happen. It's going to become a fight fest. I'll tell you that. We'll just be arguing back and forth.
Right. One of those buddy cop shows where they're always feuding, but they're actually really good friends.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right.
So for something, I see
Yeah.
the chat asking, are those Lego Star Wars that you have hanging there? Or are they models, or they actual
They're
vehicles?
Lego. They're Lego.
Okay.
They're Lego. Lego Star Wars stuff.
And nothing falls off, or are they glued together?
No, they're not glued together.
Craggle.
With Craggle.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, just straight up Lego ingenuity, keeping everything together. And they're mostly using guitar hook. What do you call them?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, guitar hooks on the wall hooks for the most part.
Oh,
So-
wow. I never thought about that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we got limited space here, Bay Area housing, so things go up on walls.
Oh, I
And
get it.
ceilings.
Yeah, those Legos.
I
take
know
up
what
a
you
lot
mean,
of room.
indeed, sir.
I have a 1/3 built Snake Mountain from Mega Construct because I just have nowhere to display it, and it's killing me because I want to put the damn thing together. But then
Oh,
I'm like,
gee.
once it's built, I don't know where I'm gonna put it, so it went back in the box.
Sorry,
And how long has that taken to get to a third?
Oh my God, forever! Like Michael
Yeah.
built his Snake Mountain 2 or 3 times in the same amount of time it took me to do 10 bags twice.
Twice. And
I
you know
was
why I built
working
it
on a
twice?
side gig at night and then also the website, so I didn't have a lot of spare time. But
Sure.
yeah, he beat
So-
me. He's like, "Oh, I got it built again." Poor Michael. He finished it. He put it on his shelf, and then you tell him what happened.
Oh geez, so I had this bright idea of hanging a bracketless shelf that I guess was just to the weight of Snake Mountain. Just kind of brought it down, but it kind of all happened in slow motion. I was putting it up, and then I saw the shelf start to bow a little bit and just bend down. And by that time, it was too late. The whole thing came crashing down into a beautiful disaster.
Oh no!
Yep.
But
I had that. I have this toy shelf here. I have a toy shelf here for all of my like origins and stuff. And I just got done stacking this 4-tier tall. Let's see if I can turn it here.
Ooh.
So I had all these things all tiered up, all looking nice, and I was putting up, I think, Mechanic up at the top of my shelf here, and I was just reaching up, and as I put them up there, his head perfectly fit. All of these just tumbled over and somehow bounced on the shelf, knocked over half of these.
Toy nightmares.
And I had like 30 figures on the floor.
How many of us have
it was horrible.
It's always, but my buddy's custom, it's always when you're putting like the last figure on the shelf and you just get a little too cocky and put it up too fast, and then everything falls over.
Yeah,
all the figures
exactly.
get knocked like dominoes, you see. Then you have to pick them all up again.
Yep. All music fans right there with you, Eldor, just saying dominoes. Absolutely.
Yep.
And for some reason, even though Orko has the flattest bottom, like this thing, like he should not fall over. He is always the figure first to like fall over, and he's knocking over others. This figure is cursed.
You know,
my little Orko here.
Like leaping off the shelf, and I don't know why.
Right?
And it's actually a really
we all know about little Orko there.
Yeah, I don't know about Orko. He should be laying flat.
So Toy Sorcerer, speaking of shelves, you know, earlier on your sort of re-premiere show, a bunch of folks in the chat were shouting out some things behind you.
Yeah.
And, you know, you're starting to tell me earlier before we went on a little bit about them. Those are all, you were saying vintage collections. Were those from childhood? Were those like pickups over the years?
Most of these, like on this side, are all childhood. Well, most of these are pickups over the years. This is all vintage Motu on the bottom shelf here. And then my Thundercats collection, the bottom shelf also is all vintage. And the orange-haired Lion-O is a special gift from my sister. It's the first thing she ever bought on eBay, I remember. So I cherish that Lion-O to death. And over the years, I've been building up the line to the fact where I inspired Michael, and he has a huge vintage Thundercats collection as well. And then the top shelf is all modern stuff. So, you know, Thundercats Ultimates. But I have a huge collection in the rest of the room that you guys can't all see. But I've got, you know, vintage Star Wars and you know, Ghostbusters and a huge Motu Classics collection, thanks to Michael, because I bought a bunch of his extras. But yeah, I've got, you know, Mego and a bunch of stuff. G.I. Joe, a lot of O-ring G.I. Joe. But and I think the pride of my Thundercats collection is this extremely minty Jaga that I've got right here, and he is complete. And
hey, Ozzy, would you mind zooming in?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going to take him down very carefully, but you know, this is a rare sight to see. But this is, and he has, you know, no scratches on his boots or anything. I was hunting down this Jaga for the longest time until I found the perfect specimen. And he was quite a pretty penny, but the pride of my collection. So he stays right here in the center of the Thundercats display. And that's why, you know, as a matter of fact, my desk is not even here. I had to jerry rig something so that you guys can see this beautiful display behind me for the YouTube live streams. So, because I thought this was the nicest background to have, and I guess people were enjoying seeing it. And then this sorceress I have back here is actually the very one that I use on my avatar. So when you see the Toy Sorceress logo, she's it.
Oh, yes.
That's who I use.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
Love it.
Indeed.
Yeah, no, it's a great collection.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm always sort of
Appreciate
curious
that.
how much of the stuff people have displayed made it from childhood.
I only have a few childhood survivors, like some Superpowers figures, some TMNT, and some Ghostbusters. But that's about it. The rest of the stuff I had to, and a few Star Wars figures. The rest I built up, and probably a lot like a lot of you was during the pandemic.
Mhm.
My toy collecting went from like kind of like this to like huge, because we had nothing better to do, right?
Yep, that and toy therapy.
I gotta say, it was a lot nicer toy hunting without people in the store, though.
Oh yeah, I actually missed toy hunting because I stayed out of the stores for a while when all the shutdown was happening. A lot of stores were closed too, so it's like you went on eBay, you had nothing better to do. So I built up a huge like vintage Star Wars collection and of course all the Thundercats and stuff. But yeah.
What about you, Brick? Something?
Yeah,
What
some
kinds of things do you
Yeah,
collect?
some
so
stores
you got your
had
Legos
like
back here.
What kinds of things do I collect? Yeah, well, no, I definitely for a long time it was Lego, and it's an obscene amount. But before that, growing up as a kid, I was born into a solid Kenner Star Wars collection. I have a brother who's 5 years older than me. He was born in 71. I was born in 76. So I was literally born into a house that was just like Star Wars, right? So, in fact, he loves to remind me about how I used to try, he spent most of his time trying to keep me away from his toys so I wouldn't break them. And then when G.I. Joe came out, that became a thing that we both went in together on. And we still have most of that stuff in his storage with the exception of a couple of pieces that he sold to a friend, but it's all down there. And I think this summer probably going to try and dig back into some of that stuff. A little bit scared, but curious, So yeah, and then besides that, you mentioned Sectars earlier, Michael. That was my jam. That was like, my brother was older. He wasn't interested. That was like, oh, this is just the thing that Brick gets to sort of have. And I love those. Yeah, I never, got the Giant Hive play set, but had the figures and the deluxe figures with the puppets. And that was my jam. And he and I had, my brother and I each had a couple of Masters of the Universe. And so for whatever reason, I had a Castle Grayskull and I think 4 vintage Masters of the Universe as a kid. And that was, that was it. Aside from that, like that was my thing. And then fell into Lego for a while, stopped with figures, just sort of watched from afar. And I told you, watch Toy Habits, checking stuff out online. And I couldn't resist when I was just sort of excited that Masters of the Universe was coming back, and it was coming back in this sort of new, more adult, form factor, collectible form factor with a little bit more articulation and design, and then from there, how it goes, rabbit hole. Did much of your childhood collection survive there, Michael? Like you said, your mask and
so a couple mask toys.
Collection survive there, Michael. Like you said, your mask.
There was let's see,
getting some echo.
Yeah, a little bit echo.
Yeah. There's also
Echo.
Background. I think. Yeah. So actually, Whiplash and Mechaneck were the only Masters of the Universe to survive my childhood. Basically, I went down to my parents' house down in Southern California, and they had this bag of toys, and they had Whiplash in there, Mechaneck. There were some GoBots, there was a really decrepit Thunder Machine from my G.I. Joe collecting days, which I love. And I love that it's like missing a wheel and missing part of the gun. And it's like, it's not in great condition. And
Aww.
Yeah, just a few.
It's part of the charm, sir. Part of the charm.
Oh, yes. definitely. I wouldn't have it any other way. But a lot of this stuff is just from adult, just adult collecting. And what I actually, in 2001, I started a job at eBay. I'm a user researcher for a living. And so they wanted us to use the website. And so I was like, why don't I just start collecting the toys that I used to play with as a kid? And so all these boxes of toys started showing up. And my wife was like, why are you buying why are toys showing up at the door? And I was like, oh, this is so great. Let me sell you on this.
No time to explain. I need those toys.
I got to use the eBay stuff.
Not to worry, love. It was only the microwave I ordered.
Right, exactly.
I like that excuse.
So Oz, do you have some childhood survivors in your collection too?
Nope.
Toys? Nothing.
I do not. I've talked about it a time or two, but my entire house, it burned down in '99. So all of my childhood toys gone.
So
sorry.
sad.
I'm so sorry. I would be devastated. Oh my God.
On so many levels.
It's just one of those things where, you learn to go away from the attachment to them necessarily, because the memories of playing with them are up here. And that works for me because you know what? Now I'm in a position where I'm getting a lot of these childhood toys in newer and better ways that I never had before. And I know Adam from Go Figures asked me, do I get that same love when I go to open up a new toy versus what I had with my original toy? And do you want to go ahead and hold up the LJ and Lino again? Oh my!
You gotta love this brand new Ultimates LJ and Lino. I mean, tugging at the heartstrings. I gotta tell you, this is the most absolute favorite thing I've gotten this year so far. I love it. But yeah, you're totally right, Oz. I mean, new memories, brand new articulation, but just my God, this just takes me back to 1985, and in so many better levels. Yeah, incredible.
Right, and I mean, that first time I opened Origins He-Man and opened Origins Skeletor, I felt like I was 5 again. I definitely had that feeling. I still love and I still respect the vintage. I have a box of vintage Motu sitting right behind me right now. Not a box of Bobby. No, I don't have a box of Bobby back here. It's actual vintage Masters Universe toys, and I love that I've got that. Because these are the roots. This is where it started, and I still appreciate that. But now I can expand on it.
I mean, I think everybody in the group and in the chat would agree that the reason that Motu Origins is so incredibly successful is because they found that blend of tugging at our heartstrings for the vintage figures that they were, with their brand new articulation, interchangeability, and all the cool modernness of them, but still keeping that incredible nostalgic vibe that screams out 1980s to us, that makes us love them so much. And Mattel just hit it out of the park with Origins, and that's why they can't keep any of these things in stock. Everything sells out right away. Every time a new figure comes on board, it's just like everyone goes nuts over them, and they found that perfect blend. I heard the phenomenon of a lot of people switching out their vintage Motu displays with their Origins figures. Eventually they start to kind of swap them out, and the legs on these poor guys start to wear out with those rubber bands that they used, and the Origin ones just plug right in perfectly. So way to go, Mattel. Keep it coming.
Take a breath, Bobby. Take a breath. It's all right.
It's okay, Bobby. Just relax, Bobby.
They do make for a good display with all the various colors you get in there, and you see some of these collections, and people have set up quite a few dioramas there, and you think, oh yes, I've got to have a bit of that in my house there. So yes, you create a little world up there and set everything up. Looks rather good.
Don't
indeed.
get me wrong, I love the vintage figures. There's nothing that's ever going to replace that. But you know, the fact that Mattel was able to make something modern as well as they did and so nostalgic is incredible. I just really give it up to them.
Oh, I do too. Yeah.
I wanted to show Michael something.
Oh wow!
This is a custom Dreadnought bike.
Oh, that's cool.
Wow.
Looking very good.
Yeah, I was looking at that on your IG, and one of the where's the Zartan sticker or the decal? It's on the back end, I think, right? So did you do all the art for the decals too?
No, they're all water slide decals. But all of the painting, all of the individual pieces that were painted was me.
But I mean, like, did you design the and have the water slides done, or?
No, there's a Bad Mother Customs on eBay.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 2 or 3 different sets that you can get. They do one. He does 118 and 112. So it's really kind of nice that you get an option for both. If I tried to paint that, I would, pull my hair out. You could see that would be a really, really hard task.
It looks great. It's funny. We're talking vintage versus origins, and then you're bringing up your custom stuff. It's like to come back to what you were saying earlier, Oz, and what we were picking up on last Thursday is this idea of the toy renaissance. Like, what is this moment for toys and toy culture? And sometimes we're tempted to use that versus like, no, this is better. That is not. It's like, if we pause for a second, it's all of those things. Those things are all available and can be available to you right now. You're like, you can go and get some vintage. You can get these sort of newer ones, and you can go ahead and make your own, right? And like, we're just in this, I don't know, this fascinating time where I really try my best not to do this sort of like, oh, this is better, or one versus the other. It's like, yes, please. It's more of an and rather than an or for me, because yeah, I mean, what you just held up there, man, like when did we think we'd get Rulers of the Sun in both a vintage style and in Masterverse that's like 7-inch and articulated, and you got the new adventures.
Right.
It's just wild.
Spoiling us indeed.
Yeah. And then you're like, I want a Dreadnought bike. I'm going to make a Dreadnought bike. And there's people who will sell me water decals.
Well,
yes, I came across a fellow making a cardboard G.I. Joe vehicles on the IG there last night. I had to take a second look there to see if they were cardboard or not, but indeed they were, and they look rather good. Yeah. There's a lot of clever people about.
Oh man, people that make cardboard sets. I mean, some of that stuff can look pretty good. I mean, I'm just saying, if like someone wanted to make a computer console, like bam, all of a sudden there's like one right here, and it's like, wow, that's cool. You could like slip in a piece of paper, screen. You got the buttons here, and this is just a cardboard box.
I thought that was a toilet.
Right?
Oh dear.
Right now, I'm building a table.
Oh, okay. The Eternian commode.
The royal one.
That's right. I want to give a big shout out. First time on the channel here tonight. Bill from Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures in the house with us tonight. And showing off probably one of the best.
Hey, everybody.
What is up, Bill? Did you want to flip around and show us that toy cam again, and so I can full screen that beautiful sexiness for everybody?
Big sexy.
Oh,
Look at Modi.
That is nice.
I'm loving Modi right there.
Oh, you got a little Modi too.
It's like Screw Steak Mountain and Castle Grayskull and Point Dread.
I've seen that one before.
I love your Castle Grayskull. Wow. Great work.
That looks fantastic.
And speaking of,
look at my buddy's customs. He's got a Modi too.
I like that Modi.
Are you guys floating around like Modi 3D print files?
Custom painted this.
Yes.
That looked like a real.
I bought this from someone on Instagram.
That looks awesome.
And I just painted it up. This will be my first.
That paint is awesome, bud.
I based it actually on color changing chameleon.
Yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, this will be my first YouTube video.
Nice.
Congrats.
Awesome.
That's right.
Hey,
That's
Oz,
looking
so
forward to that
I
one.
need to run, but I wanted to
Okay.
thank you so much for having me on the show. And
She tries to keep it PG-13
thank
here.
everybody with us. It's been so lovely meeting you all and all the love and fantastic words from the chat. Thank you guys so much. But I just wanted to give a shout out to everybody, and I'm super excited that we relaunched the channel and part of this amazing group tonight. So thank you for having us all on.
Thank you so much,
are such an incredible and gracious guest. So
Here,
I'll let the
indeed.
party keep going.
And really quick, so is it going to be every week at same time, Saturdays, 3 p.m. Pacific?
We're hoping. Like I really don't have a life, so it's. I'm just kidding. No, we can do it
If
consistently.
there's not like some other, yeah. If we don't have like some other pressing thing to do, on Saturday afternoons at 3 o'clock, that's what we're gonna try and keep it at that regular time.
Yes, definitely. Yes, and thank you so much, Oz. And it was great meeting everybody here too. Just also for the first time, and Brick, something fantastic to actually see you in person. We'll definitely have to hang out because we're so freaking close to each other.
Man, let's go. We'll figure it out. Congratulations
Yeah, Brick's
again.
the thing. You're gonna get me back into Legos again.
There's nothing
I had
wrong
to stop
with
because I
getting
ran
back
out
into
of room.
Yes,
Understood.
building the
so into
Legos
Legos
keeps the
last
mind
year.
sharp, indeed.
Well,
Welcome back, Toy Habits. Woo!
that's right.
Thank you.
So good to have you guys back, doing the live thing again with the community. And thank you for coming on tonight and celebrating with us for a while, because it's been an absolute blast. I've been hyped for this all week. So
thank you. It was so nice of you to
Same.
even
It's
think of
awesome.
having something like this. So we really appreciate it, and it really touches my heart. So thank you.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
incredible. Thank you, Oz, for this
Yeah, don't mind
celebration
me. I'm
and after
unboxing
party.
everything from the week, so I'm good over here.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, y'all.
Thanks,
It's
guys. Bye.
here to the new
Night.
year of Toy Habits, indeed. Good night there.
Toy Habits.
that's right. I mean, who doesn't get excited when they hear that theme?
I love that theme, man. It's so of my childhood
I
when you
was-
hear that. It's so good.
Yeah, I was saying in the chat earlier. I'm like, every time I hear that song, it's like, ooh, I get hyped. But on the other side, it's also like I hear that theme and it's like, oh great, what am I going to buy today? Because they always just make you like want every item that they put on.
Yep.
I know what you mean there, sir. Indeed.
Oh, wait a minute. What's this we got going on here?
Everybody showing their toys.
Oh,
That's right.
Is that the is that
you
Tiger?
gotta stop showing me those mythic legions. I might.
Is that Tiger you just shared the original or the
It's the original.
transparent?
Not transparent. I'm only getting one iteration of each. I'm getting
That's what they all say.
one of the mutants now. It's the space issue, and then Mumra. And I'll be done once I get Wily Kit and Wily Cat.
Which Mumra?
I'm not getting the decrepit mummy one.
Okay. I'm happy to have both, and I do have something coming in soon for him to hang out in, so I'm excited about that.
Just really fast, and I'm not a good host to begin with.
Bill, how you doing down there? I know sometimes connection gets rough.
Yeah,
I hear
I
you, man.
think.
I'm gonna need to get a signal boost myself soon. If trying to have everybody in and all like that. And guys, I'm just excited to be hanging out with everybody tonight. This is really, start off as a big celebration. Again, just to welcome Toy Habits back to, starting to do more live streams again. Yeah, Payne's really just showing off. He's been stacking up those boxes all freaking week over there, showing them off in the Discord server. And look, now we got Eldor jumping in with it too.
Well, yes, I'm all well stocked too.
You know, I got to get kinky with him. It's either that or just
my
leave him in the
stash
corner
there.
all week. I
What's
don't leave
going
him
on,
in the corner all
Allison?
week. I got to get him out and play with him at some point.
It's true, man. You got to start breaking them out. We'll start opening them up while you're here. I mean, unless you got some live recording that we're going to be doing. Oh, wait. And now we get Buddy's Face joining us tonight.
Oh, there he
Good to
is.
see you there, sir.
The man, the myth, the legend. Showing
Your hands are
off.
looking good, but you know this part's better.
That's right.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off for a minute. I might be back, right?
Okay, yeah. Just let me know, man. Well, you can
Sure.
jump in.
Sure.
Sure. See you guys.
Let's take care, Bobby. Oh, man. Dude, I'm excited for having just such a wonderful panel of hosts hanging out tonight, sharing what we got going on. And my buddy's custom showing off a tongue lasher down there. Oh, man. Making me jelly right now. Got some more snake men.
Indeed.
I got my camo con. I got my king
The moment of
hiss.
truth on this Falcon because I'm getting ready to pull him out. I guess we'll see if the face is as bad as they say.
Yeah. We need to take a look at that once you get them out.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I don't know there.
He's looking rather keen there.
Yeah, it's not awful, but it's not great.
And
not awful.
You know, a second ago, Oz, you brought up Allison or A. Troy's comment, and I don't know if you've seen a lot of her work, but she does these amazing sort of vintage inspired customs, and she's really trying to take the Origins figs and build out as much of the sort of Masters of the Universe and She-Ra universes and characters as possible. She just does really amazing work.
Does she have IG?
She does have an IG, but there's stuff on there. But on the GDL Discord, she shares a little bit more of her stuff there. She's kind of working on that.
Yeah, it's really
and
good. I've seen it.
I hope this is seen as more of a positive kind of attention, Allison, but I'm hoping to get her on the channel soon. We're working on it and really showcase some of her stuff. But on top of that, like an insane encyclopedic knowledge about the universe, just sort of like, all the concept art, like she's super familiar with. Great stuff. And I'm hoping we get to see a lot more of her work because it's some good stuff. There's a little bit of it on it's Allison _of_ Troy, but there's definitely a lot more that I've been able to see that she's been able to share. And so I hope that's seen as a positive little spotlight there, Allison, but we'll get there. We'll get to see your stuff. More of us will get to see more of your stuff soon, hopefully.
There we go.
I'm just a fan of like the collectors and the artwork that people are doing. Like again, Bill, that gray skull. I don't know. I've never heard you actually talk about it. I don't know when you did that, but the paint job's amazing.
I agree. I'm digging that Castle Grayskull. I love the little added moss textures and stuff like that. And there you go, Brick, just for your response right there. Allison, if you can, hit me up on IG, or if you want to jump in tonight, show off some stuff, I'd be happy to have you on, especially now that we've cleared the room a little bit here. We've got room for more panel guests. And I need to give some shout outs because, again, we got more people coming in the chat here. Skelevator's here with us tonight.
Hey.
Skelly, if you want to pop in and say hey to everybody, you're more than welcome to pop in for a second. I know normally you got stuff going on.
Yeah, but seriously, Oz, it would be great to have Skelly on, but I just wanted to take a moment and realize, you and me aside, look at everybody around. Everyone in this right now has done some amazing customs. It's like,
right?
And I love it. I really love it. I love seeing people's work, man.
I agree. And Brick, you've done some pretty handy custom work yourself. You're more like me with a little bit of pop and swap and stuff like that. And I mean, you do fantastic stuff.
Thank you.
Absolutely do some fantastic.
And I painted it back in the day, and I want to do that. I've got stuff ready, but I just don't. I have such limited space, and this fool decided to start a YouTube channel. So now he's already got basically a weird little set in a room with the figures. So eventually I want to set up some space. I think you were saying that on somebody's
Hey,
IG today.
Can y'all hear me?
In and out, Bill.
Yeah,
It's a little bit steadier now.
I did that gray skull about a I had to stop something I had going on here. Yeah, I did that gray skull about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, and I've been working on it ever since. I show it off every once in a while. I think we pulled it out last Sunday, and I was working on the interior of it. The weapons rack, I painted all the weapons in the weapons rack. I painted the combat trainer. I haven't painted the walls inside, but I've got the shields on the wall that you see when Skeletor first comes in the castle with the heraldry on them. Got that done today. I fixed a way to put them on the wall so they stay there permanently. Well, I close off with the little hooks that they're in there permanently. But I'm kind of working on things. I'm planning on working on that Snake Mountain over there. I'm gonna do it up like I did Gray Skull eventually one of these days. Just got to find the time to get out and do it. I'll probably do it this summer, after it gets warm outside. But I enjoyed being on. I didn't get to stay long. My internet connection wasn't doing very well here earlier, but I'm going to have to run here in about an hour. We've got live stream going on late night with Bill and Largo. We're going to be covering Who Knows What Evil Lurks in the Hall.
I can't wait to watch
the shadow
that. I got
knows,
hype.
baby. The shadow knows. Yeah.
Can I just say I'm loving like this
Yeah,
Saturday
we
night
got big
icon
smoke.
thing you got going on.
What's that, Bill?
Largo and I have been working really hard, and this week's the shadow is going pretty deep. It's going to be a long show on that one. We're going to have to probably take a break next weekend because Largo's a little overworked. I'm getting kind of tired too. I've been doing 3 live streams every weekend, and I'm going to have to cut it back to maybe 1 or 2. I'm not going to be in town tomorrow, so I won't be doing my regular hangout tomorrow, but I'll try to get things a little back on track next week. But it was good to see everybody. I hope you guys stop by and visit us tonight at late night, and we'll see y'all next time.
Right on, Bill. Hopefully we get to see some magic too sometime. It's been a while. I love watching whenever you do drop a little magic. It's good stuff.
I do drop a little magic. I will say this, and magic has kind of gone to Patreon. It doesn't do very well here on YouTube. I'm not getting a lot of views off of it. But my Patreon's like it though. It's over on the Patreon, guys. If y'all want to give me a couple of bucks and be a Patreon, you can see a little magic over there every now and then. But you guys take care and love your show, Oz. Thanks for having me on. I'll try to come on and have a better connection next time.
Of course, man. I'm happy to have you. And like one of these Saturdays, we'll have to do like a combined thing, or maybe I'll go on for part of it and then we'll kick it over into yours and just have the party continue over there. Definitely do something along those lines.
That would be great. That would be great. Yeah, kind of have a hop from channel to channel deal. That would be fun. All right, guys, we'll see y'all and take
night,
care.
Bill.
Good journey. Okay.
Good night, sir. Have a good stream there.
Yeah. Not to steal that idea from Ken here, but his streamathons with everybody are always absolutely amazing. I love seeing that. And another great toy tuber in for this evening. We've got Megan in the house.
Hello. How are y'all?
Man,
happy to be here.
There we go. We're gonna call it channel surfing. I like that. I really like that. As a matter of fact, I'll put on like a blonde wig so I look like I came straight out of Point Break. Except I'll put it down here around my beard, or where my beard used to be. And we got more. A Punk with Toys is all about going on whatever, taking a look at that. Payne's CoverGirl has 2 attached arms. Let's bring that up here real quick. Both arms fully attached.
Have there been issues? Is that what's going on? Punk and Pains, yeah.
The last 2 waves have had issues with the arms attaching properly. It looks like a QC issue. The pegs are not quite where they need to be. There's length, so they're not mushrooming in right.
Would you mind holding her up again?
Yeah, bring her up one more time and I'll enlarge it.
Right on.
Yeah, she's looking good, man.
There's a little bit of a clearance here, and there shouldn't be, so it's probably will come off fairly.
Got it. It's at the shoulder then, or it's at the bicep.
Yeah, the bicep swivel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh man,
it's loose. It's not quite where it needs to be, tolerance wise.
Yeah, Punk with Toys is saying the arm was it broke? Was it just sort of not connected?
I think his was broken.
Oof.
That happens.
It does happen, and I'm sorry that it happened to you, Punk with Toys. I mean, hopefully you reach out and try to hear something back from Hasbro, but we all know how that can be.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure Lawrence got it taken care of. He just put him up in blast on,
Sometimes it's all you got to do. So,
if you got to do it, you got to do it. Sometimes you got to do it.
Sometimes, yeah. Pop Actor here saying, Oz, if you want the ultimate, you've got to be willing to pay the ultimate price. So wear the wig. All right, Brick, let's go ahead and show off what you got going here with this amazing X-ray.
Yeah, speaking of cover girls, I guess.
Z-Ray.
This is Tadala from the, I don't know how they pronounce it. I've been calling it Zezre Studio, Combatants Fight for Glory. And I just, I just unboxed her live. I think it was just yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
I love these helmets here.
Are they ratchet joints in the shoulders?
They're not ratchet joints. They are. First off, I love how what a fit that is, right? Where the head just sort of like lines right up. I don't know if you can see the eyes, but perfect.
Yeah.
So there's a ball in there that the sort of shoulder wraps over. I don't know if you can kind of tell.
I was curious about those. I wanted to see how their architecture and design was. So
yeah, they're pretty fascinating, and I just love checking out different lines and sort of seeing how they're all engineered. Yeah, I don't know. I'm digging them. They're not cheap, so.
No.
Oftentimes Oz and I are talking about we're talking about Legions, for example, and there's this perception on cost. But, if you're pre-ordering them, they're right up there with some of these Hasbro figs and Mattel's, $34 on a pre-order, $38 otherwise. That's not the case with these guys. So,
speaking of Legions here, we've got the beautiful Varg. Or ugly Varg.
He was a pretty penny. He was a pretty penny indeed.
Certainly. But what, again, a fantastic figure. Gosh.
Wait, is that did you get a second one, or did you put him back in the box?
Oh, no, I put him back in the box there.
Oh, okay.
He's going to be my next custom work there. A bit of a Hudson tribute to the Gargoyles characters there. Maybe a different head sculpt I might do, and of course painting on the inside of the wings there. I might give him a bit of a pot belly, perhaps. But
you're going to build on top of it then?
Yeah, indeed.
So you'll give him a beard.
I'll keep the head as is, of course, but I may make a more suitable head, perhaps, or just sculpt some facial hair off him, perhaps. But we'll see.
Yeah, I love him. And again, you were able to take a look at his nose. Again, I pointed this out before, but there's just the detail on his nostrils, that shiny nose, right?
I love that. Yeah. It's got just that extra bit of paint app that really comes through.
Gimmick that comes with the packaging there. You can slide things out and what have you. Oh, there he is.
So, I was going to say, yeah, Brick has his up, and I know, Eldor, you're getting yours? Let's get that focus.
I love that you can put them back in.
We're muddling around.
Oh, why won't it focus?
Face. It was guy's face. Ugh.
Yeah, I put my unknown one in my GI Joe display. He's of Dr. Mindbender's experiment.
I love that.
Eldor, can you get yours to focus? Yeah. Yeah, that is a great choice. I mean, that's one of the best things about. I don't think we're going to be able to get them to focus in enough to see that. But anybody who's owned this figure, the detail on it's nostrils.
Yep.
Nostrils. Who pays that much attention to toy noses?
It's the nostrils and even under the eyes a little bit.
Right under the eyes.
They got that.
I noticed too. They add a bit of gloss around his teeth and just in the nose there, so a bit of a touch of detail there.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, that Varg has the dwarf-sized body, correct? Or
Yes.
the dwarf legs.
The dwarf legs. Yep. The barbarian.
It's just not the dwarf. Just not the dwarf feet, though. Rather, I think their feet are something else.
Barbarian feet.
Orcs.
Or no, they're not barbarian. These are unique feet.
Or
orc feet.
That's not good.
Orc feet.
Okay.
Or goblin feet, maybe. I don't know. One of those.
Yeah, that's a fantastic figure.
You ever have two colors on your arm that you shouldn't have two colors on the arm?
Wait, what?
Oh no.
His elbow is a different color from his forearm and his bicep.
Ooh.
No, bro, he's just ashy. It's cool.
Oh, that is terrible.
And Thanos Copter says, I got a troll coming, and I blame Brick, my wallet, may want to fight him.
Is that the young Outback Pain?
Technically, it's Outback, not the young one, but he in my headcanon, he is Outback Junior.
Gotcha.
Yeah, my absolute first figure right now is on pre-order at BBTS right now, which is the Headless Horseman, the second version.
Gorgeous.
That's a nice one.
Gorgeous colors. You working on something there, bud?
Sorry about that. My camera flipped around.
What are those pink strips?
Yes.
Yeah, what are that?
I'm building a table for like origin size figures. And this is the strap that's going to go around the base here.
God, I love folks'
Very
creativity, man.
I know there is. I love how we have so much creativity going on middle of a stream. Yeah. Yeah, clearly we can see Payne's. He's working on stuff right now as we're all chilling here.
I'll
you know,
just
my
try to get
buddy's
all the
custom
figures
start
out.
his work.
that
And
I can fit anyway.
right?
There's a bunch that I needed to open, and I just like, you know what? Might as well just open them now.
Yeah, sure. Go for it, man. Absolutely. Why not do some random unboxings? You know, tonight's about hanging out, having fun, and just enjoying toys, which is never a bad thing.
You know what? Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's have fun, folks. What do you got there, Emerald?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do we got Emerald showing off here?
Serpentor.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he has a
Amen.
Very good.
God, that thing is look at that toy.
Finally got him.
I'm so glad he came in, man.
That's such a cool figure.
And another special guest.
Oh, there he goes.
He survived this call.
Oh dear.
I'm so glad to see he made it out okay.
He took that nosedive pretty well.
Yep. Yep, pretty much.
I love it, man. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to heat this gun up because it is literally half circle. That is fantastic. Oy. Hair dryer time tomorrow. Enjoy.
Eldor had sent me over before we got through a lot of this. He wanted to send me some of his customs that he's been working on and showing off. Now these are all posts for mine.
Oh yes, just to save my poor legs there from getting up and down. You see.
Oh, absolutely.
Indeed.
No problem at all. Let's go ahead here and let's pop these up on the screen. So we've got Eldor's version of Duplicat here. Once I can see if I can get this.
That's
That's nice.
Very nice.
That's very nice.
It is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. By the way, one of the best versions.
Woo!
I mean, it looks straight like
he has a LED in his eye there, as you can see in the photo.
Looks straight like he's out of Terminator. You know?
Oh, yes,
I love it
a bit
though.
metal damage there.
I'll
Had a
to
bit
get
of a
to
scrap.
Masterverse Grizzlor.
Oh, that's great.
Still a work in progress, of course.
You know me, Brick. This just hits.
Yep.
It absolutely hits. And I love the reusing of the cult. Again, I'm not sure which one you used, whether it was Triclops or whether it was Trapjaw's robes, but like
Trapjaws, I believe, yes. Triclops was a bit more elaborate there, so yeah.
Yeah, so
of course, I didn't have anything else to supplement not having a harness there, but I did indeed sculpt the Horde symbol on his chest and just glued that on.
So, and then we've got a Koldar custom as well, straight into the Masterverse scale, which looks gorgeous, by the way. Again,
that was the first video of his that I saw, of yours, Eldor, that I saw. Or it was either that or the Mosquito, maybe.
Oh, yes, I figured I made a little custom backpack for Mosquito with a couple of spare legs, and you can plug in some wings off the Transformers Bumblebee character there from the Beast Wars.
Sure, yeah, man.
I'm still looking for a mold that has come out, and he comes with red wings, so I'm still on the hunt to grab that figure for his red wings there.
Marvel Legends Beetle. If you get the Marvel Legends Beetle from the Spider-Man wave, I've seen people use that, and it looks amazing on Mosquito.
There's also another set you can get on the was it the Etsy, I believe. They're like a red frame wing, so they're not they're all hollow on the inside, like a bit of a stained glass frame, if you will. And you can get those too for your Mosquitoes.
Nice.
John, what is going on next to you? What is that tower? Are those towers of figures?
Big stash.
Yes.
Man,
look at that! Look at that! We're talking.
What? Say again. What was it?
That's all Masterverse.
Right, but are they different figs? You got multiples in there? What's going on?
No. They're all different.
Wow.
I have gotten in probably, well, let's see, since I started going after the Masterverse figures, in probably about a month, I've collected almost every single one.
Gotcha.
Jeez,
good job indeed.
See, what happened was John here was going to dip a toe in, but he slipped and fell into the pool face first.
It's always how it starts.
Been watching Legion's class, just went a different direction with it then?
Well, no, because I've got a confession with that now too. Now the first one that I actually unfortunately it's not going to be here till 24, but I've gotten 2 vampires, 2 skeletons, and one of the paladins and an ogre on the way.
I can't blame you, man. I can't blame you. It's so
Yeah.
Wait, did you say
he's down the rabbit hole already?
Did you say it's coming in 2024 or on the 24th of March?
No. 2024 is the is when the BBTS Headless Horseman is
pre-order comes in.
Sure. But when you said vampires,
it's still on.
What vampires are coming in 24?
Now the vampire that I have coming is the one that Eldor showed.
Oh, okay,
gotcha. But those are coming
the
soon.
Other one is the vampire in the arm.
The vampire in the armor. Oh, Baron Voligar?
Yeah, there you go. That's him.
Gotcha. But those are coming sooner, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, they should be out before
Okay.
2024.
Yeah, for a second, when you said 2024, I was like, man, are there figures coming?
So-
Did they announce vampires that I missed?
If you want to watch John unbox all 350 plus figures he has sitting behind him, I just went ahead and dropped his channel into the chat there. My man is sitting on 34 subscribers right now, which is so underappreciated of what he's got going on over there. I want to see tonight if we can get John up to at least 40. I know I've got 25 people in the chat right now watching. I really, really want to see if we can get our boy John up to 40 subscribers tonight. Minimum. 45 would be a top
you've
tier.
heard it first. The subscriber-a-thon has begun.
Yes,
Here we
there
go.
it goes.
Do it.
I'm
Let's
rolling
do
it
it.
again because we're raising everybody up in here. That's how it is. Everybody's going up tonight.
Subscriber-a-thon, yeah.
Let's do it.
So, John, give us a taste of the channel. Why don't you tell us about that hero there? I asked because I haven't opened mine yet, and I'm curious.
Well, I cheated. I pre-opened mine, and I haven't actually did my I haven't actually did my video or my research on it.
Oh, good. It's a preview.
As far as I can say, okay, so he is Revelations, Masterverse, and for real, I know he was like one of the first. He wasn't. Let's see. He gave his life in response to save King Skull. So I have a little bit of knowledge about it, but not a whole lot. I know that he gave his life to King Grayskull after King had during the Snake Men Rise, before they were all sent to the Dark Plane, where underneath Snake Mountain. So at that point, he was like one of the first of the shows in Preternia, or not Preternia.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, I'm kind of lost in his lineage, because there's not a whole lot to go on except for the new cartoon of Revelations. In fact, I'm not even sure if he's too much listed in the mini comics. As I've gone through some of them, I haven't gone through all of them, but I do know that through some of the comics that I have, of the normal comics that I get, he is in the Rise of the Snake Men, but they really focus on the Snake Men themselves. They're not really focusing in on the heroes and what happened between Hero, King Grayskull, and whatnot. It was basically really figuring out where the Snake Men had been placed with Elders and Zodak, and when the war was going on in Eternia, right before Hordak had attacked, and at the point where Hordak did attack, and that's when Hero gave his life to save King Grayskull, and after that, I'm just...
You like the fig?
Yeah, I love this figure. I really love everything that they've done with this. Again, my only problem is this cape.
Mm-hmm.
The material that they used with these capes are, and granted, it's probably for cost purposes. However, the best cape, the best hooded cape that they made at this point for any of the Masterverse figures was on Andra. Andra's cloak is very thick. It's almost felt like. Whereas this is really sheer and you can see right through it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of those at all. Of the Masterverse capes. Andrew's is cool. It doesn't fit super well, at least when I've sort of fiddled with it. But yeah, that hero's great. And in the comic, in the Revelation comic, if you haven't checked it out, they've sort of rejiggered the history. And so he is he's one of the sons of King Grayskull.
Indeed.
He is Ro, and his brother's Dare. So they kind of messed with some of the old lore too of Dare that would have been. So he becomes Hero. Yeah, I think the family name is Little Gray. So he's Ro Little Gray, and his brother's Dare Little Gray.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
He was a bit wet behind the ears when I first started training him. But of course, we recovered the power sword, and we decided to hide it away for a little while until the next hero rose up.
Yeah, I kind of go back and forth on like cloth goods and like McFarlane with the molded capes. It's like, I don't know if y'all saw that new Batman '89 Batmobile. So,
oh man,
I don't know if we were gonna bring that up or we want to sidetrack to that or whatnot. But I saw that thing and I saw that now McFarlane confirmed that it is gonna fit figures inside of it. But it's like, how are you gonna shove? I mean, like all the Batman figures, at least the ones I know of, they have the molded capes on there. So are you gonna try to squish it inside of there? So yeah, I mean, cloth good capes with that would work well. Or for photography, yeah, you can have them standing outside the Batmobile just posing and have it like that. But for shots inside, yeah, that's gonna be kind of different to try and fit them in there.
Yeah, it's tricky. I like some of the plastic capes. I do like what is the oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the is it Vicor? Yeah, the classics Vicor has that dope fur cape, and it looks really good. But yeah, the posability, and it just kind of sits there like a rock. And but yeah, I do wonder about that. There was a picture of the Tim Drake McFarlane figure that they just sort of announced.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because he's flying through the air and the cape is kind of flipped up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, how do they do that? Did they bend it for the shot? I'm kind of wondering how that's going to work out.
Yeah, the molded capes are awful, especially for balancing when you're trying to do anything with them other than stand them straight up.
Right.
Good luck trying to get a dynamic pose with that cape. Anytime I do this, the same thing with Legends. You can't. The damn capes just offset the weight too much.
Yeah, these Masterverse capes are real just thin, and like you said, it's almost like foam. I don't know, man. I don't know what this material is, but it's real thin and foamy and shiny, and it's fine. But this was before we knew we were going to get a motion picture He-Man, and I sort of made one and got this.
Yeah, that's nice.
This cape that off of eBay. And just the wiring is the wire, of course, is awesome, especially if you're doing yourself photos and posing and everything. But just this sort of cotton, and it's doubled up because they've got a front and a back. I don't know. It just feels a lot more lush, and they added this little trim to kind of emulate that. And then of course you got the what they're doing now, even with Mythic Legions, the soft goods before weren't the best, but better than Masterverse.
Perfect.
These new ones by C. Jessam, Pinoy, a Filipino couple up in Canada, and their stuff is fantastic, right?
Perfect.
You do the two-tone. I don't know. It just it definitely adds. They've sold me, and their fasteners too. You can see, it's these chains, and they use all sorts of things. This is a notion that you can get at the shop, but then they add this little chain, and
I'm so mad I popped the stitch on my cape.
You did?
Oh,
I did. So the chain falls now.
Ah.
I gotta get it. I gotta pin it back. That's all.
Have you guys ever? Does anybody besides me have a Beast Kingdom figure? I got the Merciless one.
Get that thing up there. Oh, see, how you gonna tease me like that, man?
I can go get
got
it.
all hard.
Oh my god, I can go get it. Just give me a second. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, don't go teasing me like that, bro.
It's show and tell, not tell and tell.
Yeah, the Serpentor cape.
I will say
nice too.
the cape they put on King Grayskull here, though, it's kind of felty on the back and it is wired. Yeah. I do kind of wish they would put this cape on like everyone.
Yeah.
Or at least the one they used on what's her face? Andra.
Yeah, that one's not bad.
That one's also like really nice. But like the wiring on this is like you should do this with all the capes. This is just great.
Yeah,
I just wish that wire ran through the bottom too. But it's cool. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fur at the top, that's just like put it like an extra level right there.
Yes. Oh my god, yeah.
And see this fur here, if you were to bring it to a point and right here on both sides, you could have used that same exact thing on the Evelyn Sorceress instead of that blue plastic.
Hey, real quick, but
so it's like they do it on this figure, but not on the other.
Can you show us the back of his hair and the fur? The back of his hair and fur. Do you have it running through that hole? Oh, okay, that's okay. You know, there's a hole in that fur that you can pass his ponytail through.
Really?
And that'll allow you to bring it a little closer down over his shoulders.
Yeah, that's how I have mine.
Oh, okay. I'll have to take a look at that.
What were you saying about that
Serpentor
Emerald?
Oh no, just the I was surprised by the cape. I mean, just because I'm used to the Masterverse cape, so this was. I mean, this comes off pretty nice, and I like the little detail they put on the back of it.
Indeed.
So,
yeah, I've seen that one. It is really nice. I mean, they definitely Hasbro's does.
If you get jewelry really wire, you can actually run a wire through that cape.
Mm-hmm. I heard about that. Yeah. So
did your cape have the staining there, sir? Emerald there. I know Serpentor had a staining issue with the paint coming off. I think the other limbs or something.
No, it was Mindbender because of his skin.
Mindbender.
The black transfers off of his cape. Mine has that issue.
Oh, is it the Mindbender pin? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, Oz.
Nice.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Indeed.
Nice, real fur.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Stains, everything is wired. He does light up, but I do not have batteries in him because I don't want it to corrode and eat through stuff.
Oh, real chains too, looking good.
Oh yeah, those are real chains.
Yeah,
I love that.
Let's go a little higher. Look at that. Yeah.
That's nice.
Is there soft goods under his armor too? On his legs? No. Or is it just a plastic? Is it mold? What's going on under his armor? The chainmail? Is it?
Yeah. What's
the molded?
It feels like it's like scaly, so it's not like chainmail, but I know it's definitely not like.
But is it plastic molded on him, or is it like a
no?
fabric?
It's not. There's a there. Hang on.
I got the McFarlane build a figure version, but that looks amazing.
So that's like a fabric mesh on top of this.
On top of just basics, it's like a Mezco body.
Sure.
Okay.
There's a lot of similarities that I've seen. So
those are cool. I've never been able to handle one. That looks awesome.
This one was on clearance at Christmas time on Black Friday for like regular like $130. It was $60.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And he's a bigger.
I would have bought him in a heartbeat.
Sorry, what was that?
About 1/10 scale. It's a little bit bigger than McFarlane's.
Okay.
So I mean, it's not that much bigger, but it is bigger. If you put it against the bath, it'll be a little bit taller. But
let me get my build a figure.
For sure.
Yeah, the way it moves, the way the joints hold, how it works, it's probably one of my favorite figures.
That's awesome.
It and my Mafex Asbat are my two favorites overall, as far as DC figures. Now I have other figures that are favorites just because they're my favorites, but yeah. And my favorite figure obviously is the one that John keeps showing. He's
Serpent.
Oh, the other John. Sorry,
The other
but
John.
John's been dying to show off this figure for the last couple of minutes here. So,
is that the Masterverse one? No,
It's the
that's the
Origins.
That's Origins.
I can't tell. I'm old.
That's Ultimate Warrior's cape, right?
WWE Ultimate Warrior's cape on it.
Yeah.
Nice. I love
So
it.
this is my version of Pighead Gannon.
Okay. All right. Yeah, why not? Pighead Gannon, I'm down for it. Now we just got to get you a Link figure in Master or Origin scale.
They have the Link figures. I saw them at the store the other day. They look great. The Legend is they had a Link and Princess Zelda. I mean, I hope they make it Ganon because it looks great.
Maybe do a once they release prints out, and maybe do a custom for a Link.
Oh,
Yeah,
speaking of, there we go.
Looks fantastic looking.
Because if he didn't have enough Masterverse figures all lined up behind him, now he's got to show off the really fancy stuff with Legend of Zelda.
See, and that's a legit Figma.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
I made the mistake of getting a non-legit Figma, and I ended up with some decent weapons, but the figure is garbage. And
Wait, somebody else is
garbage.
doing Zelda too. I don't know who, because I ran into it at the store the other day. I don't know who it was. It was Link and Zelda Breath of the Wild figures.
Okay.
I don't know who the manufacturer was, but if I'm going to hazard a guess, it'd probably be Jazzwares.
It is Jazzwares.
Okay.
Yeah, they do a Samus and they do a
It
Link
looks
and a
good.
Zelda.
They look good for what they are. I mean, it's a $20 figure.
They are the Jax Pacific ones. Yeah.
There we go.
They also have like Samus and a few others.
Well, I knew it was a J word.
Yeah.
I just couldn't remember which one.
So I'm checking in on John's channel here as I've been going through this since we're talking about doing a bit of a subscribe-a-thon here. John has gone up to 36 subscribers since we started.
Ooh,
nice.
So we got some more here, but we got some work to do, folks. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that link in the channel again. Make sure you go ahead over and subscribe to my brother here because he's got some fun content on the way. As you can see it all piled up behind him. So, and wanted to give a big shout out here in the chat. We've got Highly Articulated in the house. Y'all are having a party on here. That's right, man. Earlier we had, of course, Toy Habits coming on, celebrating their return to the toy YouTube life. And, just had to definitely keep going. They had to jet out a little bit, but we're still having fun. And Adam, if you want to jump on, give me a holler. Let me know. I'll throw you the link right away. You could jump on, talk about us, because we're talking up and enjoying the toy renaissance and talking about some more of these indie toys and how they are, again, just really putting the big guys in a position where they have nothing to do but either step their game up or just step back. That's eventually what's going to happen, I hope. Now, speaking of something amazing here, now we have Bud showing off his as I've given him the screen. And this is the Build-A-Figure one, right, Bud? His mic's muted, and I don't know if he's talking to us or not.
Ooh, look at that faker.
Sorry about
Look at
that. Yes.
Faker.
Nice faker.
That is not a faker. That is not a faker, my friend.
Well, it's a
This
I'm sorry.
is a exclusive My Buddy's Customs transforming Revelation He-Man.
Oh, it's transforming. Got it. My bad.
Yep.
Is that
That's
a
that scene
paint?
where he's all like Sailor Moon looking. Yes, it's a metallic blue with color shifting green or yellow and pink to like shade them in.
It's good when you move
And
him
then I also
around in the
used
light there.
metallic blue.
He does give off that,
Yeah.
that transforming effect, indeed.
And then the top gloss is also a color changing or color shifting.
That's great, but he just needs that Bear McCreary guitar music.
Right?
Right.
I'd play it if I didn't want the stream to get pulled.
I'll mouth guitar.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like one of my most like favorite figures from the McFarlane line. And surprisingly enough, when I bought a bundle of figures, I pretty much got him for free. And trying to buy the parts separately, he's about like $120.
Yeah, he's no joke.
No,
I mean, most of those Build-A-Figs end up getting that.
I think
way.
it was like yeah.
I think that was
Especially him because
like 7.
he's in a wave with some really rare figures or like well sought after figures. Because I believe let me pull them out here. He's with the Robin Crows. Because I think this box is just all my Dark Knights. It comes from these scary looking Robins.
Oh, yeah.
And usually you want like army build with these. Because in the comics there's a whole like a legion of them.
Ooh, that head is creepy. Love it.
Oh,
Batman Collapse.
another Build-A-Figure. The Bat
Dark Side.
not a wow
S&M.
Dark Side there. I was gonna say Apocalypse. I'm like no. But
Rick had it right. We all know what they get to do on Apocalypse.
I mean, basically,
right.
Look at every one of their costumes that comes off of Planet Apocalypse, and you tell me. We all know what they're doing in that dungeon.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
Right.
I ain't here to shame.
And heck, you even got this one. This is one of the Robin Crows was actually a otherworld Billy Batson. And Superman went up to like try to stop him, and all of a sudden he was like Shazam, and you're like, oh, that's Billy. Oh crap, run.
But does that
So I'm trying to find
does
very
that fur, sorry,
here
but
it
that
is.
fur on that character that you
What's
just
up?
had up, the fur, does that come off?
No, that is plastic. The
What is
other sought after in that wave, that was a real pain to find. What's up?
Or no, but it's a
Sorry,
separate
what?
glued piece though, right? The fur on that
The
Billy?
fur around the shoulder?
Yeah.
It's all molded.
Oh, on the Billy Batson. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the Billy Batson is, yeah, it's like a rubber plastic single
Yeah,
piece.
'cause you can get those off with
That's
some heat,
attached to the cloak.
'cause that looks like a nice piece that could be reused for
Yeah.
something. Gotta hunt that down.
I was just thinking that same thing.
This nightmare figure.
Ooh, look at those wings.
This one, I love the wings.
Yeah.
I'll try to extend the wings out a bit, but they are amazing wings. Some of my and the thing is, he doesn't use these wings anymore in any other character, and it sucks, especially since he did like Hawkman and a few others.
I would have liked his wings on Hawkman. That
And then again, on his like Spawn, his Spawn figures also don't have these wings.
Yeah,
but they're
like
just
Redeemer.
double jointed, peg in the back. Yeah.
God, they look good.
Yeah, they're so good. Like every time I hold it, I'm just like, do I want to sell these? But then I like look over at the other Masterverse and like Origin stuff and Future stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I think I do. I've had them. I've played with them, posed them, took pictures. They're great, but time to move on.
Very cool.
Maybe. Probably not. I don't know.
Brick, what do you got going on over there, man? You're stewing with something over there.
Me? Oh no. I was just sort of starting to pack up and put her arrows, back, and no, I've
All
still got
50
the
of them.
same folks. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I actually, I should head out and hang out with the kids for a little bit before nighttime or bedtime. But thank you,
Okay,
and
Brick.
I was really stoked to be able to check in with the Toy Habits folks, especially because, like I said, they definitely inspired me to spend a lot of money on toys again. So,
Right. I think that's all of us
Yeah.
have that issue with one another because we're all like, "Oh, what do you got going on over there?" Oh man, now I need to get that. And then it's like, "Well, what do you got?" Oh.
I know.
But we can't be mad about it either because we're all just enjoying it so much that we inspire each other.
Yeah,
And
man.
that's something that's really amazing about this community is how it's like something you may not have even been remotely interested in. And then Pains is over here showing off some Ultimates Panther.
Man.
Oh, he was or
I see those in the store here. They have a
Panther
San
Pro.
Francisco store, and I'm totally drawn to them. But I drew a line. I only got a couple of Thundercats. So
Yes, Big Sir, they stare at you and they laugh and taunt at you, don't they?
they do.
Open your wallet there, they say.
Are you gonna open that guy up? Was that what that slow tease was for?
At 50p.
Am I having connection issues and people are having trouble with me right now? Because I just saw Bud drop off.
No, we're here.
No.
Sorry about that. I was actually literally just going to say myself that I'm getting a little warm over here with all the lights turned on. I was probably going to hop off and just go back to like modding the stream.
Okay,
I gotta head out though, but thank you all so much. It's awesome to hang out for a little bit. And John, seriously, that pile of boxes, man. It's like treasure over there.
Right.
Awesome to see everybody. Have a good night, all right?
Absolutely.
Good night,
We'll
sir.
see you later,
Good
bro.
night.
Thanks, Oz. Always fun. See you.
Yeah, man.
Later.
Now,
Yes, so I saw
Elgin.
Masters of the mini comics on IG before, and he shared his big collection of Masterverse all up on the walls. Looking good.
So I did want to give Payne another shout out here from Thanos Copter saying he loves how you tease him. That long, slow reveal, Ooh, we got another one coming. Here you go, Thanos. This one's for you, buddy.
Who's this one?
Make sure to get them tips out, people. Make sure to get them tips out. Oh man, Pop Actor jumping in and mentioning the fact that Cobweb can't be here tonight, but he says hi. Well, absolutely, we totally get it. When he can be here, he can be here. If he can, he can. Not how I said it, Oz, but we knew how you meant it. I mean, that's what I read. So
Like
Elgin's over
if
here.
I started
teasing
getting
me.
those Thundercats,
Go ahead, John.
if I started getting those Thundercats, my very first one, everybody loves Lion-O, but my very first one would be Tigra. Of the entire group, Tigra is my favorite.
Yeah, Tiger's pretty epic, man. With the
Yeah.
bolo whip, like, come on.
Yeah, he was actually my last one that I got, actually.
Haunting me for a while, and I finally broke down. I just said, you know what? I'm just going to get the cats, and I'm going to get the mutants and Mumra, and I'm going to be done, and I'm not getting anything else, because unless I get it on really, really cheap.
Yeah, so far I just stopped
like
with the quartet with the four, so that's pretty much. I got Lion-O, Tigra, Chitara, and Panther, and that's it for right now. But I don't know. We'll see.
I've been wanting
Yeah,
to
I've
for a
got
while.
the Savage World Thundercat.
Well, those ones right there are just perfect anyway because they're all 5.5 muscle bound He-Man fit-ins. It
Was
doesn't get much better.
that pun intended there also?
100%. You know what we're all about on this channel. Oh crap! I just broke 200 subscribers today, and I went back down to 150 now. It's crap.
For real?
No, totally joking. It's every time we make dad jokes on this channel, I
Oh.
lose subscribers. Eldor alone is responsible for me being at negative 200 subscribers with all of his bone puns.
Whatever could you mean there, sir?
It's 150 more than me, Oz, so you're good.
I love you guys having you on the show. We have too much fun. So it's funny because I'm also getting comments here from a little group chat with a bunch of my friends, and apparently it sounded like I said at some point, get your out. And man, I don't remember saying that, but okay, I see how it is. All right, Black Phoenix. We won't be having any of that on here. I mean, that's what the Patreon exclusive stuff's for, right, guys? That's not ruled and regulated by what YouTube will pull me off the air for anyway.
Well, I mean, hold on. We don't have Bobby out here yet, so let's keep, it's not
true.
It's not Snake Mountain After Dark yet, so let's keep it a little.
We gotta keep it chill until we get that Snake Mountain After Dark vibe going.
Yeah, keep it on track. Keep it on track.
But no, I'm supposed to be getting my G.I. Joe Ultimates from Super 7, Duke and Cobra Commander this week, so we'll see how those come out. That'll be I got those two coming in, so hopefully they come out pretty nice. I saw a couple of in-hand pics from them on eBay, so look pretty good. Actually, I was getting into those more than classifieds because I was holding off on classifieds for so long, but then these Ultimates kept getting delayed because I think I pre-ordered these back in summer of 2021.
Probably.
And so, I mean, I was like, because G.I. Joe has always been, as far as G.I. Joe and Motu, it's always been 1A and 1B. They've always been like neck and neck. And it's like, I had to finally, I had to finally jump in head first into classifieds. But then I got the notice from BBTS that, hey, we're processing your pre-order for Duke and Cobra Commander. So I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's like, well, I guess, I'll let them come and we'll see. Cause I also pre-ordered Lady J, Scarlet, Storm Shadow, Destro, Flint. I mean, so if these come out pretty well, then I'll go ahead and roll with it. But if not, then I may just cancel those pre-orders and just stick with Duke and Cobra Commander. So
I'm kind of to the point with anything as far as pre-orders. The only stuff I'm pre-ordering is stuff that I know is going to be limited quantities. Something like the Headless Horseman, I'll pre-order that. But anything that's coming from Hasbro, anything most of the time that's coming from Mattel, I'm just not going to do it anymore. Sit at retail for months. And I can find it there most of the time. Yeah. I can just order it from BBTS when it comes in stock.
That's true. Yeah.
Or go to Entertainment Earth and use a code and get 10% off in stock items. I mean, why would I pay the price for it?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was on the BBTS there last night, and I spied a toy line that I used to have when I was little. The Earthworm Jim cereal there.
Yeah.
I had the Earthworm Jim figure too. And I see they bought in a few of the figures there, so I thought, oh yes, I might try and pre-order the Earthworm Jim figure there.
Yeah,
I tell you, man, loved Earthworm Jim back in the day.
Yeah, that's a pretty good game.
Earthworm Jim, Toe Jam and Earl.
Yeah.
Vector Man. Oh man, I love playing Vector Man. That was one of my favorite games for the Sega. Everybody got quiet now because I said Sega.
It's okay.
I'm actually a big Nintendo fan, though, guys.
Well,
I have.
Whoa! Hang on a sec here. John's stealing the show. I'm sorry, guys. He just pulled out one of my most favorite vehicles from the vintage line.
Spider. Oh, yeah.
God, I love that toy. I used to flip that switch up and watch him just walking around. John, where's the guns at? Where the guns at?
I have to get some.
I got you. Okay, no, I get it, man. Those things always fell out.
Yeah.
Does the motor still work on it?
But the motor does work. However, I got to rewire it because the inside of the battery packs were so corroded. I had to gut it, and now I got to rewire the whole thing. But everything's intact, and when I did, when I tried my test run with it, I do have it to where it'll work, but now I got to solder all the pieces into it, and I got to get the wires back around on it.
Nice. That's really cool.
Yes.
The only thing that's bad about some of those 80s toys is that corrosion on those leads.
Yeah.
To do some surgery.
I mean, let's face it. Not all of us took the best condition back then because we just didn't realize what we had.
Yeah, I think I may have had on mine. I think I ultimately lost like 2 or 3 of the legs, and so he's probably like lopsided a lot of times. I lost him.
By the last time I remember seeing mine, I think I only had 1 leg left.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. I guess I was the weird kid. I took care of my toys. They had the boxes until my mom threw them all away. You know, those kind of things. You know,
I learned that lesson much later.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was. It was interesting when I gave up my toys at 18. Most of them, I donated most of my my Motu, my Thundercats, my Silverhawks. I gave them to charity, and then I kept my GI Joe, and I kept my Star Wars. Now to restart my collections, last year I sold my Star Wars vintage collection.
Oh man!
And it was quite a bit. I mean, I made a decent penny on it when I sold it.
I was the same there, sir. I sold my Power of the Force 2 collection. Everything I had there to go into the old Motu and the Mythic Legions.
Completely understand it. I mean, it's a very vast, very rapidly growing market. Prices are going up on a lot of different things. And just, it's one of those things where do you hang on to what you have because you enjoy it? Because let's face it, we all love those collections. It holds memories to us. But the memories aren't going to fade even if you do give up those toys. And again, you can create new memories. Now, I am all about loving what you've had and being happy with it. In a lot of ways, it makes it easier to collect because the line's done. You don't have to worry about more coming out. And that's great too. And then you can look at this collection and be like, it's complete because I have everything that I want. And it's a lot harder to do that with a new collection when there's still new things coming out. So even though you think you may have everything you want, and then something else is going to drop.
Yeah.
Because I thought I was good. I had my Headless Horseman and I was happy. I was like, here we go. This figure obscura is beautiful. I'm good. And then we started diving and talking about it a little bit more. And I was like, I kind of want more Mythic. Like, these guys are great. And then I'm like, okay, cool. I've got, a good grasp of what's out there for Mythic, and I can cherry pick this and all like that. And then they show off the Headless Horseman again with the different paint apps. And now I'm like, you son of a bitch.
I was that way with Cosmic Legion. When I saw them, I was like, damn it, no. I'm not. I only got 2 from Wave 2. I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna go back.
I'm not gonna. And then when we get to that Legions class that's talking about Cosmic Legions, you're going to be doing 4 all-ins.
I have enough lines.
Though, mind you, after selling my Star Wars figures, I did start collecting the Black Series well before then, because I like those figures better, so I thought I'd just collect the Imperial War Saga era figures, like the old movies there.
Totally get that too.
Yeah, well, they got me with Mondo. That's the thing.
Toy Frenzy on this last episode got me
Battle Ram.
Did you go out and buy a fleet?
No. I actually got these for $10 a piece on auction on eBay.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Very nice.
But as you see, I got to do some sticker work and some cleaning to do. But other than that, yeah.
Well, in reference to Buddy's comment there, I blame Ken from Toy Connections and Jay from Geek Dad Live for my Thundercats problem.
It's easy for us to blame these other people, but the truth is we're the ones that are clicking the links and going to the sites and being like, it wasn't just good enough to see it.
I had a Thundercat, I had Lion-O, and I had Mumra from the Bandai series. I had them on display, and then
all I had was a second-hand Lion-O many years ago, probably about 6 years ago or something.
You said you had a second-hand Lion-O. Was Michael Caine or was it Robert Duvall? Anybody get that reference? Actually, Payne's chuckling. I know he gets it. That's right.
His eyes weren't working. We'll say that for sure.
He has that Randor.
No, I sent some of the loyal subjects Thundercats figures to a friend over in Ohio. There, she had a bit of a car accident. I know she likes the Thundercats, so I spied a good few of the characters who are Snarf and all these other ones, Lion-O, and pretty much the whole cast. So I sent her those, and I think she just got them the other day, but she's been back in hospital there with the COVID. I think she's been getting very sick, and she's been in and out of hospital. So, indeed, I hope she gets her strength back up soon and better, so she can rip into that box of goodies I sent.
Yeah, I hope she gets better.
Cheer up a little.
Absolutely, yeah.
Exactly.
But the loyal subjects, they're not bad-looking figures, mind you. Plenty of articulation. Nice and stylized there.
Yes. No, I agree. Like, loyal subjects, you know, a lot of people will talk about, like, how the sculpts aren't so great. But to be honest, they're for how much you're paying for them and all like that, it ain't bad either, though. You know,
they're made to sell.
It's not right.
That's what they're
right.
They're made to sell. They're not made to be the high end stuff like NECA or Super 7.
Right.
Indeed, they're their own thing.
Affordable alternative, because they're 16 to $20 somewhere in there.
Exactly, and it's a relatively decent collector figure if you're not trying to break the bank, which, let's face it, a lot of us are on a budget. So, you know what? I'm okay with that kind of cost. If they got something I really want, especially that nobody else is coming out with, you know, kind of like the, they've got all kinds of like musician figures and stuff like they're doing that. I just want to build my ultimate band. The only problem is they don't have any drummers. Like, why has nobody got my Neil Peart? And then I realized, well, it's because the amount of accessories that you would have to get for a drummer, you know, to build a good drum kit would cost a fortune. But that's why you should release a second pack.
Can always get the King Skull Mezco set, and there you go.
There we go. That's it. That's it right there.
Yes, I have a good few of the Motu loyal subject figures, and I managed to find one of the old shop cartons of the boxes, the blind boxes come in there, so I've got them all displayed in there.
Very nice.
Cubby hole in the shelf.
There we go. See, Nolan knows exactly what I'm talking about. Rush. Right. I'm a Neil Peart figure, man. That's all I need. Gosh.
So, I don't know, Oz, you gonna go? You gonna pull the trigger on Mondo Trapjaw?
I can't. No, I can't. I honestly just, it's beyond what I can do. I'd love to. I'd absolutely love to go Mondo.
Space. They look so good.
Oh, he's teasing us there.
Right. Look, here we go. You could do a whole band, right? Do the whole band and release parts of the drum kits, you know, with each figure. Instead of building a figure, you build the drum kit. Come on. That's right. We need it. I'm loving it. Thank you very much.
You might have to use a drum that comes with Father Christmas there, also.
You know what? I got that guy right over here. Where's my little drum circuit? Oh no, I don't. Nope, that's the only parts that I don't have in this because I actually put pretty much everything for Father Christmas away.
You know the figures that don't break the bank their eyes are these.
Never do. And you know what, John? It's funny. A few weeks ago, I stopped into one of my dollar stores and I found a whole bunch. I passed up on it at the time, but I may have to go back and grab some tomorrow. I don't know. Because I mean, they're $1.25. I can walk in there with like $20 and walk out with a ton of them.
Yeah, the accessories for those also peg into the back of classifieds, just so you guys know.
Oh, yeah.
I got a couple of bats with some of the accessories from Final Faction in them.
Nice. But that's because they work, you know? And it's $1.25. So even if it doesn't work, you're still like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I did the first time I tried. I was like, you know what? $1.25.
It's $1.25.
And they have these little robo walking missile launchers. They're in my G.I. Joe display.
Yes, absolutely.
It's perfect. It's military. It's ish.
It works. It absolutely works.
Yeah, I need to get the robot dog. I haven't been able to find one of those Thanos.
Yeah, I'll take a look for you.
Well, so I think I shall sign up. Yeah, got other few things to attend to there, but it's been good sitting in on the channel there, having a bit of a party there. Indeed, for Toy Habits. Good to see them back.
Yeah,
so, absolutely, yes. I agree. All right, Eldor.
I shall I'll leave there and see you all. Goodbye, everybody. Until then, good journey.
Good journey, Eldor. Good journey. Thank you for joining us tonight, man. Always great to see you. All right. And we've got Dom in the house. Toy Domination. Dom, if you want to jump on tonight, man, if you got time, I know this is normally reserved. We've spoken about that. But, hey, look, if you got the free time and you want to hop in, please come on. You know, again, I mean, the guests of honor are no longer here, but there's no reason that the party cannot continue.
There's some tempting, Dom.
But here you go. Come on, join us here.
Oh, let's see that Falcon head.
Yeah, you can come on and make fun of Falcon's face too.
It's pretty bad.
Has he got the Dick Tracy face or the?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. The lips. I think I might have to take the stuff off the lips, see if that'll make it better. But I've got a Batman, Superman, Henry Cavill head.
Okay, that could work. Yeah.
Pop off.
Okay.
Yeah. Only thing I'm not happy with is this head for the battle damaged bat. The peg does not fit the hole.
Oh.
So I'm gonna have to Dremel out the head.
Okay.
Which is kind of irritating, and the arms are extremely loose. And you would think with a figure that they've made 3 different times, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah. You would think.
You would think. Well, I have 3 more bats coming in at some point, so I'm kind of a little concerned.
You know, practice is supposed to make perfect, but instead, in some cases, practice just gives you more time to go.
Yeah,
it's only a numbers game.
Yeah, I'm disappointed by that Falcon because he was actually one of my favorites growing up, especially into the movie, and it's just like from the renders and
She's very, very right. It is. I might switch that Dolph head. Maybe that'll make it better.
There you go. Oh gosh, that horrible Trek head that came with He-Man.
That was so bad.
Well,
I put the other head on him already. I was like, no, I can't do that. It's awful.
We got Robin toys coming.
Yeah, I know. I'm tempted. I don't know.
Ooh. 3 heads for $30, and we got murder happening on over at John's house right now. It's pretty cool. John's got to go handle some business, it sounds like. Sorry, John. We'll bring you back in when you get back, buddy.
Hey, Oz, I thought your shirt actually said college on there, so I thought it was the what do you call it? John Belushi Animal House T-shirt.
No, it just says collector for life. Nice little custom shirt I got this Christmas. Absolutely love.
Nice.
Adam, so glad you could join us this
Hey,
evening.
Adam.
What's going on, everybody? You'll have to catch me up. You'll have to bring me up to speed because I was getting kids down for bedtime and stuff.
We're just sharing stuff.
Well, most recently, we're just, kind of making fun of Falcon's head.
Yeah.
And,
It's bad.
Look, there's
Look,
been a lot of head sculpts to go around. So
I don't think that there's any amount of painting that I could do to that to make that better.
No.
Because it's the whole sculpt. I mean, I guess I could shave some stuff if I really, really wanted to, but at that point, is it really worth it?
He's number 60, is that right?
64?
So one in 64?
Yeah, 64.
Not that bad.
It's really not. Again.
Like people are dumping on that head, but at the same time, it's sort of like you're just ignoring the 63 other ones that have been fantastic.
Yeah, no.
That's what I love about that. You flip that around and make sure that we know.
It's just a head. It's easily replaced, and
I will say this as I pull plastic off something and muffle the sound of what I'm saying. I'll put this down. I will say this: there's a bunch of stuff behind the scenes going on that is directly related to why that head looks the way that it does.
Interesting.
Oh, I don't know.
And why the bat's arms are loose.
Okay.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, we kind of knew some stuff was happening. Wheels were turning in the wrong direction, kind of thing.
There's. I mean, it's one of those things, right? Like where we find out now that about the vintage stuff, right? Like in 1984, here's a crazy tidbit. Like you'll find out later, I think.
Yeah.
But there's definitely reasons that all this stuff is happening.
Yeah.
Unfortunate ones, but
it's just the way of things. There's all kinds of stuff that are moving behind the scenes that we don't know about, which is why it's hard to say exactly, what's going on at any of these toy companies. None of us are inside. We don't know. And most of them are so tight-lipped. The fact that we get any kinds of nuggets of information out is pretty impressive at all.
Yeah.
Well, an interesting thing that somebody mentioned during a discussion that I was sort of having about this topic was it's only within the last few years that we've grown to expect to know why these things are happening. Yeah. Like, referencing, vintage G.I. Joes. Nobody knew what was going on. Like, there wasn't leaks. There wasn't, you didn't get Yo Joe June. You didn't get a Fan First Friday. You didn't get any of that stuff. A new card back would show up on a peg, and you'd go, "Whoa, there's like 20 more Joes."
Yeah.
I kind of missed that. There are days that I really genuinely missed that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The surprise of, oh, what's this? It was like
the booklet.
There was like these Dino Riders that I just saw. I can't remember what company it was. I just happened to see it in the aisle, and I'm like, I had never seen it before. And it just reminded me of the Dino Riders as a kid that I used to see. So it was kind of like, it's refreshing. It's like, oh,
yeah, it's just the world has changed. I don't sit in front of a screen and type out angry comments to companies and things and say like, oh, it was so much better when. It's like, it's just different. The world's changed, and it's just
right.
It's not 1986 anymore.
That's right. Absolutely. So speaking of toys changing, where we have companies like where maybe Hasbro's a little scared to put out a biblically styled referenced character like Mephisto, Dom's giving you a shout out on your upcoming stream tomorrow, Adam, where you're going to be sitting down and talking these biblical figures that are coming out here, which go ahead. Tell us a little about what you got going on tomorrow, because I am so willing to jump into that and see what's going on and checking it out.
Sure. So tomorrow on my channel, which is highly articulated, Chris from D13 Studios, or D13 is the name of his sort of toy brand. Probably more well known for his work with the Four Horsemen Studios, but he's doing his Biblical Adventures line, and so he and I are going to be chatting about that. Time permitting, we'll kind of see how that goes. I might sneak in a couple Mythic Legions questions as well. We will see. I've already forewarned him that I would that will probably happen, and he's already forewarned me that he's probably not going to answer anything. I said, fair enough.
You could always try.
That's what I said, and if you've ever seen Fourish, what's it called? Four Horsemen. What's it called? Anyway, they do their show on Wednesdays. If you've ever seen that, you know how vague he can be when he answers a question. But there's always little sort of nuggets in there of teasers, or he'll reference things in very, very cryptic ways. And then months and months later, when something comes out, he'll go, I told you on this date at this time in the video, and nobody noticed. All right, so we'll see. But it should be fun. I mean, he's if you've ever seen their videos, he's way more entertaining than I am. So,
right. I mean,
he's the draw for sure. Nobody's coming just to see me.
I'll be there for you and him as well. But so Thanos Copter's straight up asking Emerald here, you getting any of those biblical figures? Are we going to see some cool toy photography with these?
This is actually the first time hearing about it. So I was actually like on my other screen just looking. And it's like they look pretty cool. Look pretty nice. Yeah.
Okay.
I have to check it out because I mean I am a Christian, so yeah, it's just it's pretty cool seeing that. I have to really check that out. So yeah, it's pretty nice.
For me, like it goes like I in my youth, less now than then. I was very involved. I'll admit, openly, I was very involved in church activities, mostly outreach and stuff like that. But I've kind of grown apart from it for a number of reasons that I'm not going to get into, and I never will on a stream.
Right.
But like Christian iconography is just something that's so fascinating to me because it's like because it's so unique, right? He's got sort of the very standard white Jesus. He's also got black Jesus. He's got Sacred Heart. But he's also got Moses, John the Baptist, and John the Baptist comes with a severed head because if you know the story of John the Baptist, his head was cut off and given to a queen on a platter. So like there's some deep cuts. And Brick joked about that. Like, well, is there like lore to that? Is there what's canon, what's not canon? I was like, I'm not going to get into that because, But here's one question that I am going to ask him. So, because you're doing biblical sort of references, but they're a lot of them come from art and stuff like that. Is the Apocrypha fair game? And if it is, there's a dragon in there. So could we get a Biblical Adventures dragon?
Oh,
what about a Leviathan or the Behemoth? Like there are so because again,
Conan the Whale.
Well, you know me, I'm all about my critters, and we're talking like critters. These are beasts of like mythic proportions. Like, seriously, we're talking the Leviathan. Biblical Leviathan is so freaking massive it can devour worlds, basically. Like, it's huge. I'm thinking USS flag size here, and I'm okay with that. I'd love to see a toy beastie that big.
Might be a stretch.
Oh, it would definitely be a stretch. Definitely be. But that's what crowdfunding's for, so.
Yeah.
That would be sweet. Dragons are always welcome. Agreed. Formo Toys showing off the new Dragon Wave for Legends of Dragonor. Tell me those things don't look amazing.
I'll be honest. I spend so much time on the lines that I do collect, and just being an admin in multiple Facebook groups and doing videos. There's so many toy lines that I can't keep up with.
Yeah.
That being one of them. I
Oh,
see that stuff, and I know the names. And if you showed me a picture, I'd be like, oh yeah, that one. But just because of the way that I collect, like it's in my nature to go really deep with lines, right? So like I can't keep track of everything. Like I don't have sort of a surface level on everything. I have like deep dive, deep cut. I got to make connections with people that know stuff, like, and I can't do that for everything. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
It's too difficult, and especially now with what we've got going on. I mean, that's one of the reasons why, we've been talking about it behind the scenes for a while, is building a kind of a group panel to do a live stream where we really talk about how this year, and again, I love that we touched on this Thursday, and I'm gonna keep bringing it up because I really want people to understand this toy renaissance that we are in, and what's coming with it. I was saying it at the end of December, coming into January. This is
bankruptcy.
The indie toy companies, and moving forward,
rules, Adam, to avoid that bankruptcy. Rules.
But moving forward, I'm just gonna say it's not the year of the indie toy companies. It is definitely moving forward, just the toy renaissance, and I expect to highlight quite a bit of just talking about these indie toy companies that are stepping the game up so much. They're actually making the bigger companies take a look at what they're doing and say, okay, guys, we're trying to charge these prices, but we're not putting out the quality that these guys are. And I think that's something that needs to be revisited. If you're going to pay $35+ for a Marvel Legends, then it should start looking like a Mythic Legions figure as far as the detail goes and the quality. So, I mean, it definitely needs to happen. Like, I'm sorry, this toy renaissance is coming, and I can't wait to dive into it more throughout the rest of the year. But we've got so much good stuff down the pipeline, and most people just don't know about it. I mean, people are starting to hear a lot more about Savage Crucible as we've been talking about it on 7 or 8 different channels now as we're going down the line. As a matter of fact, Dom just was that Thursday night, had Nikki Nicole Customs on there. And
two quick things, just seeing a couple people in the comments talking about Samson, talking about Goliath. They're planned if he can get that far into the line. So he's thinking about female characters. He's thinking about, the biblical giants. So there's I mean, I get that like a Jesus-centric line is not going to be for everybody. It's a hard sell, and that's part of why I wanted to talk to him. Because as cool as it is, you're going to have people that just automatically don't want to jump in.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to mention Savage Crucible. So I've got Chris on tomorrow. Tentatively, Rob 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Beautiful. Cool. Absolutely beautiful. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, we've got to get more of these people. We've got to get them out here and really, really get the word out about these lines, because I don't want people sleeping on these things. Kind of like how I feel I slept on Mythic Legions now. I mean, at the time, I couldn't jump in anyway. I just wasn't in a position at that time to really jump in and get involved with Mythic Legions. But now I look back at it and it's like, man, there are some great figures I wish I could have had. They're just too pricey on the secondary market. But that's okay, though, because I at least know that looking forward at what's coming, I'm going to be happy every time. And I feel that with a lot of these different toy companies that are on the way, that we've got some really neat stuff coming. And another legend coming into the stream here, who's always welcome, Mega J Retro in the house. Good to have you, brother. So glad you could be here and join us tonight.
What's going on, guys?
Man,
you guys are still going. What's
Oh, you know
happening?
me, Jay.
Holy crap! I thought I was the only one up at this time of night. Like, what's happening?
Well, you know me. I can go on for like 3-4 hours. Nah problem.
6 hours.
It's Saturday.
It's Saturday.
And everybody giving Jay the love here in the chat. Absolutely love seeing this. And of course, if you didn't have his channel links already, Bud's on top of it, popping it down here. As a matter of fact, he's been putting everybody's links in the chat tonight. Thank you, Bud. I really appreciate all the hard work you're doing with that. So, Jay, we're talking the toy renaissance and how it's the year of indies coming with, again, so many different projects coming out. What's that you're showing off down there, Adam? Hold on a second. What was that? Back up. You can't just go flashing some stuff like that and then.
Well, I should have explained what I'm doing right now as I'm doing this. I'm trying to multitask because I didn't get this done today. I'm currently framing and mounting some of my Animal Warriors of the Kingdom turnaround shots.
Right. Again, another big indie toy line that's really, blowing up right now, or we're at least trying to get it some more traction. Talking about AWOC, Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, for those who don't know.
Talking about lines that you don't want to sleep on, man.
No.
Get a couple now.
That's right. I mean, we've really, really got to start bringing some attention, and people got to see these guys and check them out. Jay, how about you? What indie toy lines are you excited about if you're jumping into anything?
Honestly, boys, I'm in over my head. I mean, there's just there's just too many things I'm into. Truthfully, I want so much to dive into some of these guys. Honestly, there's a lot of things which are on my radar, but truthfully, I've gotten to the point where I'm doing a lot of catch and release right now. Like I just find things in the wild and I put it back. But that's just because budgetary concerns and like a lot of people know I'm kind of between clients right now. So I got to be picky, unfortunately. But if I had to really highlight a thing, definitely Warriors of the Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. All these great lines that are the Robo Skull and some of those other really great lines that people are starting to really produce. I'm not, I do like the Plunderlings. They're kind of neat, you know what I mean? But
and they fit with just about everything too.
They do, but again, it's an aesthetic which doesn't fit on my shelves anymore. But I do like the way they look. But if we're talking about indie development, I mean, I might be a bit biased on this, but Mask is coming back to Ramen Toy. Sorry, my bad. The Machina line is coming back to Ramen Toy.
Right. Commanders.
Commanders.
Well, here, you know what? Here's something. Huge shout out to Ramen Toy for sending me this. Definitely gonna have to do a full review on this guy.
Ooh.
Yeah. So that's
speaking of Commanders.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge. This just came in to my place, courtesy of Titan Toys here in Canada. So yeah, huge shout out to Titan Toys and of course to Ramen Toy for sending me this review sample. Like awesome stuff. And then they just announced their Marshall, which looks incredible. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, definitely go check out ramentoy.com. And then there are a lot of independents going on right now that are just doing some crazy work. And yeah, you don't want to sleep on any of these lines. They all need support though. That's the one thing about them. They all need some huge support and their crowdsourced projects and everything like that. So, try to help out your favorite creator and do what you can to spread the word. The word is the biggest thing because the more people who are aware of these products, the better it is for them to get some people and eyeballs on the whole situation. So yeah, lots of great stuff.
Agree.
I wanted to echo that too. That you don't have to necessarily financially support them yourself.
Right.
You could just mention in a conversation to people. Yeah. We're all doing live streams and stuff like that. Mention the ones that you like, right? And support them that way. Reach out and ask if they want to be on a show to sort of reach an audience. I have a very, very, very small reach. However, anything's better than nothing, right?
That's right. I agree. You know, just us talking about it now is getting that word out there. You know, and other people are going to come along. They're going to be watching this, and they're going to be telling people about it. And that's the important thing there, because that helps more than just any solo financial obligation, because now you could be spreading that word to multiple buyers. Yeah. And they're the ones that are going to get these dream projects off the ground. And I know I've talked about it before, like a couple months before I started going live streaming, I was talking to a friend about a dream project of doing a toy line and working on that. And it's something that's still on the back burner right now. But getting out here, talking about these, learning from people who are already in the industry, that's a great place for me to even further my knowledge and get started on what I want to work on. But that's the dream, right? You know, it's not just my appreciation of toys, but bringing something new to the toy world. That's incredible. But you know what? Word of mouth is going to help spread that around a lot more.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely looking forward to the Legends of Dragonor. There's another line which I can't get right now, but I'm hoping that they'll have a reissue later down the line, because I think it's the wave 2 or 3 with their actual dragon sets. Those things look crazy. Like
they just showed them off.
Yeah, over at I believe Toy Habits has the. Your earlier guests, Toy Habits, they actually had them on their website. You know, I know I didn't come in time, but you know, huge shout out to Toy Habits for coming back to YouTube. You know, that was a very exciting episode today, and obviously you guys celebrated that here on the Oz's channel. I'm very excited for all the talent that's out there. But you know, it doesn't come out of nowhere, right? We all have to support these independents and try to get their projects on the go. So many different people are looking at these, and it's very difficult for smaller companies to actually get the ground. I mean, like if you really look at how the cost of tooling and what it costs to actually manufacture these things, we're looking at, you know, tens of thousands of dollars. Like, you know, sometimes closer to the, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, you know, every little bit counts. And, you know, Adam, you might think, everybody here, you know, Paints Toy Samples, you know, Emerald Knight Photo, figuratively speaking, Ozymandias, everyone thinks that they have a small channel. You don't. You know, we're all a voice in this community, and that speaks volumes, right? So, regardless of where you think you are in the sphere of influence, it doesn't matter, right? Your friends are another 5 people, 10 people, 20 people who can make a difference, right? That's really where it boils down to, you know. And you know, John, you know, stuff like your stuff that just can make a huge difference if people really see the photos that come out of this stuff, right? And you know, somebody can get in touch with John, you know, get a promo shot done, right? That can really make a difference in the thing. And the community as a whole can help out just by, you know, talking about these things, right? Sorry, not to center out Emerald Knight Photo. It's just it just came to mind. You know what I mean? Like,
so true though.
Here's the thing though, with these new properties, they don't have all of that nostalgia to catch on. So the only way that they're going to catch on is if people that actually care about it put themselves out there, and that's what they're doing, and it's making a big difference. It's one of the reasons that a lot of those projects are getting funded. They're not afraid to say, hey, this is what it is. This is what we're doing. This is where we're going. This is the plan. They're not afraid. It's a unique time in toys, because you wouldn't have gotten independent toys 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 40 years ago. Wouldn't have happened. You had a glutton in the 80s of different toy companies trying to come out, but you know what happened to that? They all blew up because, you know, tooling's expensive, and before they knew it, they had overproduced and undersold.
Agreed.
And they didn't have the avenue of Kickstarter, right? Like,
didn't exist.
That's kind of the sad thing too, is that, like, if this had happened at any other time in the history of sort of collectible action figures. Tons of companies went by the wayside that had great product because they basically couldn't buy their way onto pegs or onto shelves.
Right.
So now the toy making process is far more democratic. We're all, people rag on Target for having exclusives or Walmart or whatever, but that's their last grasp, right? Like that's the only way that they're getting toy collectors to buy from them rather than going online. And you can buy Target online anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But if you sort of get what I mean, that like, budgets being what they are, like, and this is sort of the unfortunate thing, and I would love to support everybody, but it doesn't financially work that way. I can't just have more money because there's another Kickstarter. So you have to sort of pick and choose where your money goes.
It was kind of like
but I'm spending less and less on the big guys and more on the little guys because the offering, the value proposition is just far greater at this point, I think, for most of the indie guys.
For me, I'm primarily G.I. Joe. So when his tank hit, Call Sign Longbow hit, and then you had the next, what was the next other one? I'm drawing a blank right now. Operation Recall. And then on top of that, the Robo Skull.
Yeah.
I had to make choices. So I got a Robo Skull and I got a His tank. I had to avoid the other two because I wanted to back them. I mean, I really wanted to back them, but it was, that would have been like $1,000, $1,200 just straight up the top.
Did you then back the 6-inch figures with the Robo Skull?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
I have the one that's coming with it, the 4-inch, and the rest of them are the 6-inch. I just couldn't pass it. And
yeah,
of course,
that was
Space Danger is not my friend. Space Danger is going to occur when they both come in.
The biggest enemy of all.
Yeah.
I didn't go for the actual Robo Skull. I just did the figures because I knew that there was going to be a HasLab coming, and I was like, "There's no way that I can have, a couple."
I just put it up on the ceiling, hang it from wire. It'll be fine. Nothing bad will happen, right? It's only $250.
I've already got a Turtle Blimp and a Sky Striker and well, I can't reach the one that's on the shelf, but I still have this one in the box. These Avatar Banshees.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
I didn't buy this because of Avatar. I bought this because this is a dope mount for like
Look at that.
Legions.
Yeah. I know. Same thing I was thinking.
I'll grab my other one. Hold on.
Oh my God. I mean, these things are ridiculous and they're huge. I mean, you almost got to go in on the Thunder Tank just so you can have a shelf to display them on. Look at that.
That was great.
I knew it was
Nice.
perfect. I knew it.
They're huge. Well, hold on. I got a tape measure right in front of me because I'm measuring these prints. Hold on. Straighten out his wings because he can't sit
Yeah, it looks about 17 inches.
flat on my shelf.
Jay
Wing
says
tip,
17.
he is about 26 inches.
Oh,
26.
Wow.
Way off.
Yeah.
I was way off.
Wow.
I was
That's
thinking
huge.
17 inches. I was like 17 inches. 20.
It's magic.
That is insane. That's
Head to tail, I bet he's almost that again. 22.
wow.
Yeah.
So
That is-
over
that's
20
insane.
inches both directions. I mean, that's as big as the Sky Striker right there.
Well, actually,
I was going to say, no, like those are pretty close to the dimensions, if I remember
check.
correctly.
How does McFarlane do it? I mean, he must be doing this in Canada.
wings close to Sky 14.
Okay.
So this is wider than the Sky Striker.
That is crazy. That is
Jeez,
impossible. I don't know. Just give everything to McFarlane. He'll make it cheap. Like
He'll make it cheap, yeah.
He'll make it cheap.
Oh, that
It's like-
$80 Batmobile is.
I was
calling
about to say that. Like
It is so calling my name, and I'm just like, oh, where would I put it?
when you know what? But here's the thing about that. It literally convinced me not to buy because I'm an idiot. and thank God that McFarlane came around. But that convinced me not to buy the freaking Hot Toys Batmobile, because I was this freaking close to putting down down payment. That's another car. That is, literally that's another car that I can't afford.
That's what I said about the Thunder Tank. It costs more than my first car.
I'm unboxing that tomorrow, and I just literally that's my second mortgage already. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, seriously,
I think one of my major rules is if it costs more than my first car, I'm not buying it.
Crazy.
We've all got to draw lines somewhere.
Well, you know the flag is going to cost at least $1,000.
Oh yeah,
you know that.
They're not.
I was thinking the HasLab Proton Pack was going to be $1,000. $1,200. When you can go back and you can watch all the episodes. Me, Jay, John, we were all saying the same thing. We're like 1,200, 1,500, right? That's what we were thinking. And when they came out and said what was it, 450, 600, something like that? It was ridiculously cheap.
The Proton
Pack? Believe it.
Yeah,
comparatively,
$399.
$399, $450. Yeah, $399.
That's because
instantly shut up and take my money, instantly. It was. And then literally, and this is the problem. This is the problem with HasLab. HasLab believes that we all have disposable income up the ass. Freaking a Rancor, then a freaking Sky Striker, then the freaking Proton Pack. 3 HasLabs within the span of 4 months.
Victory Saber was out there too.
Mm-hmm.
They are literally they've lost their minds. Most of us, like idiots like myself, we collect 10 lines. You know what I mean? Like a lot of us. How the hell do they expect us to pay for all that stuff? Freaking insane. Give us a payment plan at least.
Yeah.
I do Motu Origins.
If you're not going to get it for a year, can't we pay over quarterly payments?
Why not?
Going to get the money
up until it comes out? Why not?
Why can't we just pay it a little bit at a time?
Offer
I can tell you why. Because they're using that money to pay for it.
Oh, I get that.
Oh yeah,
I get that.
Yeah,
but you know what?
It's literally zero risk for them.
It's incurring interest in the bank. I get that. That's the whole modus operandi. That's what that is, right?
Yeah.
But
I don't.
Let's Sideshow take about 50% of your product, right? So that the rest of us have options, because then we can go to Sideshow and say, hey, let me take your payment plan for the next 3 months. You know what I mean? At least then that gives us options, right? It's what this is. Who went in on it? Out of all of us, how many HasLabs have we backed? Figuratively speaking, have you done any HasLabs?
Just one.
Just the one?
Just the His Tank. That's it.
Yeah, I was late to the game, so I didn't. If I had known about the His Tank at the time, I would have gotten it.
But I started back collecting in January of 22 again after 20 years of not collecting. So
yeah,
coming back, it was kind of like my first, "Ooh, yeah, I want to get this" kind of moment.
Yeah, I was around the same time.
Prior to that, it was just because I was getting out of the 4-inch figures. That wasn't really what it was appealing to me. I went with the 6-inch. 4-inch is what I had as a kid.
Yeah,
I'm not 8 anymore. I want something a little more sophisticated. So the 6-inch scale is kind of where I go.
I got the Sky Striker because it was the first G.I. Joe HasLab that they offered. Now I don't even know if I want to keep it because it takes up so much space, and I've got so many more 6-inch figures and there's more lines. It's just so I bought 2, thinking well, if I want one, I want 2. And now I'm like, okay, I'm only going to keep 1, so I got to try to sell 1. And then the second one, I sold off the extra figures. I sold off all the figures except for Ace and Wayne Ruffle and the Cobra Trooper, because Trooper, you're gonna troop build, so can't sell that one off. But I've got this giant HasLab box next to me. It's taking up space, and I'm like, man, that's a few $100 that I could put towards something else, because I'm never gonna open that one. So
yeah, for me it was.
But the His Tank was I had to get 2, and I'm keeping 2. So
yeah. I envy all of you for not discovering crowdsourcing. I envy all of you, because the moment I saw Unicron, it was over. Like, you know, just this freaking dream projects, right? Like they said Unicron's coming. I'm like, oh my god, I couldn't afford it the very first time. They like a lot of people don't remember this. Unicron failed. Unicron failed as a crowdsourced project. It failed, right? It didn't reach its target.
Yeah.
And I have a theory about that, and I've told it many times. Takara was going to do it anyway, so Hasbro didn't want to lose face, so they extended it 4 months. 4 extra months, and they made a crap ton of money. If you look at the counter, it stopped at exactly 1,200 or whatever it was, and that's impossible. Why did it go on such an even number, right? Like I'm just putting on my tinfoil hat right now, but they made a crap ton of money between.
I think that would have been MOQ.
Yeah. Oh, their MOQ was blown out the window easily. Like it's got to be, because between the domestic orders and then the international orders all over the world. You know how popular Transformers is in China? It's ridiculous how popular it is in China. Like absolutely monsters. It's ridiculous. They have random statues in the streets in China. Like I've actually seen it.
Yeah,
right?
to be fair, China has Mythic Legions fans that are rich enough that they could buy a figure of their likeness. So
there you go. I mean, it's absolutely crazy, right? And then like project after project after project, it just doesn't stop. You know what I mean? I've backed. I think I've backed more projects than I can think of right now. It's just ridiculous.
I bet.
The thing is with that, they have to make those choices with those dream projects. I think the ones that have failed, they failed because they aren't dream projects.
Here's the real problem with Payne. Here's the real problem. They're not asking us any fucking questions. Like, pardon my French.
They don't care.
They're making the projects
you guys want to see.
They're making the projects they think we want.
Yeah,
they're not the projects we want. You know what I mean? Nobody wanted the HasLab Engine of Vengeance. Nobody, right? We wanted 4 bikes. You know what I mean? Sorry, we wanted 3 bikes and a horse. You know what I mean? Like that's what we wanted. We wanted 3 bikes and a horse.
You could have still done the car. You could have done 3 bikes and a horse, and that would have been a good HasLab.
Oh, for sure, it would have been prohibitively expensive the way they were pricing it out. But just 3 bikes and a horse, I think you're fine. You already have the bikes made. Like we've had 2 Ghost Rider, what's it called, Marvel Legends out there, right? Between the one in space and the one down here, they do exist. So just reprint them. Like you're just asking for. And then they had what really got me was they had the audacity to actually release a classic carded Ghost Rider during the campaign. Are you just shooting yourself in the foot or what? Like you guys are not, the research is not being done properly, right? You guys are not connecting with the audience.
That Ghost Rider because now I have one for my.
There's the key, right? Like we all ended up getting a Ghost Rider, yay, right? But
Jay, we were talking about it that night. You remember when we're doing the countdown to seeing whether or not we would unlock Robbie Reyes or not. And again, being a Ghost Rider fan and enjoying all of the Ghost Riders, they still were like, okay, this is the most modern one. And I agree. I do like getting more of the modern stuff out because I don't think they're pushing enough of that. But, okay, so the Engine of Vengeance is the big part of the project. Why don't you put your stretch goals out there? Because now, if you got a Johnny Blaze as like a tier 3, with the Marlon Brando style cycle and all like that. You got the Danny Fetch with his, his version, that 90s version of Ghost Rider. You put Vengeance out there, again, with that big chopper kind of Harley-looking motorcycle. Put all of those out there as your stretch goals. And now you're attracting every fan of Ghost Rider possible. Because one of their, if they back this project, they are getting their Ghost Rider down the line. That's all they needed to do.
Is Ghost Rider a stretch though? Like, is it possible that that's just not a character that enough people
I mean, obviously his comic doesn't ever stay on the stands very long. I mean, realistically, he lasts a few years in whatever iteration that he's in, and then he disappears. He becomes a secondary character for a while, and then he gets his own series again. But that's kind of how Marvel's always cyclical anyway.
Yeah.
That's how they pull out their characters.
I argue anniversary editions sell. They should sell themselves.
Yeah.
And the fact that they dropped the ball on an anniversary edition is just sad. Okay.
Ultimately, was it the price point then?
No, well, there is that to consider, right?
For me,
But
it was
there's
100%
also-
the price point.
But there's also the consideration that why are you celebrating 40 years with the latest character?
Yeah.
When you indicate a 40th anniversary, you're looking at the history.
That's the one we want.
You're looking at the history of the characters, not the latest iteration. He can be there, right? You can bring him in, right? But you need to celebrate because you're marketing towards 40-year-old, 50-year-old. You know what I mean? Like you are looking at close to 40 years of Ghost Rider. I think it's 45 years or 50 years. It's crazy. It was the 50th anniversary of Ghost Rider. I'm like, yeah. Who's buying these things, right?
But
Who
it was
are you
like
marketing
the 5th anniversary of that one.
Yeah, if you
Well, he's 10 years. He was 10 years old.
and then you
Whatever.
you're offering, but the real problem is the optics don't work. You're marketing a car, and then literally here comes again. We're going to bring him up again. Here comes McFarlane, slaps you over the head, and says, "Hey, here's a Batmobile." Right? How much is the Batmobile? Oh, it's $35. It's $40 or whatever it was. Right? And you're
I think
asking
it was 60 with a figure, wasn't it?
no, there was no figure, but it was
No,
definitely.
it was the first one was like it was $69.99 and there was no figure.
Yeah.
The second one came out at $49.99 with a figure.
Yeah, it's literally like he's literally just like dangling another character in front of me and say, "Hey, I can produce these for nothing," and these guys are asking $300. Was it $300 or $399? I think it was $399.
$350.
$350. It's ridiculous, right? And
If you put that car at $175, maybe with at least the 3 figures,
most people are going to bite.
I would have gone for it.
Yeah, most people are going to bite with two figures, right? Robbie Reyes and his doppelganger. I'm just going to say it that way, but you know what I mean. Like you put those 2 figures out with the car, guaranteed at 150, 160. I think people go for it. Right?
People would have been all over it.
But we're also seeing though that price point, that kind of 150 price point, Hasbro's releasing stuff at that price point. So I don't think a HasLab at that price point is going to work. That Victory Saber is maybe the exception, and then whatever the second one, the yin and yang. But you're kind of looking at 330 because you're going to buy both. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Granted, right? I know where you're coming from, Adam. But then throw in a freaking bike. You know what I mean? Throw in one of those stupid bikes that only cost what was it, $35 like 4 years ago?
Well, and I was going to say that too, like echoing your point of like release the stretch goals. Let people know what they could get for $250.
There is the thing. Don't
make it Madeline Pryor, who's from the X-Men.
Yeah, So the whole strategy behind this was ridiculous. They were banking on X-Men people to back this thing. You know what?
Freaking Mephisto fans too. I mean, the fact that he was dangled out there first, and you're just like, this is not okay. This is
Mephisto
not okay.
makes sense though. Mephisto makes a hell of a lot more sense than Madeline Pryor. You know,
he's tied to the Ghost Rider, so it's fine. But
exactly, right? The deal with the devil makes sense, right?
That was the first stretch goal, and then they came back and they're like, actually, Madeline Pryor's the first stretch goal, and it was like, this is just getting worse.
No, look,
it's getting more and more embarrassing. I felt really bad for the team that had to kind of keep coming on and like keep being hyped about it and like saying like, isn't this great? Like, we love the support. It didn't seem like the energy was right behind them. Like, it didn't seem like they believed in it either. Deep down, you could see in their eyes.
In reality, it probably was chosen because it had the highest profit margin possible.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That was why.
Yeah, and
I mean,
all that.
Simple as it is, because if you look at the components, the price wasn't there.
I hear you.
That was not there.
You make the most sense there, the pain. But I've always said it. You know, at the end of the day, if you cannot sell tits to nerds, you really have a problem. All right. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, but nerds can't afford tits that expensive.
Well, you know what? They put up the wrong tits because they literally covered her wrong generation. Again, like I know that's her costume now. But you're advertising to 40-year-old freaking nerds. So you know what? Give them the medal and pride that they wanted. And you know what? It's not hard. You would just ask us. But the thing is that you know what? They're Disney doesn't like titties. I mean, like that's just the way it is. Like Disney is scared. Disney is scared of the human body. I don't get it. You know what? Don't get into superheroes then. What the heck are you doing? You're in the wrong business. Stop it. Like you are in the wrong business. Like it's just
I mean, the his tank was 300, right? The engine of engines was 350. Is that car
Not
worth
even
$50 more than the his tank?
even.
I just don't think it is.
Nowhere near.
Even including licensing.
First off,
LEDs, nah.
I was going to say that his tank came out looking like $300
Yeah,
before any stretch goals were really announced.
People were thinking, a lot of people, again, speculation, they were thinking 400, right? 400 right off the bat. Some people were saying 500, right? And they were ready. Like literally, they had dollars out. It was Fry
was there, yeah.
Fry was waving those dollar bills.
I think they redid some of those tiers because I don't think Cobra Commander was originally supposed to be with it.
You are absolutely Payne. You're
because
absolutely
it's obvious that the thing that they were planning was like the little guns on the side, and that was supposed to be its own tier kind of thing.
Well,
and then
what happened there, honestly, in my opinion, anyway, right? I have no proof of this. Is the GI Joe team has proven time and time again they are the masters at pivoting, the absolute masters at pivoting in crisis situations. They did it with the HasLab Sky Striker because the HasLab Sky Striker was new and nowhere. It was dead in the water, along with both projects being ran at the same time killed both projects because again overlap, right? Neither of them was going to make the finish line, and then freaking Cobra Commander saved everybody's ass. That's what actually happened with the Skydriver. And same thing with the with the his tank. What happened was the first offering was decent, right? It was what was it, weapons pack or something like I think it was like the rockets, right?
Yeah.
The Nerf rockets, right? But then the very next tier, people were like, "Oh, you guys are literally doing a Rancor again." It was just a bunch of like side panels and a new canopy.
It was the canopy, classic canopy, and the classic side skirts.
Yeah,
that was it.
But it didn't matter. They were at 10,000 already. They were already over the minimum.
But then it was going like this, and then as soon as they announced those the side skirts of canopy, it flatlined, like they had a heart attack. It flatlined. And then they panicked, right? They're like, what just happened, right? And you could look at this two ways. In a campaign, things flatline, during because there's the long haul, right? People, and then literally the last week, that's when more bids come in. But the masters of pivoting did not want to lose that momentum. So what did they do? They just said, "Oh, hey, screw it, throw the kitchen sink in there. We're going to give them the gunner. We're going to give them another set of weapons, right?" And boom, the freaking thing went like this again. And then they had nothing left to throw in for the last tier. So they said, like Payne said, they're like, you know what? Let's just give them a Coco. Let's just do it. Who cares, right? They literally that was an illustration.
But it's the Coco we want.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the one that all of us really want, but they're never going to do that one.
Well,
no,
and we know why.
I mean,
we all realize
it's been gone over 100,000 times. I don't need to tell you why they're not going to do it.
It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
I mean, I did my own.
I can put a towel on my head, and what you're gonna.
I sculpted my own, so I have him in my display. I'm good.
I don't want that retro one.
Yeah,
you don't.
I'm happy with the one that we got, the updated one. I love that one. I'm actually selling the his tank one.
I mean,
I want a battle armor one.
Yeah, you know what?
That'd be cool.
There is a really good point. Like the battle armor one is a really
the Fred, is that the one you're talking about?
But that all that is it's about, again, it's about catering to your audience, asking us what the heck we want. You know what I mean? Because we're not difficult. We literally tell you what we want. We want a freaking, the key to success with the Rancor was a dancing slave girl, but they couldn't even come to terms with that. You know what I mean? Cover her up with extra stuff if you have to.
And they didn't even offer that right away.
Well, that's my point, right? Like if anything, give us Give us a through the Gamorrean Guard. Oh my God, how many Gamorrean Guards do we have right now? Like so many. They just released another one this year. Like ridiculous.
Here's a figure you already have, but it's a stretch goal, guys.
That was another one. That was
just put
$400.
him with a big bite taken out of him. That would have been perfect.
Oh, I'm missing an arm, a leg. You know what I mean? But instead they give us a bag of bones, a bag of freaking bone. It was an insult. It was a slap in the face to all the fans. Ridiculous.
And a cardboard background.
No, that was even worse. No, yeah, that's right. It was the yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
Don't forget the cardboard.
I can get those from Extreme Sets.
You know what? The way I look at it, put Ula in like a muumuu. Put Ula in a muumuu, right? But underneath her, have everything that was the original costume. That way, people can decide to take the freaking thing off. You know,
we had Ula in Power of the Force 2.
Exactly. I have her. I kept her when I sold my Star Wars figures.
I've got Hut Slayer Leia in the corner over here. I mean,
and I have the slave Leia. Why?
But I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say though that Hasbro's Star Wars offerings they don't make any sense at this point.
No,
you know what I mean? Like even that Naboo Starfighter at $130. That's still bonkers, right?
For that toy that was
sell, though.
$30.
That'll
12
sell.
years ago.
But I mean, the Stinger with an O-ring figure was $40.
No, I know,
exactly.
but it'll.
How is that $130?
It'll still sell.
How is there $90 in difference between those two items?
It's called, we're gonna retool it just enough that we're gonna have to pay for a little bit of extra tooling, but we're gonna charge you out the yin yang for it.
Because
Stinger's all new. They don't have the vintage molds anymore. The Stinger's new, the figure's new, everything's new there.
Yeah, but look at the I just brain farted. Damn it. Getting old's terrible.
Look at what product? There's a product that was priced well or terribly.
No, the carbonized stuff.
Oh, the collection stuff.
And the Trooper. Are you kidding me?
That is pure. That's pure.
It's almost as bad as the Viper 3-pack.
Well, I can understand it, but I can understand the Viper 3-pack though. That is a means to an end. Okay, the Viper 3-pack I get. I get the Viper 3-pack. It's a means to an end. You have one officer, right? Army build up the what? The problem is the price point.
Yeah,
they are not like more buying volume means you go down. It doesn't mean you go up. When you buy 3 figures, it's supposed to go. You're supposed to save on 3 figures. You're not supposed to pay extra.
Just stack,
right?
Stack and add a few bucks.
It's a troop builder. It's a troop builder pack. If you're going to make it a troop builder pack, make it a troop builder pack. And make it
they figured that out with the vintage collection, right? They have five figures, right?
The band.
Yeah, they have the band. No, that's 7 figures, but the same exact thing, right? They have the band. They have the
Clone Trooper pack.
Yeah, the Clone Trooper pack. They have the Rebel pack.
Yeah,
right?
Endor Rebels.
They have the Scout Trooper pack is about to come out, and they're all at least a little bit less than if you would buy them in single packs, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense, right?
Which makes the Naboo fighter make even less sense.
Yeah, it does.
Because they're getting some things right and some things completely wrong.
Yeah. I think they're just trying to find new ways to be mediocre.
Here's that could very well be it.
Star Wars has been that way overall for a while now, and it's not just toys.
I think they need I think they need new leadership. That's my big thing. And I'm not trying to.
Hasbro, Lucasfilm, Disney. Which be more specific? All the above.
Well, the team, the Hasbro team, right? The team that's running that department, right? They've been
how many
there.
different versions of Andor do you need?
Well, I do think there was a little bit of a shift in their in their sort of corporate identity when the former CEO tragically passed away.
Yes.
Yeah, but at this stage now, they've laid off 15% of their entire workforce, including some of the design staff. Like I talked about this earlier tonight. One of the head sculptors of the GI Joe line, he got canned the other day, right? What are they going to look like now? That's the scariest part. You know, he put passion and soul into these figures. What are they going to look like now that he's gone? Right? Who's going to lead this ship? Right? We're going down a path, as Payne said, we're going down the path of mediocrity. Right? We're going down the path of safe retooling. Right? Nobody wants carbonized figures. Right?
Somebody does, because they keep making them.
Nobody does, and I'll tell you why nobody does.
Honestly, Adam, I haven't seen them move. I've seen them sit on shelves and peg warm.
Exactly.
Every time.
I'm a Toys R Us.
But how many? What was the first carbonized figures? Those were like 3 years ago.
Adam, the reason they keep pumping them out is a contractual obligation. That's the reason why they do it, because Target has a contract with them for the exclusivity on carbonized figures, and by their contract they have to produce them, right?
But to sort of the business end of that, if Target's paying for them, they'll keep making them.
Yeah,
I know it, but there is that. But they're clear. But it's a bad look on the company as a whole. None of us as collectors appreciate this, and they're showing up at Ollie's. They're showing up at Big Lots. They're showing up everywhere else except for where they really need to be.
On that, eventually, their buyers are going to quit buying.
There's the key.
Target.
People are
because
really
they're not selling and they're clearancing out. Clearancing is costing Target money. True. Sales is agreed to with Hasbro and Target as part of their business plan.
Absolutely.
But clearancing, that is 100% waste at Target. Yeah. And I can promise you, if they're wasting out in a particular category, they won't keep buying.
Those figures are garbage. I don't know why they wanted them in the first place. But the first time they did them, I kind of understood it. Right? They were kind of kickstarting
novelty.
It was more than 3 years ago, because it was right when what was the first sequel trilogy called?
Yeah, you're talking about the Force Awakens.
Yeah, that was the first first
20
carbonized figures, right?
2015, right? 2015,
2015.
Is it that long ago?
I have such a big problem with the shift that happened at that time. We had just come off of several years, and mind you, it was kind of building into this direction right before The Force Awakens. It just happened that Force Awakens hit right when they went hard. And we did great articulation and amazing sculpts at the end of Revenge of the Sith. And for years after that, the continuation of the vintage collection and several different lines coming out from that. And then we hit going into the Force Awakens, and I felt like I was getting McDonald's toys, but they were charging me more, and they just weren't as good. But that's because they were trying to push the Black Series. You know, here's this new highly sculpted, highly articulated collector's edition style figure. Here's your Black Series. This is what we're doing for you kidults moving forward. And some people were all in. Other people were just kind of like, no. Because I got to say, Star Wars has brought me into the collecting world more times than even Masters of the Universe. And
Black Series did do 4-inch.
They did.
I was about to say that.
You had the Black Series 6-inch, and you did have the Black Series.
They had an identity crisis at one point because nobody's buying the figure, so they figured it might have been the size differential, right? They didn't think people were into the 6-inch, right? They were wrong, right? But
Well, they did that with all of their lines, though. I mean, you have the Marvel Universe figures, and then first it's Legends and Marvel Universe, then back to Legends, and now we've got the 3.75 5 POA Legends figures as well. It's like make up your mind, pick one.
No, but the Hasbro's MO is exactly the same, right? They created the vintage collection, right? But then they realized that there was still money in the retro collection, Like they continue to recycle all of their lines. You know, they had the retro collection Joes, and they went back to the O-rings, right? And now we're the O-rings. The O-rings are in limbo. I haven't heard a release of the O-rings in months, right?
One of my biggest problems with that is the reaction now. So Super 7's going to charge me more than what Hasbro would charge me for less articulation than what Hasbro would give me.
Okay, now, but you know what? There's like, and I understand where you're coming from, Oz. But the reality is, Super 7 is its own ecosystem,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, very
They are playing in their own pond, right?
Yeah.
And they are pushing that crap like everywhere. At Toys R Us, it's everywhere. Like I can't, like, I step into one section of Toys, it's just a sea of reaction figures, right?
But wasn't Reaction at one time a thing between them and Funko? As I recall, some type of partnership.
No, I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
I don't believe so. Funko doesn't play well with others.
But I mean, look, GI Joe, you know, the vintage GI Joes were known for their articulation. That was the selling point, right? The big selling point that differentiated them from every other action figure in the early '80s is that they had, you know, way more articulation than like a Star Wars vintage figure.
Yeah, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't translate well as reaction figures. But in sort of defense of them, Super 7, like Jake said, is sort of, that's their sandbox. That 5 POA is their sandbox. So what they're effectively doing is releasing all these different lines and all these different IPs as figures that are all in the same line. So, you know, their Thundercats are kind of in the same universe, if you will, with the G.I. Joe figures.
Correct.
And with Ninja Turtle figures and the Worst and Papa Emeritus from Ghost. Like, they're all scaled pretty much the same articulation, so on and so forth. So it's a thing. It's a vibe. That's Super 7. Love them or hate them, they're doing what they want, and no one else is going to tell them otherwise.
They've hit some sort of collecting niche that either only collects in box, because that's what they look great on your wall if you want to like plaster your wall.
Yes,
you know, Michael Mercy style, or you know, a whole bunch of different people who've been doing that. Or if you want to just line up as many figures in one DTOF on little risers and just like plaster as many as you can inside one and say, hey, look, I've got every single reaction figure ever made. Because like you can literally fit 50 reaction figures with risers in one level of a DTOF. It's ridiculous, right? So if you're a completionist and you start that way, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's gross. And again, who really plays with their toys to the level that we should? Nobody really does. Well, okay, fine, Adam, fine. Like you really? I don't. Guys, come on, seriously. Do you actually sit down every night and you know make a diorama?
Not tonight.
Did you not see the battle Connor was having earlier with his Cobra Kai figures on my live stream with me?
If you have kids, you know what, you that makes sense, right? But are you going to give your kid the $55 Super 7 figure? You know what I mean? Like, that's a little bit, you know what I mean? Like,
I play with them in my office.
Yeah, I get it, but you have to supervise them, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Because let me tell you, I was watching a review of the Ultimates Duke tonight, and when he went to pop off that head, the bottom peg came off instead of the top peg.
Oh,
I was mortified. I was like, but at least it didn't break. Right?
Like the barbell?
The barbell, the bottom,
wow.
The one that was in his neck came out,
right?
The one that was on top of his neck, right? And I was like, okay, well, at least it didn't break, right? So now he's got to heat up the head to get that thing out, right? But then there's another consideration. Do we really have to heat up our freaking toys to get them to work? Like, seriously, what is going? When did that become a normal thing?
Standard practice.
That is ridiculous. That should not be a standard.
Just give them all a nice warm bath and they'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't think for my sorceress, like the OG one, I have yet to put her long blonde or long white hair head on because it can't fit, and it's like I don't want to force it on there. So she's yet to have her long hair head on her body. So it's like, well, that sucks, but to me, it's like, well, it is what it is.
And that's exactly but that's exactly my point, right? When did this become a normal thing?
Never.
Right? Like, I remember as a kid tearing open an action figure and just, like, you couldn't stop me from doing that, right?
Yeah.
And true, I did break a few toys. I mean, that's going to happen.
Oh yeah.
Right?
But we have so many more points of pressure, and there's so many more articulation points that you're going to have a lot more stress.
You know what I believe? You know what I truly believe? I truly believe that the toxic plastic of the 80s is immortal. I believe that the toxic plastic of the 80s cannot be broken. All right? It takes 40 years for that stuff to actually get to a point where it's actually going to break. All right?
Unless
the toxic
it's
plastic,
metallized.
right? Just don't. If you don't lick it, you're safe. Okay? Stop licking your toys. Everybody, don't lick your toys. Like, Robo says it all the time. Do not eat this toy. It's bad for you. Don't eat the toy.
Yeah,
right?
don't go sniffing the back metal. No, not a good idea.
Don't do it.
Don't sniff the back metal, kids.
Why are you chewing them?
The new formula doesn't work. I'm telling you, it's not toxic enough. It doesn't have enough bonding in it. It was not meant to be. It's meant to be eaten. They did it. They made the plant-based. They made the plant-based plastic. It's actually what we're playing with right now. It's plant-based plastic. We are
That's
playing.
why
with
they break so much.
We're playing with plant-based plastic. I'm telling you.
You know what nobody's complained about as far as having to heat them up or having any breakage? Animal Warriors of the Kingdom.
There you go.
There it is.
There you go.
There it is. I was waiting for it to come back around.
Support Amazing, support Animal Warriors of the Kingdom.
That's
Go get
right.
that
Support
stuff.
Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. Exactly. 100%. Oh man, I have too many teeth marks on all my toys, man. You got to be kidding me. I must have been teething when I was like 15. Like, I don't get it.
I'm not gonna act like I didn't show a power sword back then.
Yeah, we all did.
I have tons of Lego, and my kids. I was building a set with my 7-year-old a couple days ago, and she put two pieces together incorrectly, and I was doing like another step, and I was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "This is on my desk at all times. You don't ever need to put Lego in your mouth."
It's an instinctual. It's an instinctual thing.
It is, and we all did it. As a kid, I never had sets big enough to get these.
I was
now I have
gonna
a
say
bag
I never
full of
had
these.
the tool as a kid. Never had it.
Animals, by their very nature, normally don't have limbs to take things apart, right? So the first instinct is to freaking,
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean? Like everything goes to your mouth.
Yeah.
I think I did that with one of my Thundercats, the Super 7 ones. I think it was Chitara, and I was like trying to change her head out, and I was like doing that. I'm just like, whoa, hold on a second. I was like, hold on a second. I'm not 7 anymore, so just calm down.
No, the thought flashes in your head. It happens. There's a moment where you're like, God damn, I know. Wait, I'm not supposed to do that.
There is a lot of pressure in the jaw, so it does work really well as a vice. It's just not like the result that happens afterwards.
I got buddies who open up beer bottles with their freaking teeth. You ever see that? I'm like, how do you do that? Like, God, don't
It's
do
actually
that.
pretty easy once you know how to do it.
Yeah, I used to do that. People were like,
You
"You're gonna
guys-
break your teeth," and I got to the point where I was like, "Okay, now I'm panicked because I've gotten away with it this long. It's
Numbers game.
It's a numbers game, and at this point, I'm losing. I'm running out of chances that it's not going to happen."
Yeah.
I just used my ring. That's the only reason I got married. Just
There you
Also,
go.
I'm much more civilized than I was in my early 20s. So
The lighter trick.
Look, I get it. You're thirsty. I understand. Relax. Okay, just calm down.
when you're at a house party, you got to get that bottle open right away.
Yeah.
Now I don't go anywhere. I got a bottle opener in my drawer. I don't need to use my.
I used to carry 3 bottle openers on my keys. Now the bottle openers are still there. I just don't drink anymore. So Nolan brings up, to be fair, the snack food we had back then wasn't much better than the plastic.
He's not wrong. Or the cereal.
Oh yeah. All that
Cereal
shit.
is not food, man. Cereal is candy. Cereal is candy is disguised as food. Okay,
It's healthy candy because you coat it in milk.
Yeah, whatever, dude. You know what? They legally had to stop saying it's part of your nutritious breakfast for a reason. They legally
Look,
had to
man.
stop saying that.
Look, go grab some crunchy nuts and forget that comment you just made.
God, you're cutting me deep now, man. You're cutting me
Oh,
deep.
hey, shots were fired.
That's childhood, man. That's the childhood. Yes. Okay, you got me. You got me.
I need my
I'll shut
golden
up.
grams, man.
I will shut up.
I need some Mr. T's, man. I need some Mr. T's.
Mr.
Do they still make Mr. T's? I think the license expired.
Ew.
Do they even make Count Chocula anymore? I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
Count Chocula,
Yeah.
Frankenberry, Booberry, all around Halloween.
Canada's
Yeah.
become too healthy. Like, there's nothing like that up here. Not anymore. I
I'm
think
gonna smuggle you some monster cereal.
I think I
around
saw
Halloween.
Fruit Loops once. I think that's what I saw. I think I saw Fruit Loops.
No, Jay, I think we still get it seasonally. Because I saw the monster stuff. I saw the monster stuff around Halloween this year, which is for the first time in a lot of years.
Okay, fine. General Mills throws us a bone around Halloween. Great, wonderful, right? The kids must go crazy. But I don't see.
I go
anymore.
crazy.
I don't think I haven't seen the Honeycomb Kid since I was like 15. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't seen him forever. What's he been doing these days? Does he have a girlfriend? Is he married? That's probably why he's gone.
Do you guys remember
He had a
like
heart
one of the
attack
very
and
few,
diabetes from eating this cereal.
Yeah. One of the very few things that I remember there was always a prize in cereal.
Yeah.
There's no prize in cereal anymore. But one of the ones that I remember very distinctly that I absolutely loved. Do you remember when Captain Crunch had the what was that ghost thing? But they had like a sticky one. Did you guys have that one?
Was it the one you could whip across the room and it would grab things? Yeah. They
Is
still
that a Canadian thing?
definitely.
Did you guys have that?
They have them.
Oh yeah.
You did have it.
They have them in the quarter dispensers. Like, they still
Yeah,
have
you can still get those things, but they don't come in cereal boxes.
No, it came in the cereal, and then kids were trying to put those in their mouth too, and they were like,
I was about
"Whoa,
to say,
wait a
yeah,
minute."
that's like that. It's that Simpsons episode. The freaking he didn't know that the freaking toy was and it ended up in his stomach, right?
The Crustios, yeah.
Oh yeah, metal
Crustios.
shards.
Yeah.
The metal shards.
Adam, you know, Kinder Surprise is illegal in the U.S. It's freaking ridiculous.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep.
You guys don't even know what Kinder Surprise is, do you?
No, we do, because we
Yeah.
get to see it all the time on YouTube,
Yep.
and then our kid, as a parent, and your kid's saying, "We want Kinder Surprise," and you can't get them.
It's what? It's Kinder. It's good chocolate too.
It's
Yeah.
freaking
We
it's
can get
Nutella,
the
man.
chocolate,
I know.
It's
but
Nutella.
we don't get it the same way that you guys do. The toy part is in a completely separate compartment. Like, it's not.
It's changed
sold
here, I
the
think,
same.
too. I think it's like that here.
No, it's not. Like, there's still the traditional Kinder Surprise, but then there's that extra one that he's talking about.
Yeah, where it's half and half.
The
You get chocolate
blasphemous
and a toy.
blasphemy, pure blasphemy.
Brick brings up what's with all these stupid kids, and
It's not stupid kids.
It's
it's stupid
kids are
adults
uneducated.
that
I was gonna say-
blame companies for them not raising their children properly.
Correct.
I agree with
I
that
agree.
100% because the
I
kid
agree.
is uneducated to start.
If your
It's
kid's
our
eating metal
job to
shards,
educate and
I
teach.
approve the motion and well would like to move it forward into law. I would.
Ridiculous.
Well, and let's face it too. Like even for some of us, where maybe we were raised by TV. We had these really.
Let's be honest. We were all raised by TV.
Yeah.
All 6 of us.
It's true. It's true. But we all had these wonderful 30-minute toy commercials that gave us a great moral and some common sense at the end of the episode.
Because it was legally obligated to.
Yeah.
And you know what? It worked.
It worked.
I enjoyed that though. I
So we have a
enjoyed that.
30-minute commercial, and in the middle of that 30-minute commercial, we had more commercials for more stuff.
Yeah.
Then we would watch the next commercial for the stuff that we saw the commercial of during the commercial for 30 minutes in the next half hour.
I argue trying to figure out the morals in today's cartoons is non-existent. I don't think they have morals anymore. They just make.
No, they don't have to because it's on streaming, so they don't. It's not
right.
They're not legally bound by.
No, but even SpongeBob SquarePants when it was on TV, they're the dumbest show. Have you ever watched an episode? They're really dumb. Like there's no. They're all self-contained episodes, but they're just like
Sorry, Oz, can you bring up Brick's comments? It says my kids.
Oh, hold on, here it is.
Brick, you spelled there incorrectly.
Your kids are robots. Your kids are
They're
robots.
geniuses.
They own geniuses.
That's the
That's what he
possessive
said.
there.
They are robots.
They own the geniuses.
Robots.
That's why they don't put stuff in their
Next
mouths.
something
They
is
own
robots.
geniuses that tell them no.
Robots, I'm telling you.
I can only assume that Brick's wife is the one that taught them not to put things in their mouths. Because
exactly. How would they not put things in them? Have they not met kids?
We love you, Brick.
Kids naturally put things in their mouths, especially for the first 2 or 3 years.
100%.
There's just like this natural progression of I'm going to grab whatever I can grab, and ooh, it goes in my mouth.
In your mouth, in your nostrils, in your ears, they'll put things anywhere. Like that's why you gotta make sure that they're soft.
Maybe that's where we get that we have to put it in our mouth to take it out.
So, another great comment from Brick here. I love how, even though he's not on the panel, he's still chiming in just as much as the rest of the panel. It didn't work. Those 80s kids are grown up arguing about toys on the internet.
It did work. It did work. That's the whole point. It did work.
It's true because they sold us and they're still selling us.
We
There's
have
different degrees to how successful it was. I think most of us are sort of on the end of the spectrum where it worked pretty well. There is certainly an element that is on the other end of the spectrum that didn't quite figure out some of those PSAs. But
knowing is half the battle. And the other half are still trying to figure out what the other half is because they didn't get it.
The fact that the fact you can say knowing is half the battle and half the room says G.I. Joe, it doesn't even matter if you're nerds or not. That actually doesn't matter, right? It has no bearing on whether or not. The point is it worked, right?
Yeah, it's in the common culture.
Yeah, it's a nomenclature now. It's part of our psyche. Like we have been conditioned. We know what it means now. And
if somebody says it's a bird, it's a plane. Everybody knows. How to end that statement, right?
It's a UFO because they can't.
Realize.
More kids know what doot means than anything in the world right now. Like every kid knows what that is. Like it doesn't matter, even whether you're young or old right now, you still know what that is. It's ridiculous.
And a whole bunch more people are going to know soon enough.
Yeah, pretty much.
And hey, Oz.
Oh, you mean I don't know. I'm not. Are you looking forward to it? I'm kind of iffy. Like I think Sonic really got me. Sonic was brainwashing too, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that.
Always.
No, because
I haven't seen the Sonic movies. My kids watch them.
Have you guys realized the Sonic was genius? Like the marketing company that came up with the Sonic campaign is just freaking genius. Like, have you guys realized that? Because they put out a fake trailer. A lot of people call me crazy for this, but they put out a freaking fake trailer. Right? Nobody cared. Nobody gave two shits about Sonic the Hedgehog. Nobody would have cared.
Wait.
If you had announced Sonic the Hedgehog the way it was, nobody would have cared. What did they do? They put a freak on a commercial, got everybody upset, right? Pissed everybody off, demanded that they redo it, right? No movie company in their right mind is going to redo CGI for an entire movie. That would break the bank on them. It's just ridiculous. So what do? They faked the trailer because it's not that expensive to do that, and then they released the real trailer like 3 or 4 months later. Genius, it was a year later. Pure genius. Absolute pure genius. And look, 2 sequels later, people are still talking about Sonic.
Yeah.
And now Nintendo's decided, well, Sonic got a piece of the pie. Why don't we get something of that? It's like, yeah.
Well, that was kind of long overdue, though. I mean, even though I am a big fan of the 1993 Mario live action movie, kind of right with Street Fighter.
Leguizamo and Hoskins, come on.
Yeah.
As long as you take it as something other than a Mario Brothers film, it works.
Just take it
The
out.
minute you try to take it as something that would be in that Mario World's universe for the games,
Payne speaks the truth. Payne speaks the truth. He knows what he's talking about.
Couldn't stay away.
Not only could he not stay away.
Hello, guys.
What's up?
In
his mouth.
Brick in his mouth. He put the brick separators in his mouth.
Yeah. You put,
and in doing so, sealed his mouth.
What's going on, guys?
Not much, brother.
Sorry, I'm just chewing on a bunch of brick separators.
Yeah,
because
So if you put it in your mouth and get it on the bricks, you can really get leverage with your
yeah,
can.
I was actually trying to pull out some film.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. When I was in school, I used to chew on pen heads all the time. Like it was just, yeah, like not the pen head, the pen caps, not the pens themselves. I made that mistake once. Didn't work out too well. But I don't know. Like again, there's a primal thing about putting something in your mouth and just like chewing on it. That's what she said. Anyway, we'll get to that. We'll get to that zinger later. But
I'm learning a lot, fellas. Thank you. You're
Hey, Brick,
geniuses.
in the comments you mentioned earlier, I noticed it, but I don't know if anybody noticed it or we just didn't touch on it when we were talking about HasLab, that Avengers HasLab, what people think it might be.
Yeah.
I brought it up, but we were still continuing on the conversation. I meant to circle back to it. This is why I need to star comments like Jay does.
We were all still dumping on the Rancor.
Cardboard as a
sack of bones.
stretch goal.
it's the Quinjet.
I say Quinjet.
It's the Quinjet. I was gonna say the exact.
Quinjet would be good.
It's the Quinjet.
Was it MCU?
It doesn't have to be.
See, that's where I struggled with the Quinjet.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know how Marvel Legends is sort of wrapping their head around. Do we do MCU? Do we do vintage? Do we do 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s? Like, where do you go?
No,
and
you go with you go with Galactus. Galactus was
and then you got Giant Man.
Yeah,
would be the other.
Well, I know, but Giant Man, it's.
I was hoping for a Giant Man or a Goliath.
Well, you could get Giant Man, Goliath. You could also get make different iterations of them going up to their sizes as well.
I have a feeling they're going to do a vehicle just because of their track record right now. They've had a successful tank, right? They tried with a vehicle. They're easy to read. They're easy to read. They had it's been vehicles lately, right? It's been the Sky Striker, it's been the His tank, right? They tried
Vengeance.
They tried.
I was going to say, you didn't think they get gun shy from the Ghost Rider?
I don't know.
You know what? A Quinjet is something that fans have actually been asking for, right?
Yeah,
There's a difference, right? And I said it earlier.
What kind of Quinjet are you going to get? The full size?
It's got to be. It's got to be decent size enough.
You're going to get one that be.
I didn't get any of that.
I got it. It was the Matrix effect. It was great.
I wasn't sure if it was just me.
Payne, say it again.
It was my internet. But if they're going to do a Quinjet, let's say it's going to be a 5-seater Quinjet, that's going to be extremely prohibitively expensive. That'll be Thundertake size pricing. That might price it out to where people don't get it. I mean, we're looking at a different economy than we were.
Well, but their solution to oversized pricing always seems to be the barrier to entry, right? Because if you look at Galactus, he stayed only $50 more, but the actual number of backers had to go up. I think like almost double from the previous HasLab. So they're probably going to keep it in and around 300 to 400, and then just make sure that to hit their goal of 15 to 20,000, right? Which is scary. But we're talking about Marvel fans here. Give them the right bone, they will gnaw on it for a year. Like they're rabid fans, right?
I didn't even know the Quinjet existed in the comic. I just had to look it up.
Really?
Oh wow.
I was never a big Avengers comic book. I was X-Men.
That's understandable.
I was a Marvel Universe reading kid. I don't know if y'all remember those. And man, I saw those cross sections of those Quinjets, and I studied those things. Those things were rad.
I think that's the one that they might do. The one that was in the cross cell because it holds quite a few people actually, right? It's
it's 5-seater from what I can. And they're right up front, so you can kind of monkey with that. You could kind of get it. You could position them in such a way that maybe it wouldn't be as big as.
See, a genius move. Here's a genius move. You make a Quinjet, which is like compact, and then you add pieces to it to actually make it into a Blackbird. I think that would be you're hitting two markets right there. You're hitting the Avengers and then
if they did that, they would.
That would be really awesome.
See,
Like,
this
you
is the one. Sorry,
Yeah,
I was,
exactly.
This was the one that I was thinking back of the day.
But if you think about
sorry.
5 figures, that's going to be massive too. I mean, it's coffee table size.
It's like a shuttle pod, right? It's like a
Yeah.
shuttlecraft from Star Trek. It's really cool, right?
Does that look? Yeah, that's a little bit longer than a Thunder Tank. If we're
Mhm.
going by the scale of the seats, do you think, or just
I
barely?
would say it'd probably be a little
that's huge.
bit,
That thing's
a little
massive.
bit shorter and probably
Thanks, Jay.
wider.
Yeah. If that's Marvel Legends scale, that thing's gigantic.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
There's other pictures like that cross section one looks bigger than a lot of the other pictures.
But you could fudge things.
Yeah, that's what I'm
They've
saying.
They fudge things.
You'd have
before.
to.
Yeah.
Well, see, check this out. This is what trips me out about Marvel, right? Where it's like, man, there's
different versions, too.
that's what I mean. It's like a huge section of us that remember one thing, and then there's probably folks who know this one that I don't, and then there's the MCU
Rick.
folks, and it's just how are they wrapping their head around what to do? You know?
Brick, you brought up the wrong picture. That's Star Trek.
What's that? No, dude, this is Star Tours
That's a
from Disneyland.
That's a runabout. No,
It's definitely
That's Star Tours.
no, too.
Not Star Trek, Star Tours.
I'm just
But
saying.
Marvel's continuity looks a little bit like GI Joe's does sometimes. Like you remember in the Sunbow era cartoon when they'd get like so you'd get I'm trying to think of like one of the situations like you'd get 3 people in a Skyhawk or something like that in a cartoon because that was just what they needed for the scene or whatever.
Right.
Like, Cobra did it all the time. They'd have an HVAC that had like 3 people in it. And you're like, that's a single occupant vehicle in the toy line, but there's 3 dudes in it in the cartoon. So with the Quinjet, I think there's room where like if you make it the right shape and you make sure that a minimum of 3 figures fit in it, I'm sure they can pull artwork from a particular panel from a comic where there had 3 people in it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because I brought it up and there's 4 seat, 5 seat, 6 seat. Like it just depends on who was drawing, right? Whoever was on pencils determined how many seats were in the Quinjet. Seems like
Well, they could get away with it because if you look at it, you would have Iron Man and Thor who could fly on their own. So they could get away with doing a 3-seater.
Which figures do they put in there?
You'd have to put Hawkeye because
But
if you're
they're
gonna
releasing
honor the anniversary of the Avengers, you need Hawkeye, you need Ant-Man, and you need Wasp.
Guys,
Wasp is one that can fly too.
Guys, we don't even have
Yeah,
to.
she doesn't generally fly like that though.
We don't even have to worry about any of that stuff. With Iron Man, with Iron Man, freaking what's it called? Nanobot technology. It can have 16 seats if it wants. It just transform. It just basically keeps morphing into like different things. Did you see the freaking gauntlet went from like Iron Man size to like Hulk size? Come on, like nothing is impossible in the Marvel MCU.
It's fine.
Nothing's impossible. There were 20 seats. There were 20 seats.
Pencil is what you're saying, Jay. Nothing is impossible with a pencil.
There was
By
20
physics
seats.
and logic. There's nothing else.
No, I know what it is. It's going to be the Quinjet, right? And then the figures are going to be Mephisto, Madeline Pryor, and
And the
a
Rancor
Gamorrean guard. Yeah, exactly.
Madeline Pryor has to be in a muumuu. She's not allowed to wear anything without sleeves. Like she's not allowed to wear anything that has a midriff. She must be completely clothed at all times.
She's a muumuu, and she needs little rollers in her hair.
That's right. Yes.
Very last
gotta have
school is
the-
going to be a Reva saber.
She's got to have the fuzzy slippers. She's got to have.
But I mean, what I'm saying is like they just did all those. Like they just did that re-release of Hulk. They just did a re-release of sort of the ultimate classic Iron Man.
Absolutely.
Thor got re-released. Captain America got re-released a couple times. Which versions are going to incentivize people to buy an Avengers HasLab? Because that's what it kind of comes down to. Like the His Tank being the exception, but the Sky Striker funded because of the stretch goals. The I just had two others in my head that I thought funded because of stretch goals.
And they just showed all of those anniversary Avengers figures.
That's what I'm saying. Like Hawkeye, right? That would have been your chance to throw Hawkeye in there.
They shot themselves in the foot if that's what they're going to go for.
Are we coming at this from the wrong angle though? Have we considered the opposite side of the coin?
In terms of releasing figures that maybe they wouldn't normally?
No. No. Yes, of course. But in terms of Hydra.
Huh?
Do they pack it out with villains?
Well, what I mean is we got all of our Avengers already. Okay. Who are you going to fight?
Sure.
Well, you know what we haven't had in a long time, and he's kind of connected. Nick Fury.
What, Shield?
Well, they introduced the
Shield stuff.
They reintroduced the Skrulls, right? We have the Queen Skrull, right, and we have the Super Skrull.
And Secret Wars coming up, TV show.
That's true. Yeah. We could be looking at Secret Invasion.
But they did announce it as a Avengers.
Secret Invasion.
They did announce it as an Avengers Kickstarter, right? Sorry, crowdsource. What the hell, HasLab. So
yes,
Avengers,
but
maybe then?
Mephisto and Madeline Pryor. They're not. They're playing fast and loose, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they can mix and match.
I don't know what Avengers. I'm saying I don't know what Avengers you could put in there.
Yeah, I don't.
What I'm kind of asking is like, what are some kind of pie in the sky? Like, who's connected to the Avengers in a way that it would make sense to put them in a HasLab that people would go, now I need a Quinjet because I need these 3 stretch goal figures.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what though? Everybody was an Avenger at one point.
Exactly.
I mean,
pretty much.
Spider-Man was there, Beast was there, Angel was there.
We're gonna get another Wolverine.
Yeah.
If it's gonna be a character, I think Payne's right. It's probably gonna be like an Ant-Man, Giant Man, right, or something along those lines. But I doubt it. I think a vehicle makes more sense at this stage. I mean, these guys got to ride around in something. Could it be? Would this be out of the realm? Like, here, I'm going to shoot for the moon here. Could it be Avengers Tower?
That might be.
You could do a cross. You could do a cross section on that.
Playset. Yeah.
Yeah. You could do a cross section on that, right, and just have them have everybody in different levels.
And it folds together like Grayskull.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I could do something. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Actually, Grayskull was a couple years ago. Snake Mountain next year. Eternia was this year. Like maybe Hasbro goes, hey, playsets are kind of doing okay.
I just want to point out that, again, yes, they definitely said it was Avengers, but I mean, how cool would it be if we just get Brick's shirt here? Fantastic Four.
I was like, where are we going with that?
And we get the Fantastic Car.
All that was rumored. That was rumored like last year or a year and a half ago.
Right? Well, especially with, the reveal of Krasinski as, Reed Richards. Man, I'm still hoping that.
Will he return?
You're saying he's not going to be Reed in the.
I was about to say, I don't think he's going to return
as a Reed
Richards.
True.
Yeah,
he was. He was a multiverse Reed Richards.
Yeah,
that's true.
Removable heads, different actors.
There we go. That's all I need.
Whoever you want to be, Reed.
This is true.
Yeah. Just get Henry Cavill.
I gotta say, I love Jay's idea of Hydra though, right? Just sort of thinking about some kind of maybe they're like, hey, that his tank did really well.
Yeah.
Bunch of faceless troop guys, but I don't know what the.
Who else do you have with Hydra? They just released
or if there's vehicles
pretty much the last one of the big baddies. I mean, you could do the
Fenris.
Yeah, but we don't have to stop. We don't have to stop at Hydra. We could do this.
Just be villains.
Yeah, we could do the Skrull. We could do the Skrull invasion, right? We could do. There's so many different enemies that I threw Hydra out there because it was the easiest one to pick from, right? But I think that they put the Skrulls in there for a reason, right? We could probably you know what? It could be Sword.
Yeah, there you go. Why not get the space counterpart?
Yeah,
let's go for it.
It could be Sword. That's not out of the realm.
Who's the green woman who kind of ran Sword?
Abigail Brand.
Abigail Brand.
Yeah.
Yeah. She works for Orcus, which is actually the group that's trying to kill mutants. So.
Yep.
Yeah,
hey,
I know Sword more from the current X-Men.
Spoilers.
Yeah, I mean,
we're bringing in.
Again, we're throwing shit on the wall, seeing if it's gonna stick, right? Like
Isn't that what HasLabs are all about, though?
Well, they're
Pretty
doing
sure they
projects.
decide what gets
Isn't
approved.
that the business
for
model of
HasLab.
HasLabs?
We're not asking the fans anymore.
The
They're doing
business
whatever.
model of HasLabs. Just throw it against the wall.
Right. What if those board meetings are like, it'll never work. Let's try it. And every time they fund, they're just shocked. They're like, what? We can't believe it.
Believe it or not, that's actually the way they really are shocked. Like the Rancor.
No,
the
they
Rancor,
know what they're doing.
The Rancor should have been a home run. The Rancor should have been a home run. I was excited for the Rancor until the freaking bones. As soon as I give up. As soon as I saw
think
those
that
damn
price,
bones,
man.
I gave
Give
up.
us a boon here. They gave you
It
a
was
bag and you said,
$400. $400 for an action figure, because it wasn't. Look, I say that knowing that Galactus and the Sentinel both cleared funding easily. Well, not easily, but I just think that
It was pretty easy.
yeah, but I mean, like, it wasn't. They didn't fund day one. It had to go the distance to fund.
No, but they got all their stretch goals and some. Right?
Yeah, here's the thing: is those two figures were things that were highly sought after for collectors.
Yeah,
and had a good resale secondary market. On top of that,
I also think too that like they're iconic, right? Like Galactus has been in every Marvel comic book. The Sentinel is like so iconic, and it's an army builder. A lot of people bought multiple Sentinels, right? And whether they kept them or not, the Rancor. If you need a Rancor, you certainly only need one.
You know their biggest
it
problem
would
with the
have
Rancor.
worked with if they had done it right around the Book of Boba Fett.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what
That's when it would have worked better because it had something to support it in the media, and you could have given him the bridle and the saddle.
But they leaked it.
He knows exactly what he's talking about. The real problem was they got greedy. 3 freaking HasLabs within three months, 2 overlapping on each other.
I think that Rancor was meant to be later, but it got leaked.
Yeah, it was stupid. It was dumb. They should.
Patrick was on a podcast and he said, "Yeah, we're doing a Rancor," and everybody was like, "What? This is a live podcast. You can't take that back." And so then for 2 months, people were like, "Where's the Rancor?" And then it was PulseCon, and they're like, "Just give him the Rancor."
Yeah, but
I hope this didn't.
Just terrible. But actually, I also do think it was network
Because they only had like the grayscaled model. They didn't even have like.
No, yeah, it was rushed. It was hugely rushed. But I do believe that there was what's it called? The Book of Boba Fett was also kind of like poorly managed. They really didn't know where they were going with that either. Like it literally became Mandalorian season 1.5. You know what I mean? Like
2.5.
2.5. Fine. 2.5. Was it 2.5? Is it like are we on season 3 already?
It's already out.
I am.
It was actually 2.75 because it was only the last.
It's been 2 years since season 2 of Mandalorian.
All right, well there you go. Right, but no matter what, it literally became. Oh, who's that? Who's that? What's he
Hold
doing?
up. You folks keep talking. I'll just do my thing here. It's all good.
Ken, you got a thing for redheads over there? What's going on, man?
Ken, where are you?
Where am I?
That's not a room I've seen on your many different locations.
I'm in my bedroom.
He's
right
actually
now.
in his bedroom.
You
I'm
are
actually in my bedroom. Let me see the wedding photo up there.
I was just gonna say, could we zoom in?
Maybe we get a different angle normally.
Yeah, something like that. It's my 10-year anniversary soon, so there you go.
Ken is just flexing again. Like,
so this is how you're celebrating.
Look at that flex.
Oh, Panthro. Haynes has Panthro. I gotta admit, you will love Panthro. Like he is so cool. He is so cool.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What's the flex, Jay? The figures or the 10 years of
He's been flexing all weekend. He threw the arms yesterday. Here he comes.
Army build some Crimson Guards.
He's gonna freaking do it again.
Army build some Crimson Guards. Sorry, you folks were talking about something a little while ago, like as in like 30 seconds ago before I hijacked everything.
It was Boba Fett, man. It was the Book of Boba Fett. Critical stuff.
I enjoyed Book of Boba Fett.
I did too. I actually enjoyed
my
it as well.
thing. Super nerdy.
I like the mods.
Thundercat in that. Sorry, I'm a bass player. I was super geeking when we saw Thundercat pop in there. He was the modder.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, sorry. Wrong crowd.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I
used
used to own a bass. Don't worry about it. I used to own a J Tercer 4-string. It's all good.
Ooh, look at you.
Yeah.
Did you play?
Yeah. I didn't just own it. I actually played it. You know,
we
right?
got musicians in here.
Sort of. Right. I used to love playing
a band. Don't give me that face, Jay. You're the singer. You're the singer, man.
Toy band. Except we all play toy instruments instead.
Yeah, no,
I call the kazoo.
Graf down there says, "I love the hover Vespas." I don't know if he's being facetious or not. I loved it. I understood as an Anglophile myself, as somebody that loves like British culture. I knew exactly what they were going for. It didn't land, I had issues with like how shiny they were on a desert planet.
Yes, they were.
But I got what they were going for, and I appreciated it.
But mod culture, that's what you did. You kept that shit clean. Like, you know, and my impression was...
That's what I'm saying.
These
but
are the
how
kids.
could they
These are the...
done that?
But these are the generation of kids after Luke. We saw Luke as a teenager. He like wanted the F off that planet. He hated that place. Next generation, they're like, yo, we want to do something. Like, and I felt like that was their subculture, trying to be as clean as possible on the desert planet.
I totally get it. I mean, like, you know, body modification is something that people are doing today. You know what I mean? Like, but
and the body modification, right?
Yeah. The hot rods themselves, you know, they're shiny as crap, right? But when you think about it, that's a callback to Naboo in a lot of ways, right? Like we're talking like Naboo was a whole bunch of hot rods. You know what I mean? Like when you really dial it back, like they were going for a completely different aesthetic for design.
You know what I think they did wrong is they executed that chase scene incredibly bad.
It looked stupid. It was dumb.
It looked so bad.
It was so dumb. It was just as bad as the slowest chase in space.
Yeah.
I mean, like, oh my god, that I'm sorry, but episode like what was it? Episode 8. Episode,
yeah,
like 9. I think it was 9 actually. Now that I think about it, wasn't it 9?
You talking about The Last Jedi?
No, it was 8.
It was 8.
Yeah,
It was 8. It was the start of 8.
Yeah. It was the slowest chase in history. Like, who?
Oh, really? You're saying with Poe and his in the X-Wing?
No, I'm talking about the freaking starships that are chasing other starships at less than impulse speed. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, they can't get away, and if they try, each ship that keeps trying to get away, one of them drops back and they get shot to death. It's like, how? What are you doing? Why? It doesn't make any sense.
They lost their direction, and they couldn't figure out how to fix it. So they
By
just
sending
threw
people
shit against the wall.
I like that
it's
movie
Star Wars, and they'll eat it up because that's what Star Wars fans do.
Yeah, you know what?
That's what they were planning on. I mean, you can see it. Force Awakens is a blow-by-blow recount of the original Star Wars. All you have to do is change a couple of names.
I'm gonna put these back in my mouth.
You know what? A lot of people
and it is exactly the same movie, just 40 years later.
Yeah,
it was good though.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. A lot of people don't want to admit this,
Yeah,
but some
man, it was
people went
great.
back 10 times. They went back 10 times, and then what happened was a lot of people jumped on this bandwagon that it was just a complete rehash, which is exactly the Hollywood formula. Hollywood gives you back what you watch when you were kids, right?
There's only so many ways you can do the hero's journey.
Yeah,
like it's not a look. If you picked apart any movie, there's very, very few that are truly unique and original.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, what I will also say is if you look at Rian Johnson's films, he's got a few really clever, really good films. Do they fit within sort of the feel? My shot's tighter. I got to tighten the feel of Star Wars. Not at all. So it was probably a poor choice.
Yeah. And the thing
would
is,
I love a Rian Johnson trilogy? Absolutely. But would I want it to be part of like the Skywalker narrative?
Yeah.
No, that's where I think it didn't quite fit.
Yeah. No, you can tell that there's tonally it's different.
Yes.
And it really sidetracked them, and it threw them off track, and they couldn't figure out how to get the train back on.
You know, it's and I know there's been a lot of documentation that obviously
I don't think J.J. Abrams was the answer.
Right.
No.
Right. There's been a lot of documentation that they kind of flip flop, but I will say that the notion that here's how I lose all my subscribers on my channel. But I like the sequel trilogy a lot. But
Yeah, me
as
too.
far as
It's okay to like
as
that.
far as the hero's journey goes, and the Force Awakens being a knockoff or a repeat, I would say that it's not a repeat. It hits beats, but I think most of it was subversion, right? So if you look at Luke is not the same character as Rey by circumstance, by all sorts of things. And I think from the start, there was a plan for Rey. I don't know if it was this whole Palpatine thing, but I actually do suspect that was something that they talked about early on. Because if we think about like, well, then what is her hero's journey? There's this notion of like her kind of like trying to figure out who she is, unlike Luke, I guess, right? Like, I don't know. Oh, holy shit, there's a predator in the room. Forget what I said. There's a predator in the room.
You're on.
Right?
Yes, literally. Forget what I said. Let's just talk to this guy.
You know, this is the second time we've had a Yawucha on the show.
That's amazing.
You know, a second blood from Tartarus clan here, and I'm just wondering if maybe he trophy hunts toys. You know, absolutely love having him stop by, though. I mean, really helps make the stream interesting. That's
we need that universal translator back. We really do. Okay,
Is that it? Is that the translator?
Don't spike any of us, please. We need to be back up in the morning.
Yeah, I need Mega J for tomorrow. Like after that, you can spike him. It doesn't matter. Like once my stream tomorrow's done, you can do whatever you want with him. But I need him alive. I need Mega J alive for another like 13 another 13 hours or so.
So you guys are doing MCU tomorrow, right?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
In the you brought it up there. My buddy's custom says Looper, Knives Out, Glass Onion are all great films. I think his debut feature length is called Brick. Believe it or not.
Yep.
Yes.
And it's fantastic.
Outstanding noir-esque detective movie.
But then, speaking moistly, I think said Rian Johnson hated Star Wars. He did the subvert expectations, but that don't work for Star Wars. I don't think Rian Johnson hated Star Wars. I think he loved Star Wars and wanted to do something in his style. That's why I'm saying I think a trilogy. You could do a trilogy, and it would be fantastic. I just don't think it fit.
Yeah,
I don't think it fit right where they put it.
And the TLDR version. Oh, sorry. What's that?
You have characters like Luke. Luke would not. Even Mark Hamill said, "This is not Luke."
Yeah,
the guy who's played the character for 40 years says it's not Luke. I'm gonna believe the guy that played the character.
I don't.
Well, hold on.
It strike you as what he would do. Let's imagine this is Luke. He goes up and he becomes.
I'll hear you out.
I'll hear you out and I'll respond.
He saves the galaxy, right? But then all of a sudden, because something happens, somewhat accidentally. But still, that's kind of the hero's journey, isn't it?
Okay,
somewhat accidentally.
So there's a running narrative going on, from so many different people who said that. Now, okay, J.J. Abrams might not have been the best choice. I mean, I freely admit that. Okay, I mean, for crying out loud, he did Star Trek, and you know what? Right after that, he does Star Wars. Right? It was a weird decision, right? But for whatever reason, Bad Robot got the helm. Right now, apparently, he wrote all three screenplays. Right? He actually wrote them in succession, but for whatever reason, he decided not to come back for the second one. Wanted to find another director, and a director's vision is just that. When a director comes in and decides that he's going to direct a movie, he's not going to direct a movie unless he feels that the script is the proper vision that he has in mind. So here comes what's his name? Kevin Johnson, or what was the name again? Anyway,
Ryan Johnson.
Ryan Johnson. So he came in. He wanted to decompile the narrative, and that is what it is. But if we sort of if we take some certain stories as canon, like not just canon, if we actually look at some of the I'm going to call them rumor mills right now. A lot of talk has been about how Rey was actually being contacted by Luke, like the whole idea of force projection, right? Apparently, Luke had become a master, right? This is all hearsay. I don't know if this is actually true or not, but apparently he was actually channeling himself through Rey, and that's actually how she knew how to use the force instinctively, right? And what the idea was, she was supposed to come to him, right? Learn the ways of the force, and then learn that Palpatine was actually alive again somehow, using Snoke as a secondary body, right? And then just this whole narrative was supposed to be spun, but for whatever reason, they Johnson decided, we need a new direction, we need a new idea, and Payne, I do agree with you. At some point, he wrote himself into a corner and just couldn't get out, right? So he actually had to create narratives inside of that movie that sort of made no sense, right?
Side note: has anyone heard the theory about Snoke is actually Salacious Crumb?
I mean, I think that's a joke. That's
okay. I wonder where that came from.
Nonsense.
Okay.
But also for the third film, wasn't Colin Trevorrow also going to be the director for that one?
Yeah.
So I thought the original idea was to kind of have 3 different directors.
Yeah, they brought in.
It was
right.
I think they brought in a director and then they fired him almost immediately. I think that's actually what happened.
Somebody can correct me because I'm not going to be able to search it fast enough. But I know that at least for New Hope and Empire, like George Lucas wrote and directed New Hope. George Lucas did not write or direct Empire. It was George Kasdan.
Yes,
who co-wrote A New Hope, and then I think
correct.
was involved in Return of the Jedi as well.
Lawrence Kasdan, yeah.
I believe you're
But
correct.
George Lucas was involved. Now,
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Last Jedi was co-written between, or it's credited, Rian Johnson and George Lucas. So on some level, like there was involvement, but I think what happened was George Kasdan was doing what George Lucas wanted him to.
Lawrence Kasdan, yeah.
Lawrence Kasdan.
Yes, sorry, his son is George Kasdan, right?
Yeah.
Who co-wrote
It's something else, but yeah.
recently. But anyway,
Ghostbusters, but no.
Yes, yeah.
But
But
no. Sorry, it wasn't.
You're talking
Go
about
ahead.
Ivan Reitman's son for Ghostbusters.
Yes,
yeah,
I know.
but
It
there's
was, yeah.
something.
I want to say Willow, maybe.
Yes, I think he's involved in the Willow series. Yeah.
That could be it. That it was that George Kasdan wrote Willow as well, and then his son is sort of doing the TV show or something like. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That George Lucas was still involved in sort of the original story arc, and was maybe too involved in the prequel story arc, and then the sequel story arc just didn't seem to have the continuity. And I don't think it's necessarily down to the specific individuals. I think it's down to too much pivoting, like we were talking about. Hasbro pivoting with certain properties and not doing it very well with others. I think this is a case that they didn't pivot very well, and I think between J.J. Abrams doing Force Awakens and then Rian Johnson doing what felt to a lot of people like something very different with The Last Jedi, and then having Colin Trevorrow scheduled to basically pick up where Rian Johnson left off, but they panicked and they were like, give it back to J.J. Abrams. I think Trevorrow quit. I think he was like, I don't want to be involved anymore. I think there was like a weird thing.
I think it's like the creative differences. I think that's
which to me means they basically said, okay, JJ is going to do everything and we're just going to put your name on it. He was like, forget that. Like, why would I bother?
Yeah.
And then JJ, as we all know, can't finish things. He's great at setting up premises. He's not very good at tying up loose ends.
Oh, so you watched Lost? Okay, that's cool.
Well,
I didn't bother finishing it.
I did. It didn't make sense.
They had plenty of other history to pull from, Disney did, but they dumped it when they bought it. That was a mistake.
Yes.
Because some of those...
I agree.
I don't know, but okay.
I agree.
Some of those are fantastic. And they're not all winners, Rick.
They're not all winners. Well, no, my point is, first off, they didn't dump any of it. I think that was probably a poor misstatement. But if you're going to buy a thing, right, and it has all this baggage, and you tell people there's a new movie that's going to come out. I think all they were saying is like, listen, the stuff that's coming out is not going to be note for note what came before. And I think it came out, the way that press statement came out was horrible. And of course, Star Wars fans reacted strongly because of their passion. And a lot of people were like, that was, you're getting rid of my Star Wars. But there's so many issues I have with the EU, aside, not just the stories, like they're great ones. I've read a lot of them. But at the end of the day, even George didn't really recognize them.
You know what else they did wrong though when they did that, when they said, okay, the EU is now the EU, but it's not canon. What they also said was the TV shows, the comic books, and the books going forward are gonna be canon.
Right. Yeah.
But then they didn't fact check things. So there's things that don't make like, if you are like me and you read a bunch of the books and you read the comic books and they don't line up, then you're like, well, this doesn't make sense. You said that this is all. I love the sequel trilogy, all of them for what they are.
So speaking of the EU,
I love a lot of the books. I love a lot of the comics.
Do you think they'll ever?
It doesn't land. But as somebody that reads a lot of comics, I also know that that's virtually impossible. So when they said that, I was like, good luck. It's not going to happen.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So speaking of the EU, do you think they'll ever bring Mara Jade back into the Lucas canon?
She's already here. I mean, like they've made stories with her already. I mean,
have they?
No, they haven't.
Yeah,
no.
I know Darth Revan was mentioned on like the bonus edition discs of episode 9 of Rise of Skywalker.
Bringing it all back.
But they're slowly bringing them back. I know Thrawn came back in a different way. I tried to read that Thrawn book, but I simply enjoyed Heir to the Empire more as a story, even though Thrawn was not the main character in that.
That should have been the sequel.
Yeah.
Really?
I know.
With Luke and everything?
Yeah. I've only read Heir to the Empire, though. I haven't read Last Command and what was the middle book called?
I don't know that would work at the age that Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill and...
No, it was too late. It was too late. They couldn't have done it.
Way too... Now, if they had done that in the 90s...
Yeah.
What's Mara Jade... What's her action figure being released under then? If it's not the EU, if it's not the EU,
Legends.
Okay, and Legends is no longer considered canonical. I mean,
so it's and that's what I wish they actually came with that notion early. They just said it wasn't canon. They didn't leave it, but when they came back and said no, they're Legends. There's something about that name that I think is kind of smart, right? It's like our legends aren't. Sometimes they're based in reality, sometimes they're not. There's bits and pieces.
Here's the thing about that too, right? I mean, they're hinting at Ezra Bridger returning, like strongly in the first episode of the Mandalorian. Spoilers ahead if anybody hasn't seen it yet.
I think he's been cast for a.
Wait, who? You said Thrawn, right?
No,
you're talking about Thrawn, Jay?
No, I said
Ezra Bridger.
Oh, Ezra.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. No, I was just making sure you weren't talking about Mara Jade.
I mean, Thrawn. Technically, Thrawn is in that conversation regardless of that. But yes, I mean,
I think Thrawn has been cast too, and I think they're using the voice
Ezra's
actor
been
from
cast.
Rebels.
Well, that's beautiful then. But I mean,
that's perfect. Yeah,
they're definitely alluding to it. I mean, the
space whales.
Yeah, the space whales. We saw them. Right?
Yeah,
we saw their silhouettes, right? Spoilers ahead. We saw them, right? But I mean, it's no real spoiler.
So, did anybody read the High Republic or do High Republic stuff?
No. Yeah. Oh, you don't mean Old Republic. You literally mean High Republic.
I'm talking about the current thing, the High Republic.
But by that notion, we do know that by that notion we do know that the plane of existence that Ezra has walked into to rescue
the world between worlds.
Yeah, the world between worlds. When he rescued Ahsoka Tano, right? That is basically the multiverse. If it could become the multiverse for Star Wars, and by that notion, right? You can pluck anybody out of a different universe. You can bring Mara Jade back. You can bring back. You can bring back.
On the subject of Mara, this is a bit of a deep cut question. All the photos show her a left-handed lightsaber. Is she? Anyone know? Is she actually supposed to be a left-handed lightsaber or dual wielder? Like ambidextrous. Okay. Was just curious. Talking Mara Jade, not Ahsoka.
She's the Emperor's.
I don't know. I don't know Mara Jade.
Okay, I was talking about Mara Jade. So
Mara Jade didn't wield too, and I don't know either.
Yeah, I'll just all the promotional photos of the Black Series figure showed her with the left hand. So I was like, I just thought somebody might know
Could
the
just be
answers.
reversed for the camera because I don't remember her being left-handed in any of the old stories or any of the old legends.
Or somebody
books.
bringing it up.
But in the
Yeah.
old legend stores, it was mostly not. Oh no, I guess they did comics at a certain point, but generally it was novels, and I don't know if they got into the detail of she grabbed.
They had-
Yeah, I didn't pick it up. I
The
read it.
entire Thrawn trilogy in comic. Now, mind you, she didn't actually wield
fair.
a lightsaber, but she did hold stuff in her hands.
She was the
That's
hand of the
true.
emperor. Sorry.
That's
The
true.
hand
She
of the
wasn't.
emperor.
She didn't have a lightsaber till later. That's true. That's a good
Can
point.
we very quickly get back to what Payne was saying about Luke Skywalker? Brick, do you want
Yes.
to join me in this?
Yeah, as an
Well,
old
I
guy
just-
and as an old guy and a father, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is kind of twofold, so I don't think the sequel Luke is a stretch, and the reason that I say that is because 30 years have passed. I don't think that you can sort of speak to somebody's character in their early 20s and say that at 50 or 60 years old, they're going to be the same person. And then I'm going to back that up with the canon Star Wars novel from a certain point of view, which is effectively stories about Luke Skywalker that are told by various narrators. So in each narrator has a different take on who Luke Skywalker was.
Right.
The point being, we all kind of take, and this goes back, we were talking about lore on one of the Mythic Legion shows we did a little bit back, right? Where like, do you go with canon? Do you have head canon? Everything is somebody's head canon. It all starts from one individual's impression of what a character is. I think people get hung up on like, they wanted Return of the Jedi Luke to continue into the sequels. And I think that's just not the Luke that we got. And if we had it, it would have been kind of boring, wouldn't it?
Well, we got an aspect of it in Mandalorian, right? Like we got an element of that.
But
Luke.
that's still Return of the Jedi Luke.
Yeah,
That's true. That's true. He's no. How many years after Jedi is it? About 6 years?
5.
like 5.
5?
Or 6 at
Yeah.
that point, because that was season 2.
If you're following the story,
Or end of 1, but yeah.
if you're following the story
Two?
sort of
Yeah,
as told of what happened to Luke and what happened to the galaxy after Return of the Jedi, it absolutely makes sense to me that Luke did what he did, that he, sort of, he was super eager and thought he was going to build this thing. And I mean, how does one do that? At least with everything that's been set up, according to what happened, according to Han Solo, like the world basically in just a matter of years completely forgot that the Jedi existed. Right. I mean, so he becomes the only Jedi. And I heard earlier people were saying he was the hero of the galaxy, but he was the hero not because he was this badass fighter that people want to see. He was a hero because he didn't fight. He chose not to fight.
Mr.
That's how
Miyagi.
he won.
Mr. Miyagi
No,
style.
but that is actually he never defeated Darth Vader. The only way he defeated Darth Vader, and that was the whole lesson that Yoda was trying to tell him, was like, dude, don't go into that cave. You don't need your lightsaber.
You don't need your weapons. You will not need them.
He didn't listen. He brought his weapon and it bit him in the ass. Fast forward, he finally said, I'm a Jedi like my father before me. And then he throws it down. He's like, I'm not going to do that. And that is actually what helped his father turn to then defeat the Emperor, right? It was this sort of like,
and so at that point, he's full of hope. He's full of, he has the aspirations of he's going to bring back the Jedi. He's going to build these schools. He's going to have, and what happened? Kylo Ren happened. And then he goes, man, maybe I completely got this wrong. Maybe they don't need me. Maybe they don't need a Jedi. Maybe they don't need.
And there's no one around. There's no Yoda.
There's no other Jedi.
There's no Obi-Wan.
Yeah. So he goes. He's this recluse. He goes to the island. He's like, I'm gonna be a hermit. And then somebody comes and goes like, hey, the certain point of view thing. The stories have been told to Rey, and she goes expecting the Luke in her head canon. But that's not the Luke that exists. My buddy's cousin mentions like when he sees R2, he goes back to like kid, like he lights up again, right? Like that's still an element that's within him. He does still force project to fight Kylo Ren on the weird salty red plane. So he is still the hero is still in there.
I never understood how that worked. Like, how did he force Ghost fight him from anyway? Just
I mean, and what I'll give it another thing.
Well, it's fictional, Ken.
No.
real quick, Yoda, right? We see him in the prequels, and we had this concept of him, and he was, you know, he's this great Jedi master who actually lived for hundreds and hundreds of years. What did he do? He went and hid on a swamp planet by himself, took himself out of the equation, and said, "No, no, none of this."
Pretended he wasn't who he was.
And he pretended he wasn't who he was, and he was a little pain in the ass. I was like, "No, I'm not going to train you. You're too young. Whatever. You're ugly. Whatever it is." He's just like, "No, I'm not going to do it."
Too old to begin the training.
Speaking of reckless, Luke could
who are
talk
his
to Yoda
moms?
and Obi.
Yeah,
he could, but I'm not saying it's a retcon. I'm just saying that in Obi-Wan, he couldn't speak to Qui-Gon until the last episode, right? So it doesn't always work. You know, it like I'm saying, like we might have expectations, and I think people put their expectations ahead of, you know, the reality to some extent, where, you know, oh, that's not my Luke. Well, you didn't write the movie, so that's somewhat irrelevant. And I don't mean to be dismissive. Like,
no,
I get that some people didn't like it. Didn't land for everybody. Like I said, not everybody loves everything, and that's fair. I understand that. The prequels didn't work for me at all. Still now, they still don't work for me because it just doesn't fit tonally. I think the sequels fit tonally more than the prequels do, but that's just, I don't know. There's no right or wrong answer. It's all just opinion.
I think that's.
I have a right. Go ahead, Sarah J.
Yeah, I think that's actually where we end up being, because, you know, everyone's interpretation of what happened, you know, is based. I didn't actually mind the journey that Luke took with Rey. I thought that was the most interesting part of that movie. I thought that the other stuff was irrelevant because it led nowhere. You know, sending them off to a casino planet for no reason, right? Getting them captured again and having to escape, and you know, then just to find out that they needed to escape to a nearby planet, only to be, you know, to use the final last remnants of their hyperdrive to actually destroy the rest of the fleet. It was not, you know, it was not conducive to a movie. But that was those big Hollywood moments that they wanted, I guess. I don't know, right? Like the concept of a force projection, I think that needed to be somewhere. They needed to really explain that, because they didn't really. It just kind of came out of nowhere, and I think that's really what caught a lot of people off guard.
I think it was, but I think they put it in a comic at some point, and not.
It was in a book.
Not everybody reads comics.
In a book.
It was in there was an old, again, non-canon, but you know, I remember.
But that's the problem.
Folks online were like, "Where did Ryan Johnson come up with? He's making all this stuff up," and he's like, "Check it out." It was this book that was all about the different Jedi powers.
Sure, but
real quick, no one got upset when they came out with all those video games, and all of a sudden they had these people doing crazy force powers, right?
Yeah, but video games aren't canon either, though. Well, I mean, which video games you're talking about, though?
I think they were supposed to be initially.
There's all sorts of fans who were like probably a lot of the same fans who love the video games, or anyway.
All of the EU was canon, like even the video games, like Shadows of the Empire. Really, was Shadows of the Empire not canon?
No. George Lucas didn't even recognize them as canon. Then at a certain point, they sort of said, they said there were different levels of canon.
Shadows of the Empire was always canon.
Okay.
It was developed by all of Lucas.
There we go.
As a multimedia marketing campaign.
But he did go back and say none of that
for
mattered.
the special edition. Well, of course,
but,
right before he sold it to Disney, he was like,
"No, before that."
Because it was right around the time Clone Wars. The
Shadows was canon when Lucas still owned Lucas, but I
Yeah.
think when Disney came in, they said nothing is canon.
Yes, and that's the problem.
That's the way I got it. Yeah.
And I also thought that Knights of the Old Republic was always canon.
I think they revised a whole bunch of that stuff and said
the real problem being is that when the new guard takes over from the old guard, things change, right? And you know what? Some people are just not willing to accept that change,
right?
And that's the biggest problem. The direction we are in now is now starting to self-correct. I think that's the what we can take away from all this is that things are starting to self-correct. Now,
Andor is the best Star Wars. Like
by far,
so good.
By far, leaps and bounds. Oh my god, what a suspense!
Second only to Return of the Jedi.
Oh my god, just ridiculous. Like I really enjoyed Andor.
Slip that in there.
Well, hold on.
That's because they got a little Animal Warriors of the Kingdom in it, man.
Andor over
The Ewoks and
Mandalorian, though.
Yeah. You know what? They're two different things.
I know they are, but we're saying best.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing which I think that they're afraid to do this, and they're now forced to do it in a lot of ways. They're creating their own expanded universe now, right? They really are. And you know what? It starts with stories that don't involve the freaking Jedi. Like seriously, the Jedi themselves are not the most interesting characters in the universe any longer. Actually, they're kind of boring when you really dial Force magic, all this kind of stuff. You know what? I want to find out what's going to happen with the Mandalorians. I want to find out how Mandalore is it poisoned? Is it freak? I want to find those stories out.
I know.
I want to find out how Andor and the rebels, how they actually get the money, because we have a little tiny inkling of how they started with the money. That's not enough to fight a galaxy war. You need way more than a few million credits. You know what I mean? You need a heck of a lot more, right? You need billions of credits to do that. And how are they going to do that? The espionage, the intrigue, the backstabbing. It was great. And how they actually explained how we finally got folded in. Beautiful, honestly. Like being trapped in a prison, in a penal colony where you were actually innocent. Absolutely stunning. Great storytelling all around. I can't wait for I pray for Andor season 2 because Andor season 1 apparently did not do well. That's a shame. That really is a damn shame. Even Rogue One, I love Rogue One. A lot of people are like, it's not. You know what? Screw you guys. Rogue One was awesome. Okay, yeah. Rogue One was great. I really liked Rogue One. Okay,
I like it all.
But Rogue One and Andor, I think what Rogue One and Andor do for Star Wars, and I don't know that this is necessarily. I don't know that they give it this much credit, and I think maybe more attention should be called to the fact that Rogue One and Andor are allowing Star Wars to grow up as its fans already have, right? Yeah. The sequel trilogy had to be sort of on the same level as the original and the prequel. Like it had to have the same audience. It couldn't. You could have done it to a different audience, but I don't know that would have made sense. Rogue One is a more mature audience. Andor is a much more mature audience, I would think. That's the first Star Wars that's been directly sort of done for adults. What people forget when they sort of complain about how juvenile maybe some of the story lines and the plot lines are in the sequel trilogy is that Galaxy of Adventures exists. And the YouTube only Star Wars Jedi training show, which is a kids show, exists. There's not every. What I mean to say is not every Star Wars thing is meant to appeal to every audience. And if you didn't like it, it doesn't mean that it's bad. Maybe it just wasn't for you. Maybe they didn't want you to like it. And I say that somewhat facetiously. Maybe they didn't intend for the same audience that was in the theater in 1977 to fall in love with this film in 2017.
Yeah, earlier Jay said something about there's no good or bad, or I forget how you phrased it, but there's no right way or wrong way, and not one or good or bad. And it brings me back to what essentially you saying, Adam. If there is sort of a bad way to do Star Wars right now, it's to try and burn it down and tear it down, and that goes for a lot of the toy stuff. We say this a lot. Everyone I've heard say some version of this, that we're living in this amazing time for toys, right? like I think you can expand that too. Like if you're a nerd, if you grew up with geeky things, this is an amazing time for you. And I think in many ways, like there's this new culture or this habit that's been formed of people just really wanting
We
to,
are
like,
the cool guys now. That's
yeah,
how it
but they're
works.
but the people, these cool guys now
No,
are
we're
basically
not.
trying to tear
We
things
are.
down,
We are.
right? There's a
We're
lot of
definitely
trying to
cool.
tear things down and be real, like intolerant really of new ideas or new versions, where it's like, I don't, I can't wrap my head around it, because we see it, whether it's in Motu, whether it's in, Marvel, MCU, Star Wars. It's like,
Look to comics. Look at every time they reset every one of
Yeah.
those teams, right? We talked about with Avengers. Everybody's been in the Avengers. And
Right.
that's because they had to refresh. They had to change it up. Not every version of the Avengers was for every fan of the Avengers.
Yep.
When the new Fantastic Four came along, I don't know, but I suspect there was an uproar about people that were like, well, that's not not my Fantastic Four. You know what I mean?
The real problem with here's the real problem with dealing with 40-year-old characters, some coming up to 60 years. There is, like, these people should be in, like, retired. Let's just, if we're gonna
They don't age.
they should all be Captain America's age in the last, in the end game. That's where they should be, right? But each company that's ever, whether or not it's the same owners or not, they know that these characters sell books. They know that these characters sell toys. They do not want to let that go, right? So they reboot them. They create multiverses. They create universes within universes. Why?
Mhm.
Because they rely on these characters to be the exact same, more or less the exact same characters that they were 40 years ago, right? They introduce new tropes. They introduce new character crises, right? Mary Jane gets becomes Spider, whatever her name is, like
Spinneret.
Spinneret. What's it called? Gwen Stacy doesn't die. She's actually, in another universe, she's Spider Gwen. You know what I mean? Like they introduce these new concepts, but every single time they do it, they get younger and younger and younger. Why? Because they need to grow up with the people who are reading these.
Well,
stories.
remember when New 52 rebooted, they made everybody younger.
Yeah.
Right, and then they said the whole Batman universe or the whole DC universe only happened in the last 5 years. I'm like, so Batman has gone through Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, Tim Drake, and now on to Damian Wayne in 5 years.
Yeah,
you look at, gosh, there were so many. Like, now sometimes they get it right, like when Ed Brubaker reintroduced Bucky as the Winter Soldier back in his 2004 2005 Captain America run. Sometimes he just hit a home run, because I think a lot of people just forgot about Bucky or didn't really care. He was just the teen sidekick, right? So sometimes when they do something like that, they get it right, and suddenly he's every bit as powerful as Captain America. So it just sometimes it works, right? But I like my 40, 50-year-old type of characters. You know what I mean? Yes, there'll be new IP. You hope Mythic Legions takes it to the next level. You hope AWOC takes it to the next level. I don't know, but I like it when they refresh the characters. I don't know.
Yeah, no one's well, not that no one is. I mean, there are a ton of people who are always going to say, no, the only Bruce Banner is the one that's gray. The one who changes into the Gray Hulk. There are always going to be people like that. Right?
Yeah.
There's always going to be people who are going to say that Smart Hulk is an idiot, right? There are people who are going to say things like that, right? Because they just love the character they grew up with. But the antithesis of everything is that, once upon a time somebody created this amazing character, and the thing is, it resonated with people so well that even 60 years later, 70 years later, people are still wanting to read about that character this long, this far in. But how do you get a person who is 15 years old to watch something that's 40 years old? Well, you make it to relate it to them, right? You get them to relate to that character as it is. So you retell that story in a slightly different way, right, to actually get them involved, right? And people love it, right? Now, the problem with a Star Wars, if we're just going to bring it right back to Star Wars, like proper, the problem is that there's people who grew up with that are still here, and they are rabid. Right? They are rabid, and they will still consume everything that Star Wars driven. But then when you change that one thing about the character in that story, who's supposed to be moving on, right? And the hero archetype that they created back then, it's for them, it's just something that they don't want touched. And you know what? Luke is supposed to be this pure, farm boy. He grew up. You know what I mean? He grew up. He had an experience which tarnished him, and he created He created the Jedi Temple. He created the Jedi Temple. He had students. One of those students is still alive. We know that now, right?
It's a good point. He did all the things.
He did everything that
the hopeful Luke would have done.
Yes. Yeah. And
failed, and he's now disillusioned.
Yeah. And but history repeats itself. A lot of people forget that, right? One Jedi came and turned to the dark side and killed all the other Jedi. That's exactly what happened with Kylo Ren, right? Now, you could say that it's
Anakin all over again.
You could say it's derivative. You can say that. I mean, in a lot of ways, it is. It's a derivative. But you know what? Why does history repeat itself? History repeats itself because everybody makes the same mistakes over and over and over again, right? We are phallic as human beings, right? And there is that.
Wait.
Everything that happened afterwards is
fallible.
Yeah, sorry, fallible.
No,
Sorry,
but phallic's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
We both did this like. Gotcha.
Correct.
Absolutely.
I'm speaking off the top of my head right now.
Yeah. Plus, in terms of mythology, that as you pointed out, the whole thing, the idea of Star Wars was created off of this sort of like attempt to look at the universality of mythology across it. So, like, there is this idea that there is this sort of universal path and storytelling in the human experience. So then, if there is such a thing, is it a wonder that stories get retold and retold and retold? That's like,
yeah, no,
everything's the Odyssey. That's hero's journey, right?
I think one of us,
at least in Western,
Adam. Yeah. I think Adam said it right. There is no such thing as originality anymore. Originality is now taking something that you experienced from before and making it something special, right? Like changing it ever so slightly to make something original. It's very rare that we see something. The Matrix is probably the most, and even that has roots in Japanese anime. And they freely admitted that. Okay, openly admitted that the Wachowski brothers, right?
Yeah,
I was watching Ghost in the
love
Shell.
letter.
Yeah, I was watching Ghost in the Shell I was reading Ghost in the Shell years before the Matrix came out, right? But they took it and they changed cinematography forever. That's the gift they gave. That's the gift that they gave. That's their contribution to the furthering of storytelling, for cinema. And now everybody does something that's just kind of like the Matrix, right? I mean, a lot of people talk about Hitchcock. A lot of people talk about, all the Scorsese and everybody who's really like made impacts on cinema. But the reality is, everybody else who's come afterwards needs to put their signature on it, and that's something that a lot of people just are missing. But you know what's really funny about history? 20 years later, here's the really thing, and it's a cyclical kind of idea. Everybody hated the prequel trilogies when they came out. All of a sudden, these new sequel trilogies came out, and they're like, "Oh my god, I love the prequel trilogies for no reason," and it's ridiculous. You know what?
Real quick though, Jay, I think that's because
they had to pick one.
Not just that, I think the people who love the prequels now were the ones who I think did love it then and grew up.
They were probably kids. That's probably what it was.
Yeah,
they might have been 6, 7 years old.
Mine. Adam, did you?
No,
I think.
Yeah, I liked. I was a teenager when the prequels came out. I liked them for completely different reasons. I liked the lightsaber battles, the special effects. I was like, wow, this is fun. The story wasn't as deep, I felt, but I still liked it.
Every single one of the sequel trilogy was decent enough, except for one major flaw. And the reality is, Lucas does not know how to write love stories. He should have just left that to somebody else. Like, seriously, that whole arc with him and with Padme, it was so cringy. I just could not.
Yes, that was very cringy. And Hayden's acting did. And Hayden's acting did not age well.
It's tough, man.
Well, I mean, in the Obi-Wan series, though, he was better.
I'm
little
just
you
gonna
had.
do some here justice for Hayden real quick. I would throw out there, and again, maybe this is me losing my 200 subscribers. I think.
Why don't you let me say it?
I know. I'm just gonna say I think it was more Lucas.
If I lose 200,
I was gonna say it's more Lucas's direction.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at
more
if
George
totally-
Lucas's direction.
John, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say, if you go back even to the original trilogy where he directed A New Hope, and you have Harrison Ford saying, "Well, George, you
can
wrote
write this
this,
stuff.
you could write this, but
You can write this
people
stuff, yeah.
don't talk
Yep.
like this."
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yep.
And
But-
so,
Oh yeah, you're right.
And there's
Harrison delivered those lines.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's
No
more
one else
proof.
could.
More proof. I'll give you easy proof. Is Natalie Portman, has she demonstrated that she was a great actor prior to that? What about Ewan McGregor? Yeah, they both did. I would argue that their acting in the prequels, not their best work.
No, but
Ewan was hit and miss. I
But
found.
I don't think Hayden Christensen was a good actor before that.
Well,
so then you have a mediocre actor at best with a bad director, and it's brutal.
Yeah.
I
Jake Lloyd was brilliant, but George Lucas couldn't direct. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Jay.
I was gonna say that my biggest problem with the prequel trilogies is the screenplay writing, and the problem is George Lucas would not let go of that stupid role. He should have done what he did in the original trilogy. Write the first one, let somebody else take over the other two, because they have a better idea about how to write language for these scenes, because you obviously don't know what the heck you're saying. Oh my god, you're breaking my heart. Like, come on, dude. Like, seriously, nobody says this stuff.
Obi-Wan was brilliant in that scene, though. His dialogue with Anakin was I thought Ewan delivered those lines really well right before their lightsaber fight. I thought he was brilliant.
Let's honestly though, we have to give credit where credit is due. George Lucas did write "Hello There," and that's really, I mean, if you don't love that, then
okay. The zingers are things which I think he's very good at. He should stick to that. He should
or the improv that some of those actors were able to get away with that made the final cut. Might have.
I've always blamed poor writing on these unfortunate actors who have to deliver these lines. I always say it's that way, because these are actually pretty competent actors. Maybe Christian Hayden Christensen, good old Canadian boy,
Still
right? Good old Canadian boy,
better actor than me. Yeah, but I mean, it's also the direction too. I mean, then that George did have. I mean, he directed all three prequels, and it's like how you stage shots, how you get everything set up. I mean, it's just, and what he was known for was just saying faster, more intense, faster, more intense. And then with the prequels, I mean, he had all his HD screens. He would just sit there and kind of just watch everything, and it just wasn't. I mean, you need some sort of like more organic, feeling with that, not just have like plasma screens all over the place and just kind of sit there and go,
That's good. And
that's good.
It wasn't just the earlier I said he wasn't a director, but it's also, in fairness, he was really ambitious with what he was trying to do. And some of the actors that I was talking about, it's not just the direction. Natalie Portman was great as a kid and everything she's been in. But I think at the end of the day, you throw actors in a bunch of like green rooms and you say, okay, this is going to happen, and imagine this and imagine that. Now act, and it's just like, okay, So they had a lot.
Lucas should have written the treatment and let somebody else write the script.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
I think to kind of circle back to the sequel trilogy, at least you had somebody like George Lucas with the original and the prequels to kind of oversee the whole thing. Whereas with the sequel trilogy, you're kind of, okay, J.J. Abrams, okay, now Rian Johnson, Colin Trevorrow, but you're out now. Get back to J.J. Abrams, and it was just a mismatch, and there was like no clear direction on where the story was going to go. I mean, I know for the Last Jedi, when I'm sorry, the Rise of Skywalker, when all those Star Destroyers started coming out, I was just like, okay, I mean, where did all this come from? Like, this is like out of nowhere, all these Star Destroyers just coming out. It's like, okay, yeah, this is going off the rails. So
I can buy the idea of the unknown region, because that has been in the comics, it's been in the books. Like, that was the unknown region
the beginning.
Is okay with me. It's unmapped space, right? So if they're hiding there, I get that.
Yeah, I mean, but for some people, a lot won't read the comic. Like, I'm a big Star Wars fan, but I didn't, I'm not into as much of the comic books and any of the books. So you know, mine's mostly just, you know, from what I've picked up here and there. But when I go in there and see them, like, wow, it's like they just been behind this the whole time. It's like,
well,
you know,
and that's what I was. That's what I was. You know, you kind of have to. You have to set that up.
Yeah.
You know, there has to be.
I would tell you that they did though.
They did with Rebels.
No, I would say that if you
But not in the
destroy a Death Star in the first one, and we accept that there's another secret Death Star that's bigger in the third one, why can't we go, how are they going to have a secret fleet? Nah, too much.
You know, I tend to believe that, and this is what I tend to believe. I believe that Abrams got, again, pigeonholed because the second movie went in a completely different direction and even killed off a main character, which I don't think he was really intending to do originally. And then he had to really course correct and try to get all this narrative into like one movie as quickly as. That's why the movie's pacing is like bang, 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 bang. Like if you want to talk about Lucas's faster and more intense, that was about as fast and as intense as you could get. Right, and they tried to squeeze like 2 movies worth of scenes into one thing, which is why in a lot of ways it's confusing. Like
I hear that.
I had to really break it down for myself at one point. I was like, what happened here? Why did they get over? How did they get over there so quickly? Right, and trying to get that onto my head, I'm like, okay, I think I understand now, but where did where did Jana come from? Where did this come? Like, what happened just now?
Yeah, the pacing is all over the place, and then the whole thing with the key, and then having to make sure it lines up perfectly. It's just little things there, and it's kind of like, it's a little coincidental. It's just kind of, you know, it's like, I mean, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt and kind of go for that reach, but some of it's just like, I don't know about that. That's kind of just, again, like you're saying, Jay, just kind of cramming everything. We just got to hit these beats, boom, 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 so we can get to the ending, and you know, there you are.
I'll tell you though, that one did feel very Return of the Jedi to me in that way. Because if you look back at Return of the Jedi, there's a lot of stuff that's thrown in that movie pretty quickly.
Yes.
And also fun sort of like tidbit.
But I'll echo that.
Yeah.
Sorry, finish what you're saying.
Well, just the idea that that there wasn't the expectation that Luke was going to die. It's been a while since I've had my head this deep into like the rumor mill and all that kind of stuff, but my understanding was that it actually was intended, and the notion was that you'd have the Han moment in the first movie, you'd have the Luke moment, and then Leia would be the last to sort of prevail. And part of that was also set up in this notion of the Skywalkers, right? That ultimately Leia would be, as a Skywalker, would have her moment finally, because they kind of tease her in the original trilogy. There is another. And she does originally was intended to be the other Skywalker who actually truly would sort of tie a bow in this thing and ultimately be the one to be instrumental to get rid of Palpatine. I do think that Palpatine at some point was originally part of the plan, and they said so. People don't believe them after, but there's actually some sense to that when you consider the Phantom Menace being sort of the dark side, aka Palpatine, right? A reference to him, sort of running this whole show till the end, and it does take the entire Skywalker line.
Can you bring that last one back up, Oz? Because that's what I was gonna sort of say, is that
this one here, or
that one. So speaking voices said, I watched the OG trilogy with my daughter. She is in her 20s, and she thought the story was basic, but thought the special effects were great for the time. I think what people don't want to admit is that if you introduce the original trilogy to somebody now and they watch it, it's not great. Like, if we're being objective, like it's a cultural phenomenon. It's iconic and everybody knows Star Wars. But objectively speaking, there are 3 films that aren't that great. They're not, and we've been sort of touching on this, right? Like, they're not written very well. They're not directed very well. By extension, the acting's not fantastic, but they were groundbreaking. They were different. They were new. People bought into it. We all bought into Star Wars, as an IP. Well, I'm speaking on behalf of everybody, but I get the impression that that's probably pretty accurate. Can only
Goodbye.
I was going to say can only watch Star Wars for the first time 2 years ago. So
Yeah, that's around the time I learned how to speak English. So sorry about that. It would have been a little earlier than that, but you know, had to learn pretty quickly, and you know, anyway.
But the point being, like, we have this, and this is true of so much stuff, right? So many of the IPs that we're passionate about. We have this really, really strong emotional bond to these IPs, and like, it's hard sometimes to hear that objectively these things aren't what we believe that they are.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, if a film critic were to look today at A New Hope and The Force Awakens and just objectively say, okay, which one of these is written better, directed better, has better visual effects, better acting, I think far and away The Force Awakens would win. I'm just putting it out there.
It's hard for me to be objective. It's hard to be objective though, because The Force Awakens relies so much on storytelling and character and everything. So and it's hard for me to imagine someone just seeing that.
But that's my point exactly.
Yeah.
It is very, very hard. I would argue it's impossible for us to objectively look at Star Wars as anything other than the sort of juggernaut that it is.
Well, I mean, I see it as more. I mean, because Star Wars is pretty much. It was originally kind of looked at as a B movie, and it's like, I mean, it towed that line where it could very easily have crossed over into like Roger Corman kind of campy-esque, but because you had the people that worked in ILM and put so much dedication into the special effects, in the acting as well, with Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill, I mean, and Alec Guinness. I mean, there was that kind of lifted it just above, you know, B-level cinema. And then with just that little bit, and then actually putting that effort out, once it came out, oh yeah, it's because nobody really had seen anything like that before, you know, probably since like 2001, you know, which again, I think the special effects for that, well, I still believe maybe they filmed the moon landing, but that's another thing. But still, I mean, I think once it came out, that's why it became a phenomenon, because it was just that little bit of extra effort to kind of get it over, you know, over the hump. And then it just blew up from there. But I mean, with that, I think, yeah, there's always going to be that nostalgia. Like with me, if I had to rank it, I'd probably put Empire, New Hope, Jedi, and then the sequel trilogy, and then going into the prequels. And probably, yeah.
I love Revenge of the Sith. Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. I mean,
even if I only watched it for the first time yesterday, but, you know, I still love it. So
yeah,
that was a joke that went over everybody's head, but don't worry about it. It's all good.
Well, I mean, as far as the three, yeah, Revenge of the Sith is my favorite. Phantom Menace, you could easily just not even do that movie. You easily could not. You
need the Darth Maul. You need the Duel of the Fates.
Well, yeah, for entertainment purposes, yeah. But
it might be more of a I don't know.
For what purposes?
Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, because there's a way you can actually watch I've never done it before, but it's like you can start with the New Hope and then Empire, and then you stop before you get to Jedi. I think you watch Attack of the Clones and then Revenge of the Sith, and then
the machete. That's it.
Yeah, you don't even mess with Phantom Menace. You know, you just kind of just like put that. You don't even need that.
Why would you do that though? Like, what's the purpose of
Well, it kind of is as far as if you want to get like not spoiled, as far as like knowing, you know, the
idea is that the getting the information that you need for certain parts of the story. It's more streamlined. You could do it that way, and it's more streamlined.
Yeah, if you're showing it to somebody for the first time, when they get that, hey, you know, this Darth Vader's my dad. Now let's go back and see, you know, some history behind that, and then let's finish the story off with, you know, Return of the Jedi.
Oh, and then don't even do Phantom Menace. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, because it's not relevant enough to what comes after it.
Right.
Yeah, you missed Liam Neeson though, but anyway.
I think
that's a whole different thing.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're all good in their own way.
Yeah.
I mean, certain parts of it were. I mean,
that lightsaber battle. Yeah, that Darth Maul lightsaber battle is so good.
I think the biggest memory from that whole
when
thing,
the second blade, when the other end lights up. You're like, what? It's a bow.
Yeah. I just remember the main thing out of that whole movie, not even the movie itself, was me and my dad waiting at midnight to go into Toys R Us when they had it here in the States to get the Midnight Mass, to get the figures for the first time. And they just came out on, I mean, that I thought it's like, oh man, you know, Phantom Menace and everything. So I think that's like one of my biggest memories. And then going to see the movie and going, oh, okay, well, you know, and then getting excited for certain parts, you know, the pod race, definitely the pod race. I think that was, for me, that was like one of my favorites right there. That was just like, you know, amazing. And then obviously the Duel of the Fates.
You know, the out of all the prequel trilogies, I think the Phantom Menace for me is still number one. I mean, like Revenge of the Sith was good, but you know, the problem with Phantom Menace was the political intrigue in it. That's the only problem. It did really, as a kid, it dragged it on. You watch it again though, it's still not bad. I mean, like, you know, there's a lot of story in there.
I don't love Clone Wars for the same reason that I don't care for Episode 2 and Episode 3.
Yeah.
Well,
it just drags on. It just feels like
it does, but like the payoff at the end is great. For me, Rebels drags for me.
Not for me. That's
The last four episodes was amazing.
Yeah.
Rebels?
I prefer Rebels.
I felt Rebels dragged.
Rebels was okay. I mean, there's
Season
a lot
one
of filler.
that, but after that, it's great.
There's a lot of filler, and that happens in a television series. I mean, it was a TV series, right? So you know, it was.
Yeah, no, Rebels was good overall, right?
Yeah.
As a whole.
All right, guys.
Watch the last two episodes of Rebels someday,
Mm-hmm.
and imagine that when they are talking about this enemy that they're fighting, imagine that it's Filoni writing about Disney. It's kind of fun.
Right. Oz, did you have something you want to jump in and say?
He wants to wrap it up.
He's like, get out of my house, guys.
Yeah, but most of you have channels. We can continue somewhere else. I'm actually tired as hell, and I got to get ready for a TKO in the morning. I know Maggie J is going to stay up all the way and go to sleep after.
You guys need to
I was actually
deliver with
popping
a
in
dope.
to say goodnight because you and I got a thing in a couple hours. So you know, like you know me, I'm not going to get up. I'm just going to be zombie. I'm just kidding. But yeah, you know what? At the end of the day, guys, if you haven't already subscribed to everybody here, like these are all amazing content creators. You know, oh my gosh, and definitely check out Emerald Night Photos. Images, right? Ostromandus Toys, Brick Something, highly articulated, of course. Toy Connections. You know, these guys are amazing creators, and you know, you should definitely all check them out. And no one's gonna unsubscribe from Brick Something. He did amazing.
Yes,
not that many people too.
He went, played Mario Kart with the kids, and then rolled right back in like he hadn't even left.
Yeah, I went and lost every single match, and then
Can't keep up with these kids. They got better reflexes than any of us. I mean, like, you know.
Awesome. Looking forward to hearing about the MCU tomorrow. What time are we talking, Ken?
9:30 Pacific, 12:30 Eastern time, when most people are up on the East Coast, unless your name is Mega J and you don't get up till 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Nope.
Featuring these two and Kayla Silver, right?
Mhm.
Silva. That'll be good.
It will be good. It's going to be fun. All right. Good night, guys. I'll see you.
Awesome.
See you next time.
Good night,
See you, Jay.
everybody.
Bye.
Thank you,
Take care.
everybody. Night, night.
See y'all.